Chapter 151 149 Ancient Alien Beasts. Hood dash, a gust of night wind blew, with a strong and pungent bloody smell. As Lu Chaoga slashed the valley with one sword, a huge crack appeared on the periphery of the valley, causing the wind in the central area to blow more violently than usual. The money is not enough to see this situation, the mouth is open, I just feel that it is too shocking. If I play to the later stage, will I be able to wield such an extreme sword? When he thought of this, he only felt that his soul was trembling. As a man, when I was a child, I may have dreamed of flying over the eaves and walls, and like the great power in the world of Shanxia, it can make people yearn infinitely. At this moment, he was a little confused, and he didn't notice that the live broadcast interface had completely exploded. Players watching the live broadcast have been dumbfounded. Too fierce? Fuck. Isn't this more burning than the legend of Boren? Damn, he's so handsome. Originally, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was not large. But after Lu Chaoga appeared, it skyrocketed in an instant. Those who came late were a little confused, because judging from the current situation, they have definitely missed the climax. But looking at the battlefield after a sword, they can also make up how terrifying this sword is. No wonder Lu Chaoga never unsheathed his sword from the beginning to the end. This sword will kill you. Previously, they thought that Lu Chaoga's performance when asking about the sword day was really too stubborn, and the sword was unsheathed and defeated the geniuses of all schools. Thinking about it, they felt very enthusiastic. But now it seems that this is not just a great confidence in his own strength. This is simply sympathy for the opponent. If this sword is really unsheathed, those guys who come to ask about the sword will be wiped out, right? You tell me it's the second realm? Some players couldn't help but said. This questioning, the tone is like seeing a plump woman with wide crotch, and asked, you fucking told me that she was 13 years old? Is there a mistake in the rumors? 20th level can be so strong? Is the 50th level going to destroy the world? I'm really stupid, why didn't I come to Qingzhou, and I also worshipped a martial art that practiced swords, I want to practice swords. +1, this sword is too showy. As for those who have just entered the live broadcast room, they are frantically begging for help to see if they have recorded the live broadcast content. Fortunately, many players chose to record as soon as they saw Lu Chaoga's figure in the live broadcast room. Nowadays, several videos of the player's screen recording version have appeared in the forum, making the popularity of this event continue to skyrocket. And the corpses of the alien beasts on the ground made them feel regretful. Alas, I didn't see the picture of Lu Chaoga slashing alien beasts. Damn, can't Dog Games put a camera on him? Do you want us players to be photographers? You're a full-fledged gamer, it's time to learn to produce your own videos. At this moment, Lu Chaoga's back made a lot of emotional players feel sad. They don't know why Lu Chaoga shrugged his shoulders, why he whimpered and laughed silently, they just felt very distressed, and felt that this scene was deeply imprinted in their hearts. It was like hugging the man, letting him put his head into his chest, then gently rubbing his head, comforting him with body temperature and hands. Brother. Lu Dongli walked to Lu Chaoga's side and helped him, who was slightly weak. It's okay. Lu Chaoga waved his hand. The faint dark gold in his eyes. It has quietly retreated at this moment. Heart Sword has disappeared, and Qi Yao's remnant soul has been cut off by Lu Chaoga with Heart Sword, completely dissipating his soul and turning into nothingness. In his system interface, there are a lot of system prompt information at this moment. Whether it's an alien beast or a demon cultivator, it's very valuable. The Experience points given by the system in this regard are extraordinarily generous. After all, it is indeed difficult to kill. Under normal circumstances, killing a demon cultivator carrying a foreign beast requires multiple players of similar levels to form a team, so the experience points are all shared by everyone. And Lu Chaoga not only monopolized the experience, but also killed so many demon cultivators who were far above his own level in one go. This made his experience value at the moment reach an unprecedented peak. The accumulated experience has exceeded 8 million. Yao Yi alone provided a full 1.2 million experience points. And Qi Yao, who was at the peak of the fourth realm, also provided 600,000 points. As for those alien beasts and demon cultivators who are slightly weaker, since there are enough numbers and the base is large enough, they are also very impressive. Lu Chaoga himself still has an EXP value that he voluntarily freezes, because according to his plan, he still needs to use them in some places in the future. But the frozen funds are already enough. That is to say, he may save a little of the 8 million experience points newly obtained today, but most of them can be misappropriated. For him who is still in the second realm, this is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. To be precise, even if his character level is as high as level 50 and 8 million experience points, it is enough for him to do a lot of things. A sword in 10 years was only prepared for Qi Yao, but he did not expect to destroy a stronghold of the Purple Moon Society along the way. And don't forget, Lu Chaoga also accepted the task given by the system, but for some reason, he has already killed all the demon cultivators, and the alien beasts have not left any living holes. Even the secret room at the bottom of the lake has been destroyed with a single sword, but the system has. The task settlement has not been given for a long time. It stands to reason that this should not be the case. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. This kind of quest will be settled in two situations. One is to finish all the things and kill all the ones that should be killed, and it will end naturally. The other is to settle according to time. When the sun rises purple, the Yuehui meeting at this stronghold is also over, and after the timeout, the system will settle the quest rewards according to what you did in the process. The former is 100% complete, the latter can only be said to see how much effort you put in. Therefore, the system task did not give feedback, which gave Lu Chaoga a bad premonition. Little pair. Lu Chaoga called out. What's the matter, brother? Lu Dongli supported Lu Chaoga's arm with a concerned expression. Destroy the corpse of the demon cultivator, and then put the corpse of the alien beast in the storage ring, hurry up. He urged. Changes later. According to normal habits, after killing alien beasts and demon cultivators, practitioners will immediately dispose of the corpses. Alien beasts and demon cultivators will also devour the corpses of the same kind, and for them, this is also a great supplement. If nothing else, if Qi Yao was present when Lu Chaoga slashed the beast with one sword, he would immediately devour the body of the beast and strengthen himself. In their opinion, this kind of thing is not cruel at all. You just accompany me in another form. The corpses of demon cultivators are definitely useless. Although they have the blood of alien beasts, the cultivators do not follow the path of blood power. The corpse of the alien beast has some functions and can be used as a refining material. However, due to the differences in the cultivation system, the utilization rate is actually not high, so a large alien beast may only be useful for a small part. Lu Chaoga guessed that at this moment, either there was a demon cultivator hiding in the dark, and he and Xiaolizi didn't find it, or there were still enemies present who were not dead. neither the former nor the latter is a good thing. After hearing his brother's order, Lu Dongli immediately acted. She's a professional when it comes to grief. She pinched Dao tactic with her hands, and she displayed a series of complicated techniques. Lu Chaoga found that he still underestimated her. This is nothing but ashes. In order to avoid future troubles, I don't know how she did it. The demon cultivators didn't even leave scum. But in the process, Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli quickly looked at each other with an unbelievable look in their eyes. Because Yaoi's body is gone. Lu Chaoga was very sure that his sword cut Yaoi next to Qi Yao in half in an instant. Her small waist, which is full of grip, is vulnerable to sword qi, and when she cuts, she feels very good. But the corpse was still there 1 second before, and suddenly disappeared the next second. To be precise, the upper body disappeared. Her plump buttocks and beautiful legs after being cut in half are still there. And because of her hot body, she is easy to recognize. But the top itself was missing, as if it was instantly transparent. Be careful, Lu Dongli suddenly said. A cool evening breeze was instantly generated, carrying Lu Chaoga, not enough money, and others, and hurried backwards, and the next moment, bright red things broke out, causing the earth in the center of the mountain Ghost Valley to crack in an instant. And collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli recognized this thing at a glance. That's the tattoo-like flower on Yaoi's back. It was supposed to be a dead thing, but at this moment it came alive and came alive. The most terrifying thing is that it has been magnified by an unknown number of times, at least 40 or 50 meters. The terrifying coercion spread from it, making the scene extraordinarily depressing. If Lu Dongli hadn't protected everyone, this pressure alone would have made it unbearable for people who didn't have enough money. What? Lu Chaoga lost a detection, and what returned him was a series of Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. The intuitive feeling this thing brought him was far more than Yaoi. Its strength is definitely above Yaoi. The huge body gradually emerged from the earth, like a huge flower in full bloom. And the blood of the demon cultivators on the ground that had not had time to deal with was absorbed by it in an instant. A strange sound, like a baby crying, spread from it. This is not a fucking flower. Lu Chaoga reacted at once. This is a very strange beast, that bright red like the other side of the flower, but its wings are folded together. Now the wings are spread out and are tens of meters long. This is not a bird either. There is only a meatball with a diameter of at least 3 or 4 meters in the center of the wings. It beats from time to time like a heart. Ancient alien beast, Qi Xiao. Lu Dongli recognized this thing. Lu Chaoga raised his brows, knowing that the mutation had quietly occurred. In the previous life, the Love War Guild besieged Yaoi with 3 groups of players, and after killing him, Qi Xiao did not appear. But this time it was obviously different. The 5th realm 7th layer. Lu Dongli said solemnly. No, now it's the 5th realm 8th layer. Her consciousness far surpassed Lu Chaoga, and she found out her specific strength right away. Brother, its power is still rising. Lu Dongli glanced at Lu Chaoga. Then, she, who had always been accustomed to hiding behind her brother, took a step forward this time, blocking Lu Chaoga. Chapter 152. 150, Master, save me. The appearance of the giant red owl made the live broadcast room, which had gradually disappeared, exploded again in an instant. Fuck, what the hell is this? Speechless, why can this thing be dazzling and ugly, and it feels both handsome and disgusting? This pair of wings, like the other side's flower, is very handsome, but the meatball in the middle is too evil. Please, is this the point? The point is that it's weird again, and I can see. Lu Chaoga soared again. Give me a hammer, don't want a CD? Didn't you see that Lu Chaoga is in a bad state now? It belongs to the skill cooldown time. There is a lot of noise in the live broadcast room, and if the money is not enough, I just feel that the blood is bursting. I thought the climax was over, but I didn't expect it was just the first wave. Real man, coming twice. The huge Qi Xiao was still in a relatively chaotic state for the time being. At the moment, it relied on instinct to suck the blood of the demon cultivator. Scattered on the ground. Fortunately, Lu Chaoga let Lu Dongli deal with the body in advance, otherwise the current situation would be more difficult. At such a critical juncture, Lu Chaoga thought in his heart leisurely and elegantly, as expected of me. At this moment, Lu Dongli did not hesitate at all. She directly blocked Lu Chaoga's body and protected her brother, who was half a head taller than her. What kind of temperament is this girl? Can Lu Chaoga still not understand? But the person beside her was Lu Chaoga, her brother. This is the person she is willing to give away the life and death, and is willing to give him a second life. Are you sure? Lu Chaoga's, not too late, landed on the ground, supporting his body. Lu Dongli shook his head. Brother, can you take them out of here now? Lu Dongli asked. Lu Chaoga did not reply. Lu Dongli was holding the sword of life, longevity, with a dignified expression on her charming little face. Brother, take them away, trust me, although I'm not its opponent, I should be able to protect myself. Lu Dongli said anxiously. Seeing that Lu Chaoga was unmoved, she continued, have you forgotten? I still have life and death, so I'll be fine. In her opinion, she has at least 2 lives, but her brother's condition is really bad. The 5th realm of the 9 heavens. Lu Dongli looked at the huge Qi Xiao. And his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She has always been hiding her cultivation, and she has always had the habit of keeping a few trump cards. It would be great if it was just an ordinary 5th realm. Lu Dongli's right hand holding, Chongqing, was a little stiff, thinking in his heart. The next moment, a big hand lightly pressed on her shoulder. Lu Dongli looked back in surprise, only to see a gentle smile on Lu Chaoga's face. Little pair, you take them with you, the farther you go, the better. Lu Chaoga said. Brother. Lu Dongli was about to die in panic. What time was it? Qi Xiao's speed is extremely fast, and it is said that its speed is far beyond that of practitioners of the same realm. If you drag on, everyone will die. Even if she didn't hide her cultivation, even if she exposed all her trump cards, she wasn't sure to hold on to this Qi Xiao for too long. Lu Chaoga took a step forward, but his aura suddenly changed. His Taoist body was still severely damaged, but his cultivation level skyrocketed in a moment. Every time he took a step forward, his cultivation level would rise by 1 level. After a few steps, he said, I have entered the realm of great perfection. Character level 30. He looked at the huge Qi Xiao in front of him, the corner of his mouth raised, his eyes were indifferent, his tone was low, but he revealed the boundless confidence in the past. Don't forget, there's no word for fear in this guy's dictionary. Is it difficult for me to speak, Lu Dongli? Lu Chaoga looked back at her. A glance that symbolizes family status. Who told you that, not too late, can only be unsheathed once? He held the black long sword in front of him, and his aura reached an unprecedented peak. I shall live, and it shall die. Lu Dongli's light boat flew quickly through the air, her body was extremely stiff, and she even felt a little cold. Just a few seconds ago, she left the mountain ghost valley with everyone, leaving Lu Chaoga to face the Qi Xiao alone. She didn't want to go, she wanted to stay by herself. She didn't believe her brother's nonsense at all. 10 years after the sword was sealed, the sword that ripped apart the valley had poured out everything. She didn't believe that Lu Chaoga could still use the second sword. If he can really use the second sword, with the great power just now, he may indeed be able to kill the Qi Shao in front of him. But this is not normal. But, brother's performance just now, Lu Dongli was still shocked when he recalled it now. He broke through one step at a time and Lu Dongli was actually used to it. The barrage in the live broadcast room was crazy, because it was the first time that the players watching the live broadcast saw the scene of Lu Chaoga breaking the boundary. With the level of insufficient money, it is naturally impossible to detect to the level of Lu Chaoga. But he could hear the sentence, "I have entered the state of great perfection." Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy kept pouring into Lu Chaoga's body. And he could also detect the aura vortex generated by this. This caused the players in the live broadcast room to feel that it was too outrageous. How many levels has this broken? Can anyone tell me what level Lu Chaoga was at in the beginning? When I asked about the sword day, it seemed to be the 4th level of the second realm, which is level 24. Damn it, isn't that how many levels up in a row? Isn't this the fucking protagonist of the world? If this is not the male protagonist of Tiangshuanji, I would cut off his head on the spot to cheer everyone up. This scene is too shocking for the players. And Lu Chaoga's words undoubtedly made the players' emotions instantly peak. Again. Who told you that, not too late, can only be unsheathed once? I shall live, and it shall die. These 2 sentences made the players in the live broadcast room cheer. But these can convince the players and convince them, but they can't convince Lu Dongli. Lu Chaoga previously broke through 5 realms with a glass of water, but now he has broken through another realm in 1 step. Lu Dongli has actually been numb for a long time. What's more, when the second realm Great Perfection faced Qi Shao of the 5th realm 9 heavens, it was also courting death. What really made her believe that Lu Chaoga could wield Xion's second sword was the terrifying scene that followed. Lu Chaoga's body was severely damaged and weak, and his back was hunched. But when he lifted, not too late, with difficulty, and placed it in front of him, a mysterious aura spread around him, and even the world changed color. The longevity in Lu Dongli's hands trembled violently the moment Lu Chaoga slashed his sword in front of him. An ink-colored airflow appeared around Lu Chaoga, rushing straight into the sky. It is like the phantom of a sword that penetrates the sky. Such astonishing visions of heaven and earth made Lu Dongli's heartbeat slow by half a beat. Brother has become so strong. Lu Dongli's body was tense. I saw Lu Chaoga, whose body was hunched over, looked back at her, and the dark gold in those eyes was a little richer than before. If it was just a touch of color before, now, his pupils have become more majestic. It gave people a feeling of facing the gods. At this glance, it seems that he can see his own soul directly. Go. Lu Chaoga said calmly, I can't control this sword, everything around me will be annihilated. Lu Dongli gritted his teeth, took out his own light boat, and took everyone away from the mountain ghost valley and flew towards the distance. But before leaving, she secretly placed a divine mark on Lu Chaoga. She waved her right hand, and a hurricane wrapped up the money and waited for others, and then disappeared. The money that was forcibly taken away was not enough to be directly confused. Fuck. Don't take me away. Annihilation is annihilation, let me die under the sword, please. Let me go back, let me go back. Let me die. Must let me die. Consuming 1 resurrection coin, to record Lu Chaoga's peerless sword through live broadcast, he felt it was worth it. And I can still die under this sword, and I can say to people later, Lu Chaoga heard of it? The son of heaven, the protagonist of the world. I was killed by him, right? It's a pity that he was completely restrained by Lu Dongli. In order to carry them away quickly, Lu Dongli's technique made them unable to move, whether it was mouth or tongue. Therefore, the players in the live broadcast room are going crazy. Jumping, big brother. You fucking jump. Death below, dying in the valley of ghosts. You jump. I jump. Don't be afraid, our souls jump with you. I want to see this sword. Immediately. One person's blood book, begging the dog game to install a camera on Lu Chaoga. 10,000 blood books. He is so handsome, my mother is fascinated by him. There is not enough money to cry without tears, he also thinks, let alone one resurrection coin. Even if all the resurrection coins are used, he is willing. But he can't do it. With his character level, how could he break free from Lu Dongli's magic? Whether it's the dark-colored giant sword rushing into the sky, or the god like dark golden eyes, when Lu Chaoga looked back, all players' heartbeats speed up, and they only feel that the next sword is likely to be more tyrannical than the previous one. Although the man was stooped and his breath was a little unstable, when he slashed his sword in front of him, just as he said, everyone believed that he would be the one who survived. No matter how terrifying the existence in front of him, he can move forward with one sword and kill God. But this sword may only exist in legends and everyone's imagination. And the brain tonic represents this sword, it can be infinitely powerful. In the mountain ghost valley, Lu Chaoga faced the huge Qi Shao with one sword. And one sword. Ink Qi lingered around him, and his dark golden eyes stared directly at this ancient alien beast. He didn't know why such a strange beast appeared after Yaoi's death. This may be related to the secret of the Purple Moon Society. And this secret has already been discovered by him. If he continued to dig inside, he doubted that he could dig to the deepest point of Zaiwiwi. This alone is worthwhile. What's more, he also killed the enemy and gained more than 8 million experience points. But where did I get the second sword? Lu Chaoga muttered to himself. The previous extreme sword has poured out everything in, not too late. Under this sword, all his targets died extremely thoroughly. But this Qi Shao is very strange, it happened to be when Yaoi died the most and suddenly came back to life. As if she were alive, it was dead. She died and it was reborn. Is her death and her corpse the soil from which you germinate? Lu Chaoga thought. All these changes were unexpected. The most outrageous thing is that he has a terrifying amount of experience points, but he can't make full use of it. The reason is simple, advance to the mission. Don't forget, if he wants to break through level 30 and reach the third realm above level 30, he needs to complete the promotion task first. Otherwise, no amount of experience points is useless, and upgrades are not allowed. As for the phenomena of heaven and earth happening right now, he spent a lot of experience points and upgraded both Sword Intent and Heart Sword by one level. Heart Sword, it cost him 2 million experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Sword Intent, it cost him 4 million experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. A full 6 million experience points were squandered on this, triggering the vision of heaven and earth at this moment, and also causing Lu Dongli to believe that his brother can really use the second sword that will change the color of heaven and earth. Lu Chaoga knew very well in his heart that when Sword Intent reached level 3, a small-scale vision would occur. Anyone can do this, as long as your Sword Intent reaches this level. But is the vision I caused too exaggerated? He felt that this battle was a bit outrageous. To put it simply, he wanted to put a bomb to scare Lu Dongli and let her know that he had a bomb. Unexpectedly, he caused a nuclear explosion. The most important thing is that he himself does not know why. He does not understand why such a scale of heaven and earth vision occurs. Usually, he will deal with it as expected of me. It's me after all, so it's normal. Lu Chaoge didn't feel the slightest pain for spending such a large amount of experience points. First of all, if you don't do this, Xiao Lizi will be in danger. Silly girl, what if you have someone alive and dead? My brother still has 5 resurrection coins, so it's not your turn to top it. Secondly, he just received the promotion quest in an instant, and the content of the quest was as he expected, so he had to stay here, and he had to upgrade Jianni and Jianxin, otherwise the quest would probably collapse. In the end, it's the same sentence. Tiangshuanji is, to a certain extent, a financial game in Lu Chaoge's eyes. Improve, sword intent, and heart sword first, and then upgrade later. The bonus of comprehensive strength will be greater. In the long run, this will give him a greater advantage in the later stages. And don't forget, don't look at the fact that he just got 8 million experience points, and immediately used 6 million, and there will be experience points reward in the follow-up. Because the task, Purple Moon Party, has not been settled yet. Just because he slaughtered all the demons and alien beasts, the quest reward must be in 7 figures, otherwise it will not match his results. Therefore, as long as this wave is sustained, he has another huge sum of money. This allocation of experience points is undoubtedly the most reasonable, and it must be done so. All these thoughts are generated in the light and flint. In fact, as soon as Lu Dongli walked away, Qi Xiao suddenly woke up in front of him. Lu Chaoge had to hold on to it, otherwise everything would be meaningless. To be precise, the reason why Lu Dongli led the crowd away and faced Qi Xiao alone was because there was no lunatic who was afraid of words in this dictionary, and he wanted to take a big bet. He touched the jade card hanging on his chest, which was given to him by Jiang Xinyan. There is a word, N, engraved on the jade plaque, and there is a formation in it. At the same time, he also took out a light boat from his storage ring. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Don't forget, a light boat is a gift from Ning Ying, and it also depicts a formation. Look, for some reason, everyone felt that Lu Chaoge was worried. These two people with very moist heads chose a defensive array. At this moment, Qi Xiao, who was completely awake, opened his huge wings, waved it violently, and let out a strange and chilling cry. It stands tall, hunched over, and Lu Chaoge with a sword in front of it, as if it were nothing but ants in front of it. However, this man still did not have the slightest fear. The corners of his mouth rose, and he smiled crookedly. He repeated what he said to Lu Dongli just now. He didn't lie to Lu Dongli with this sentence. I shall live, and you shall die. Lu Chaoge's right hand was a horizontal sword, and his left hand had always been in a fist state. After he swung that Xian sword, his body was severely damaged, but his left hand was always clenched. When his body is seriously damaged, or his soul is threatened with terrifying, his left hand will change. Therefore, after the overloaded sword was used, changes have quietly occurred. At this moment, Lu Chaoge spread out his fisted left hand. In the palm of his hand, the peach imprint hidden in the usual days has long appeared. Has she already received the signal? Lu Chaoge thought to himself. At night, in the dark valley, this peach blossom is exuding a faint shimmer. PS Second update, 4,600 word chapter, full of sincerity, ask for a monthly pass at the end of the month. Chapter 153. 151, Promotion Task. The peach blossom imprint was given by the senior peach tree in the trial ground. It is a bit like the red thread that this 10,000-year-old tree is tied to Lu Chaoge and Jiang Xinyan. This mark not only contains surging vitality, can affect all plants, but also allows both parties to perceive each other's danger. Once Lu Chaoge was seriously injured, the peach imprint in his hand would immediately report the situation to the imprint in Jiang Xinyan's hand. At the same time, the two peach imprints can sense each other, and can capture the exact location of each other in an instant. When Lu Chaoge was unsheathed, not too late, his body was already a little overwhelmed. Even though his skin is still handsome, his meridians and internal organs have been seriously damaged. That sword was too much beyond his realm. With the Taoist body of the second realm, he forced the sword out of the fifth realm, and the backlash could be imagined. Fortunately, because of the drinking breath technique, he had already gotten used to the pain. Since he was not afraid of pain and knew that he would not die, he had no pity for his body, but he was struggling. This perfect Taoist body in the eyes of others has not been cherished at all. Of course, it is precisely because the imprint and the imprint can sense each other, so Lu Chaoge sensed Jiang Xinyan's position the moment he swung his peak sword. She didn't return to Spring and Autumn Mountain. This surprised Lu Chaoge at that time. Jiang Xinyan is still in Qingzhou, not in Beizhou, where Huachunqia Mountain is located. It's just that Lu Chaoge at that time was at the peak of this world. Whether it was momentum or spirit, he had already reached the peak, and he had an indomitable spirit, and he didn't think much about it. It was not until Qi Xiao appeared that he realized that the peach blossom mark on the palm of his left hand had actually become his biggest reliance at the moment. Unexpectedly, the left hand of this seat has the function of shake a shake. And this seat is about to shake people. Lu Chaoge said in his heart. He worshipped Jiang Xinyan as his teacher in his previous life, and it was around this time. At that time, Jiang Xinyan was already at the 5th level of Great Perfection, which is level 60. A level higher than the Qi Xiao in front of him. Although under normal circumstances, alien beasts are stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm, and their attributes in all aspects beat ordinary cultivators of the same realm. But is Jiang Xinyan an ordinary person? She came from Chuanqiu Mountain, one of the 4 major sects. Being able to be a deacon in a powerful top sect, his strength should not be underestimated. And don't forget, Lu Chaoge's evaluation of Jiang Xinyan has always been a cool woman. In his previous life, he had seen the grand occasion of Jiang Xinyan's shot too many times. This woman, the Lord, kills. At the moment when the black spear is in hand, it is like the goddess of war in the world. The most terrifying thing is that there is one more thing that should not be forgotten. This woman is walking in the body refinement flow. Body refinement is difficult to cultivate, but on the battlefield, it is extremely terrifying. It is precisely because of this that Lu Chaoge occasionally jokes with himself, I can't break her defense. A man cannot break a woman's defense, TSK, TSK, TSK. It's deadly. Although Lu Chaoge doesn't know much about the so-called ancient alien beasts. But with his confidence in Jiang Xinyan, why should he be at least 55? If both of them are the power of 10 tigers, at level 30, are stronger than 1, and conservatively counts the power of 1 tiger, isn't it too much? Coupled with Jiang Xinyan, I have already figured it out. I cooperate with her, and the two become one. It must be strict, seamless, and full of cooperation, and it can even overflow. Such an addition is considered the power of 12 tigers. Is there any problem? For Lu Dongli. Fighting 10 tigers with 12 tigers, 9 deaths and 1 life. For Lu Chaoge, fighting 10 tigers with 12 tigers, this is stable. Before Jiang Xinyan arrived, he had to face the ancient alien beasts with a level of 59 alone with a character level of 30. This thing seconds people. The awakened Qi Xiao turned to Lu Chaoge, the big meatball in the center. Obviously had no eyes, but Lu Chaoge felt like he was being watched. The alien beast is bloodthirsty and cruel, and when it just woke up, it wants to devour everything around it. And Lu Chaoge, which is so close to it, naturally looks very fragrant. It waved its wings violently, and instantly created a sea of fire. A light boat appeared at Lu Chaoge's feet, and the water curtain array that Aunt Ning painted for him was instantly inspired. It's very moist. Before the sea of fire, a wall of water appeared, and the two collided, making Lu Chaoge in the center between the ice and fire especially sour. Lu Chaoge knew very well that the effect of the water curtain array was to help him block the full blow from the fifth realm. The Qi Xiao in front of him obviously didn't use all his strength, but the water curtain formation couldn't last too long. As a result, he patted the jade card on his chest with his left hand, and the fire sickle array that Jiang Xinyan portrayed for him was instantly inspired. The two formations seemed to give birth to ice and fire wings when Lu Chaoge faced Qi Xiao. To his left is a black flame, and to his right is a stream of azure water. Holding a black long sword in the center, he looked directly at the meatball. In Qi Xiao's wings, Lu Chaoge still has promotion tasks to complete. The moment the character level was raised to level 30, his big gamble had actually begun. He was betting that the promotion mission would be related to Qi Xiao. As I said before, according to the mechanism of Tiangshuanji, the promotion task will be triggered according to the player's comprehensive strength, and it will also be based on the player's surrounding situation. It was as if Lu Chaoge's previous mission was to kill the demon cultivator. One because the demon cultivator was strong, and the other was because the demon cultivator was close enough to him. As for the level of the promotion task, Lu Chaoge didn't even think about it, and chose the orange level directly. There will be additional rewards for the orange level quest, whether it is the previous enlightenment coupon or the later copy coupon. Lu Chaoge made a lot of money. And the most difficult task, the more likely it is to target Qi Xiao. It turns out that veteran players are veteran players. He knows the urine of the dog system like the back of his hand. Lu Chaoge was right. However, the content of the promotion task is extremely difficult. The mission requires him to deal in effective damage to the Qi Xiao in front of him. To put it more simply, it is to let the blood bar drop and deduct some blood. Although Qi Xiao's level is as high as level 59, his defense should not be too strong. If you can't even break the defense, the system has no reason to give this task. The orange level only means that it is extremely difficult to complete. It does not mean that it is impossible to complete. But the embarrassing thing is that even if you can break the defense and cause damage to it, it doesn't mean that you have a chance to hurt it. It's like two mortals fighting each other, everyone is holding a sword, and they are all flesh and blood. But the real Lianjiazi is to be able to chop you into meat sauce without injury. The difference in strength is too obvious. Powerful output, in many cases, is equivalent to another defense. What's more, Qi Xiao's speed is extremely fast, it is very easy for it to avoid Lu Chaoge's sword energy. Difficult. If it was a previous life, Lu Chaoge would soon make a decision and choose the most favorable mode, which is to try his luck with resurrection coins. But this time is different. He only has 5 resurrection coins that come with him, and he can't get it automatically with the passage of time, and it will be gone when used up. Therefore, every resurrection coin is extremely precious and cannot be wasted. Find the right time. Lu Chaoga's dark golden pupils looked directly at Qi Xiao. His body was still hunched, but his right hand holding the sword never let go. Only one chance. Time goes forward, Qingzhou, Zuixinlu. In the heavens and the world, there seems to be a restaurant called Zuixinlu. This Zuixinlu in Qingzhou is most famous for three things: fine wine, drunk crab, and mandarin fish. A woman with a cold temperament, delicate facial features, and a tall figure sat in the private room of Zuixinlu when night fell. Today's Zuixinlu is extraordinarily lively, whether it is the private room or the outside, it is full of diners. When Xiao Er came in with the mandarin fish, he was in a trance for a moment. When he looked at the woman, there are such beautiful people in this world. But after taking one look, he didn't dare to take a second look. This woman is too cold, and naturally has a temperament that rejects people. Thousands of miles away, like a goddess who does not eat human fireworks above the 9 heavens. This kind of coldness will make ordinary men feel ashamed and dare not look at her. As if looking at it a few more times, it is a kind of blasphemy. Jiang Xinyan has been away from Momin for some time, but she has been wandering in Qingzhou, tasting delicious food from all over the country, and has not returned to Chuanqiu Mountain in Beizhou. Unlike Ning Ying, although she is the management of the sect, there are not many things that she needs to handle. The reason is because of the particularity of the spring and autumn mountain exercises. There are many kinds of human desires, and power is undoubtedly one of them. Therefore, there are also some practitioners in Chuanqiu Mountain whose desire to be magnified is power. They are greedy for power and love power, so they will not let them go. In this regard, Jiang Xinyan is also happy. Of course, there may be other reasons for her delay in leaving Qingzhou. The mandarin fish in Zuixinlu is a famous local dish, and it can be said to be full of color, aroma, and taste. Just the appearance and the fragrance of the vegetables can make people move their forefingers. Jiang Xinyan's desire to be magnified is a desire for words, and it is naturally a gluttony in food. She looked down at the mandarin fish on the plate, picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a small piece of fish, and dipped it in a little rich soup. After entering, Jiang Xinyan frowned slightly and put down his chopsticks. In his mind, the figure in the blue robe appeared again naturally. In terms of cooking skills, Lu Chaoga is definitely not a real top chef in the profound sky realm. But everyone's personal taste is different. His cooking skills may not be the best in the world, but he is the most suitable for Jiang Xinyan. Because each of his dishes was learned for her, and they were improved again and again based on her personal preferences. Therefore, he is not the best in the world, but her best. This caused Jiang Xinyan to travel around Qingzhou to taste his dishes after eating his dishes, always feeling that something was missing. She actually began to miss the days of living in Momin. Jiang Xinyan took off the jade gourd around his waist and took a sip of the spirit wine, Chuanmian. Not as good as him. Chapter 154. 152, The One Gun Under the Moonlight. In the Zuaxian building, Jiang Xinyan no longer moved his chopsticks, but drank alone. After the revision of Lu Chaoga, Lingjiu Chuanmian was added with vermilion bird fruit, which tasted even better than before. It's just that she, who used to prefer to drink alone, now feels a little less flavorful when she is drinking alone in the private room. She has an indifferent temperament and has always been a loner. After living in Momin for a long time, she became a little accustomed to drinking with Lu Chaoga in a subtle way. After drinking a lot of spring sleep, Jiang Xinyan's eyes were slightly blurred, and then he raised the jade gourd in his hand and gave a toast to the void, like a toast. After doing this, she felt a little silly, so she took back the jade gourd in her hand embarrassedly. She thinks she's been getting weirder lately. I often think of that person, and often think of the time I lived in Momin. Every time I eat a dish, I can't help but compare it with what he cooks. She couldn't understand herself more and more. At this moment, the storyteller of Zuixanlu has quietly come to power. Holding a folding fan, he began to stand on the stage, telling stories that were popular all over Qingzhou during this period. It's nothing more than asking Jianrui about those things. Yesterday, he talked about the battle against the sea between two great practitioners. Today, he began to talk about the leader of the young generation in Qingzhou, who has recently become popular, Lu Chaoge. Before telling the story of Jianrui, he folded his fan and said lightly, "It is said that Lu Chaoge, the head of the Momin, will be shocked by anyone who has seen it, and his charm is unparalleled, and I don't know if it's true or not." Jiang Xinyan sat in the private room and listened, and Lu Chaoge's appearance quickly appeared in his mind. As for Momin's question about Sword Day, she had heard 9 storytellers talk about it during her travels during this period of time. Everyone says the same thing, with slightly different exaggerations. But no matter what, this made Jiang Xinyan realize something. Friend Lu's cultivation has improved again. Lu Chaoge is the fastest growing in strength among the people she has seen. She couldn't help thinking of what Wanyan Taoshu said to her. It told her that perhaps years later, she might not be worthy of Lu Chaoge in terms of strength. At this moment, Mr. Storyteller stood on the stage, eloquent. Mingming asked Jianrui that something happened in the day, and it was clear that Jiang Xinyan knew the final result, no matter how Mr. But she was still fascinated. Every time she heard these stories, she felt regretful. It would be interesting to watch it on the spot. At the same time, it also made her have more self-doubt. She is indifferent by nature and has no interest in many things except food and wine. But as long as it was about Lu Chaoge, she would be extra concerned. Just like Lu Chaoge's evaluation of her, Jiang Xinyan is a cool woman. Since she is a cool woman, she naturally lives a free and easy life. Why? Jiang Xinyan didn't understand. In fact, she already had guesses in her heart, but she didn't want to face her heart. When the storyteller finished talking about the question about the sword, it naturally aroused applause. Some people started begging for money with the plate, and soon, a large ingot of silver fell from a height and happened to land in the center of the plate. This silver came from the hands of Jiang Xinyan in the private room. At this time, after throwing out the silver, she was raising her palm, her eyes blurred. There is a peach imprint here, but it is hidden on weekdays. But no matter what, a man and a woman have such a connection in the palm of their hand. Always revealed the slightest ambiguous atmosphere. The 10,000 years peach tree loves people as a matchmaker. It loves this ambiguous atmosphere too much. But looking at it, a glimmer of light began to appear in Jiang Xinyan's palm. The peach imprint suddenly appeared, exuding a faint brilliance. In an instant, she sensed where Lu Chaoge was and the state of his body at the moment. The next moment, the private seat of Zuixanlu was empty. Under the call of the master, the dark crow flew quickly from a distance. It can feel the anxiety of the owner at the moment. This is the first time that the master has seen such an appearance. He was clearly trying his best to fly, but Jiang Xinyan kept urging him. These days, she has not left Qingzhou, and there is another purpose, that is Mingbanqin. It is said that when a person flips a coin, the moment the coin is tossed, the answer will be obtained in his heart. For Jiang Xinyan, when the peach imprint in his hand lights up, he already has the answer he wants. Even though she hadn't even reached the battlefield yet, the pitch-black spear was already in her hand. There was endless killing intent in her eyes. This woman, who is like a woman who does not eat fireworks in the 9 heavens, and who is extremely indifferent to others, has a great murderous intention at this moment. In the mountain ghost valley, Lu Chaoga flew upside down. His ice and fire wings were a bit weaker than before, and they couldn't protect him for too long. But at this time, he still hadn't found the most suitable time to strike. With Qi Zhao's complete awakening, he discovered that the meatball in his wings gradually became transparent. Inside the translucent sphere, he saw a human face. It is Yaoi. It's just that Yaoi is dead, and she is still dead. The system has given Lu Chaoga a reward of 1.2 million experience points. It can only be said that everything is exactly as Lu Chaoga expected. This Qi Xiao was reborn from Yaoyi's corpse. How Zai Weiwei did this, Lu Chaoga didn't know. But intuition tells him that there may be Qi Zhao's weakest point. Being knocked flying again and again, the ruthlessness in his heart was completely aroused. There is no fear of words in this dictionary, so I decided to give it a go. Not too late, he unsheathed it in his hand, and the dark sword body flashed a faint light. His slightly hunched body sank more and more, and his dark golden eyes stared at the face in the center of Qi Xiao. It's a pity not to draw a sword with such a charming face, Lu Chaoga muttered to himself. The next moment, he moved. For Lu Chaoga, all the swordsmanships he has learned so far have a unified feature, that is, only attacking, not defending. Whether it's the nameless swordsmanship he named, normal attack, or slow voice, it's the same. These two swordsmanships should have been created by the first generation Sword Sovereign, which made Lu Chaoga have no doubts. Could the first generation Sword Sovereign be a senior reckless man? Mang is over. Defend the fart, everyone has been killed, who can kill me? Normal attack has its own crit, and the advantage of slow sound is a quick word. As long as the timing is right, it can produce a fast, accurate, and ruthless effect. 3 points are destined, 7 points depend on hard work. The remaining 90 points go all the way. For a person who doesn't know what fear is, this kind of killer move is indeed suitable. It was obvious that Qi Xiao, who had just woken up, was just when his appetite was bursting. It won't stop talking just because there is a charm 10 in front of it. Therefore, after several unsuccessful attempts, it is afraid that it will also attack with all its strength. Facing this cultivator who was like an ant in his eyes, Qi Xiao did not dodge, but took the initiative to move forward. Its huge wings directly blocked the moonlight in the sky. The two great formations beside Lu Chaoga were like wings of ice and fire. Qi Xiao dived down, and Lu Chaoga jumped up. He changed from holding a sword in one hand to two. Under the moonlight, this high-jumping figure no longer stooped. This jump cut made the surging sword Qi and sword intent draw an astonishing arc in the dark night. The corners of his mouth rose, and there was a rare youthful spirit and recklessness on his body. The ice and fire wings collided with Qi Zhao's huge wings, and the violent aftermath made Lu Chaoga's skin torn apart in an instant. The tiger's mouth on his hands was directly split, and the blood was blurred. There was also a bloodstain on Zhang Fengshen's handsome face. This bloodstain did not have any sense of poignancy, on the contrary, it added a touch of decisiveness. It's now. Lu slammed forward towards the singers, not too late. The tip of the sword broke through the air, leaving a bloodstain on the charming face. It was the same location as the bloodstains on Lu Chaoga's face, both on the left side of his face. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. After the sword was over, Lu Chaoga's whole body began to fall. Qi Xiao let out a shrill and angry cry. The sound was sharp, piercing the eardrum like a baby crying. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Lu Chaoga's ear. Ding. The promotion task has been completed. It's just that under these circumstances, he didn't have time to draw the additional rewards of the orange level quest. His falling body was a little out of control, and the mad Qishao was flying towards him from a height. Compared with the wings that are dozens of meters long, the falling Lu Chaoga is incomparably descriptive. But in this situation where the palms were already bloody, this man who was not afraid of pain and ignoring his fears still clenched the "not too late" in his hands, and the rotten flesh on his palms continued to seep blood as he exerted force. His dark golden eyes were still calm, still indifferent, still full of killing intent. The blood-stained cyan robe fluttered in the air, like a kite with a broken string. But under these circumstances, what Lu Chaoga thought was, if I have to hand over a resurrection coin later, I must slash it harder. He noticed that this newborn Qishao seemed to be afraid of pain, but he wasn't. Lu Chaoga is ready, and later he will use the experience points that he can divert to upgrade, and then when he pays a resurrection coin, he will make this stupid bird pay the maximum price. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and caught Lu Chaoga, who was falling. Jiang Xinyan's left hand had already held Lu Chaoga firmly, and in those normally calm eyes of Gu Jing, there was a complicated expression. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Chaoga, and her left hand was holding him tightly. Then, the woman moved towards the sky without looking back, and handed out the long spear, clenched in her right hand. This shot contained the most fiery killing intent in her life. She is obviously a practitioner of spring and autumn mountain, and all other desires except the desire for words have been reduced a little. She is obviously colder than normal people, she is obviously more free and easy than normal people, she is obviously more indifferent than normal people. Obviously, clearly. A pitch-black spear pierced the night sky. The dazzling spear glows with endless killing intent. The cultivator of the fifth realm Dzogchen burst out with terrifying power at this moment. This shot made the surrounding world change color. The stars in the night sky were eclipsed by this dazzling spear. When he was in Momen, Jiang Xinyan didn't understand. In front of the ancient tree, Jiang Xinyan did not understand. Traveling all over Qingzhou, Jiang Xinyan still didn't understand. But at the moment when the peach blossoms lit up, but at this moment, this cold woman, this woman with a little indifference in her bones, clearly understood. She saw that all living beings are like grass and trees, but you are the Green Mountain. Second update of PS, it is about to fall into the top 20 of the monthly pass. Total list, the last 2 days of the end of the month, go to the monthly pass. Chapter 155. 153, kill you within 10 breaths. Jiang Xinyan protected Lu Chaoga and landed safely. Her knees were slightly bent, her eyes were only looking at Lu Chaoga, and she didn't even look back at Qishao. The long spear in his hand stabbed backwards, giving Lu Chaoga a long-lost sense of familiarity. In the last life, he had seen her master shoot too many times, and in this life, it was the first time he saw her shoot with all her strength. Jiang Xinyan's spear is actually somewhat similar to Lu Chaoga's, not too late, both are pitch black, without any variegation. The length of the entire long spear is about 2 meters, and the spear point is sharp, but there is no red tassel. The overall shape is actually slightly different from most guns. This long spear kills decisively, and it is stained with an unknown amount of evil blood. The name is Shixia. Lu Chaoga had seen Jiang Xinyan holding Shixia in his previous life, and single-handedly killed a strange beast with a strength as high as the 6th realm. The cultivation path of body refinement flow becomes more and more difficult. as it progresses to the later stage, but once one can cultivate to the fifth realm, the outbreak of combat power is extremely terrifying, and it is not a problem to kill people by leaps and bounds. It is also for this reason that Jiangxinyan is not a high-level cultivation base in Chuanqiao Mountain, but he can become a deacon. To be precise, in the four major sects of the Profound Sky Realm, all the deacons and elders have cultivation bases above the sixth realm or above, and she is the only deacon in the fifth realm. The sect master of Spring and Autumn Mountain once said that if Jiangxinyan can successfully break through and reach the sixth realm, then, at the moment when she breaks through, in all the sixth realms in the entire Profound Sky realm, her combat power will at least be able to rank first. 3. It would be even more terrifying if she was approached in the range of level 61 to 70, as long as she can reach level 61, she can walk sideways. This is the terrifying aspect of body refinement flow. It's just that when Lu Chaoge apprenticed in his previous life, Jiangxinyan was the fifth realm of great perfection, and when he passed through, Jiangxinyan was still the fifth realm of great perfection. This road is too difficult to walk. She needs an opportunity, a chance, and a good fortune. At this moment, the spear light arrived in front of the face at the center of Qi Xiao in an instant. This terrifying shot made it have to temporarily avoid the edge and chose to block the face with its wings. A shrill hissing sound came out. Qi Xiao's wings were badly injured by the gunshot, and its blood bar dropped significantly. This cool sister is still as fierce as ever. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but said in his heart. This is also because she is not close. Once she is within 10 meters of her body, it will really be the time of death. Fellow Taoist, wait for my 10 breaths. Jiangxinyan looked at the bloodstain on Lu Chaoge's face and said. The next moment, her whole person disappeared instantly. The endless killing intent made the spear, Xixia, in her hand become excited. The spear spirit of this killing spear can feel the owner's anger at the moment. It was the first time that such a strong emotion was felt in the owner. Because of the Spring and Autumn Mountain exercises, Jiangxinyan's emotional ups and downs are lower than ordinary people, but her murderous intention at this moment has reached an unprecedented peak. Lu Chaoge sat cross-legged, and Jiangxinyan said that when she was 10 breaths, he really started to count. 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangxinyan, who had disappeared, appeared less than 100 meters away from Qi Xiao. The spear light streaked across the night sky, and Qi Xiao was completely unavoidable. Qi Xiao, who was famous for his speed, could not catch up with this woman. Boom dash, Qi Xiao's wings swung out of the wall of fire, but were directly torn apart by the spear. This shot hit Qi Xiao's left wing firmly, making its scarlet red wings. It began to be bloody and bloody black. The blood dripped to the ground, causing the soil to burn. 2. Lu Chaoge continued to count. High in the sky, after Jiangxinyan swung a gun, the whole person disappeared again, and when she appeared, the distance from Qi Xiao was shortened by another 10 meters. Although this alien beast has just woken up, it is not stupid. It's been trying to distance itself. But its retreat is simply not as good as the opponent's advance. Xixia's spear globe bloomed in the night sky. Although Qi Xiao fought hard to resist, there was still a bloodstain on the face of the person in the center. Coincidentally, Lu Chaoge's sword was tit for tat, and at the same position, Yu Qixiao's face was slashed with a sword. And the position of this gun also fell on this scar, so that the wound in this position penetrated half of the face. The delicate and charming face became terrifying and ugly in an instant, and the dark blood seeped from the wound, making this expressionless face completely awakened and turned hideous. Qi Zhao's power skyrocketed again, reaching the terrifying 5th realm great. Perfection, level 60. With the same level, Jiang Xinyan with a cold face disappeared again. 3. Lu Chaoge counted. The distance between one person and one beast has once again narrowed to 10 meters. After Qi Zhao's face woke up, a layer of scarlet crystal plating was added to its wings, and at the same time, the wounds on its wings healed instantly. The scratches on Karen's face still exist, and there is a black airflow that diffuses out, making the whole face a little blurry. As if under the billowing black smoke, a face was being swallowed by the darkness. Jiang Xinyan didn't shoot this time, she was still trying to get closer. 4. At the 4th breath, this great practitioner of body refinement has pulled the distance to within 50 meters. And at this moment, Qi Xiao found the right time. The crimson gold plating on its wings exploded instantly, and the ice crystal fragments that filled the sky were like tens of thousands of thorns, and they carried crimson flames. Jiang Xinyan had no intention of dodging. The air in her body surged in an instant, and her skin, which seemed to be smooth, was able to withstand the attack of the thorns all over the sky. She was unscathed, but the hair band that tied the 3,000 blue silk into a high ponytail was cut off by the spikes, causing her long hair to hang down naturally, with a chance of fluttering in front of her face, but her temperament did not change because of this. Adding to the softness, it looks even more sassy. 5. Only 40 meters left. At this time, the Xixia in Jiang Xinyan's hand moved. She swept forward, and the arc of the gun body swept like a half-moon. The flames around Qi Xiao were torn apart by the spear, and Jiang Xinyan hit Qi Zhao's left wing. The injury to the wings caused Qi Zhao's speed to drop for a moment. 6. Only 30 meters left. As the distance got closer, Jiang Xinyan's gun power continued to rise. Lu Chaoge was all too familiar with this. This cool lady is playing a lot. What she wants is the kind of one-on-one, life and death. Those indifferent beautiful eyes stared directly at the bewitching pupils on the face of Qi Zhao's center, and the hand she held in the center of the spear began to move down. 7. 20 meters left. Jiang Xinyan changed from holding a gun in one hand to 2 hands. 8. The last 10 meters. A distance of 10 meters is already equivalent to being close. The practitioner who has been refining the body is close, which means that the scythe of the god of death has touched your neck. Qi Xiao let out a shrill neigh, and endless fear appeared on that face. Will die. 9. When Lu Chaoge spat out the number, he had already guessed the ending. Jiang Xinyan appeared again and jumped to the face. On Qi Zhao's meatball, the Yao Yi's face showed horror, shock, and grief. Its wings began to wrap towards the center, but it was too late. Dash. The long spear, Xixia, pierced the eyebrows of the face in an instant. The huge force exploded around, causing the entire face to be destroyed instantly, and the translucent meatball was also shattered with a single shot. Incomparably tyrannical guns, from top to bottom. Jiang Xinyan's entire body was tilted high in the sky, and the gun pressed down on Qi Xiao at high altitude, all the way down. Dropped from the sky. 10. When Lu Chaoge spit out this number, his voice could not be heard around him. Because his voice has been covered by a huge roar. The huge red owl slammed to the ground, setting off a sky of dust and gravel. The power of Jiang Xinyan's gun caused cracks in the center of the entire mountain ghost valley, and huge deep pits began to spread around. In the endless smoke and dust, Lu Chaoge saw this tall woman with a gun in one hand appear beside him. 10 breaths, really only 10 breaths. Qi Zhao's blood bar had bottomed out, and in just 10 breaths, this cool Sister completely eliminated this ancient alien beast. The situation is completely unilateral crushing. This was unexpected by Lu Chaoge. She is stronger than my impression, Lu Chaoge said in his heart. In fact, the bottleneck of Jiang Xinyan, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is indeed loose. The exercises of Chuanqiu Mountain are about desire. She has found someone who can make the most delicious thing in the world for her. At the same time, there may be another desire. At this moment, the woman with the spear in her hand is already half-stepped. In Lu Chaoge's view, it is not easy for Aunt Ning of the Sixth Realm to beat Jiang Xinyan. The aftermath of Qi Zhao's sudden landing soon spread to Lu Chaoge's side. Lu Chaoge knew that Jiang Xinyan would definitely leave here with him and avoid the rocks. Anyway, you want to hug, why not take the initiative yourself? Therefore, this man, who was obviously seriously damaged, didn't know where the strength came from, but he shamelessly took the initiative to embrace Jiang Xinyan's slender waist. To be honest, Lu Chaoge didn't do it on purpose either, because similar episodes had happened several times in his previous life, and his body was also a bit conditioned. Believe it or not, it's a reflection. This action made Jiang Xinyan's body instantly tense and then stiffen. The warm feeling from her waist made her go numb. It made her forget to dodge for a while. The aftermath hit Jiang Xinyan's back, and she was naturally unscathed, but it also caused her body to move forward slightly. I see that all living beings are like grass and trees, but you are the green mountain. In this way, she and Qing Shan collided with each other. The first update of PS, the last day of January, ask for a monthly pass. If you don't vote again, it will be void. The total monthly pass list is actually in the top 20. Chapter 156. 154, Great Harvest, thanks to the leader of the book. Friend Tmiao. The moon is very round today. No, the moon is so soft today. The moon even smells a little sweet. Looking up at the sky, Lu Chaoge encountered a foul player who rammed the ball into someone. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground. With his severely damaged body, he couldn't stand up straight. Therefore, he could only stand up slightly to stop Jiang Xinyan's slender waist. In addition, Jiang Xinyan was tall and tall, with a model height of 1.7 meters, which caused Lu Chaoge's nose to face somewhere, and then had a brief suffocation and encountered the legendary facial cleanser. Although they were separated in an instant, it still made the atmosphere into an embarrassment. Fortunately, it was only silent for a few seconds, and something broke the strange atmosphere that had dropped to freezing point at the moment. Be careful, Lu Chaoge said. Dark gold appeared between Lu Chaoge's eyes like a tide, and then caused his eyes to be completely golden. He saw the translucent and ferocious Qi Xiao attacking Jiang Xinyan. Huh? Why haven't you died yet? Aren't the spirits of alien beasts very weak? Lu Chaoge felt puzzled. Don't talk about martial arts, but also engage in the last sneak attack. To be precise, this Qi Zhao's divine soul gave Lu Chaoge a totem-like feeling. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. Although Lu Chaoge's body was damaged, the power of his consciousness was still there. The heart sword on the second floor cut out an invisible sword. In an instant, slicing the translucent scarlet owl into two pieces. Half completely turned into nothingness. And when Qi Xiao dissipated, a piece of vellum materialized out, slowly, falling from midair, and landed in the deep pit. This is really a skin, just don't know what it is. On this piece of skin, a lifelike red owl is drawn. It's just that at first glance, this red owl feels like a real living thing. But in a flash, this feeling dissipates. The pattern on the vellum has lost its previous vividness. Lu Chaoga lost a detection in the past, and the feedback information he got was, that is to say, with the detection authority that his current character level has, he cannot conduct exploration. But it doesn't matter, there is a 10,000-year lowly demon at home. She loves to collect ZUA chapters so much, I don't know how many demon cultivators of the ZUA society have been killed, so I took this thing back and asked her. It is uncertain, and it can be exchanged for equivalent with OUU. With a click of his finger, the thing floated into his hand, and then he put it into the storage ring. Thank you, fellow Taoist, Jiang Xinyan said to Lu Chaoga. She is a body refining cultivator, and there are very few effective means that she can do to attack the soul, which is the biggest flaw of the body refining stream. If Lu Chaoga hadn't used Heart Sword just now, she would have been very troubled. I should thank you. Lu Chaoga smiled. People came all the way to save their lives, this is a great favor. Leave here first, I'll find a place to heal fellow Taoists, Jiang Xinyan said. She cast a spell to deal with Qi Zhao's body, and the dark crow, who had been hiding in the dark and trembling, landed beside the two of them and then flew to the heights with the two of them. When the dark crow flew to the sky, the two looked down. At this time, the mountain Ghost Valley still has its previous appearance. First, it was chopped apart by Lu Chaoga's sword, and then Jiang Xinyan smashed into a huge pit, which was completely out of shape. Jiang Xinyan looked at all this with confusion on his face. In fact, up to now, she still doesn't know the ins and outs of the matter. She just saw the peach blossom mark lit up, so she came here as fast as possible, and then saw Qi Xiao dare to hurt Lu Chaoga. Killed it, that's all. You don't have to wonder, fellow Taoist, I cut this sword mark. Lu Chaoga was half lying on the dark crow and said calmly. Jiang Xinyan looked back at him, there was a slight wave in those calm eyes. And he said frankly, I may not be able to catch this sword. Humble. Lu Chaoga said. Lu Chaoga's sword in the fifth realm, in the entire profound sky realm, I am afraid that few practitioners in the fifth realm can catch it, even some practitioners of the great perfection. But Jiang Xinyan can definitely take this sword, she is definitely one of the few. She glanced at the sword of life that Lu Chaoga was holding in her arms, not too late, and said, Friend Taoist, is the sword of life unsheathed? Lu Chaoga nodded and said, 10 years to raise a sword for today. Is it a demon cultivator and an alien beast? Jiang Xinyan asked. Yes, but the enemy who killed my parents was also killed. Lu Chaoga looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and said lightly. This made Jiang Xinyan speechless for a while, and she was not good at speaking comforting words. Only at this time did she know that the reason why Lu Chaoga sealed the sword was for revenge. The dark crow soon landed in front of a secluded cave, the lonely man and the widow entered the cave. Lu Chaoga sat down cross-legged, Jiang Xinyan gave him a valuable elixir, and then used his own. The spiritual power will help him sort out the meridians and speed up the healing effect of the elixir. Lu Chaoga was not idle at all. He seemed to be meditating, but in fact he believed in the reins, letting Jiang Xinyan tinker with his own body, and he himself opened the system interface. In the death of Qi Xiao, Lu Chaoga could barely be regarded as assisting in the killing. After all, he also gave Qi Xiao a sword before and deducted a little blood for it. Then, Qi Xiao's soul was also beheaded by him, which was also counted by the system. Therefore, he was also rewarded with 300,000 experience points. For him, this is not the big head is the task, Ziyue gathering, that he received before. After Qi Xiao was beheaded, the task was finally marked as completed. Although it is almost twists and turns, it is time to receive the task reward. Lu Chaoge directly chose to receive it, with great expectations in his heart. According to the final settlement of the system, Lu Chaoge's personal completion is extremely high. After all, except for the last Qi Shao, all the demon cultivators and alien beasts at the Ziyue gathering were all killed by him. The rewarded experience value is as high as 3.5 million points, and he also gave him a hidden message about the Purple Moon Club. Seriously, the reward for experience points is less than Lu Chaoge expected. From this, it can be seen that this hidden information may be very important. And this information may be extremely precious. That is a new coordinate. Lu Chaoge thought it would be another stronghold of Ziwiwi in other places. In the profound sky realm, but it turned out to be Ziyue Altar. Purple Moon Altar, what is this? Lu Chaoge was puzzled. Could it be related to Yaoi's mutation? She had a red owl on her back, and finally turned into a red owl after her death. This is definitely the big secret of the Purple Moon Club. Who wouldn't want to catch a big secret? As for the Love War Guild, which specialized in the Ziwiwi line in the previous life, it seems that it has not yet reached this level. The system marked a warm reminder after the coordinates. Here it is recommended that players form a group to go after level 50. After level 50, do you still want to start a group? Lu Chaoge was slightly taken aback. It seems that this copy is extremely difficult. Of course, after this warm reminder fell into his eyes, the effective information obtained was automatically converted into, after level 50, I can go alone. This coordinate was recorded silently by Lu Chaoge. Although he still seems to be far away from the fifth realm, he thinks it will not be long. The 3.8 million experience points were recorded, so that in addition to the experience points that he had frozen, the experience points that he could use had skyrocketed again, plus the remaining ones, there were still more than 5 million. And now, he only needs 300,000 experience points to upgrade from level 30 to level 31. At the moment, the promotion task has also been completed, which means that Lu Chaoge can break through to the third realm at any time. It's just that before that, he still has additional rewards for the orange level promotion task to receive. At level 10, I gave the Spirit Enlightenment coupon, and at level 20, I gave the copy coupon, and I don't know what to give at level 30. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. In fact, it can be seen that the things given by the orange level promotion task are regular. To be precise, as long as it is a promotion task above the blue level, there will be additional rewards. And since it is a promotion task, then the things given must be in line with the current character level, or the most useful thing for the player at the moment. For example, Qiling was in the great perfection of the first realm, and after passing this village, there is no such shop. At level 20, players' demand for magic weapons has increased, and the magic of copy coupon can be withdrawn. Level 30, what is the most useful thing for players? Lu Chaoge already had a few guesses in his mind. But when he received the mission reward, it still surprised him. But it was unexpected and reasonable. Sword Intent Upgrade Coupon can only be used at the current level. This made Lu Chaoge excited. Indeed, normally, sword cultivators would choose to learn Sword Intent when they were in their 30s. When the character level is low, killing a small monster or doing some tasks will only give you a little bit of experience. If you need to save 1 million, what year and month will it take? And if you don't upgrade all the time, just to save the 1 million, it means that most of the things under the normal plot line are not related to you. Others made a fortune following the main storyline, and you were still cutting porcupines outside the novice village. Others are flying to the ground, grabbing all kinds of resources and gaining all kinds of good fortune, and you are still cutting porcupines outside the novice village. Others are starting to compete for the major lists. You reading. www.sonicmtl.com is in the limelight one by one, and you are still cutting porcupines outside the novice village. Tianxuanji can be understood as a real otherworldly existence. It is not a rigid game. The copy is there, opening the door for you, and you can enter and exit as you go, unlimited times. Many things in Tianxuanji are one-offs. Therefore, if you do this, you will actually lose more than you gain. This is like the golden age many years ago on the earth. If you stubbornly trap yourself in a ravine, you will miss countless wonderful things. It is precisely because of this that this game is more like a financial management game when using experience points. That's why I have data for a few days, and I came to the conclusion that learning Sword Intent at more than 30 levels is the most beneficial. Then, the orange level quest rewards a Sword Intent upgrade coupon can only be used at the current level, which is reasonable. However, Lu Chaoga is too special. He has level 3 Sword Intent. Every time the Sword Intent is upgraded, the experience value consumed is doubled. Level 2 to level 3 costs 4 million, and level 3 to level 4 costs a full 8 million. It's posted. Lu Chaoga shook his body with excitement. And his trembling frightened Jiang Xinyan, who was healing for him. Second update of PS, thanks to book friend Tmiao for the reward of 100,000 starting coins. I feel that my game text is still very conscientious. I never list too many data words, and I don't often write various panel words. The last day of January, give me the monthly pass, and February guaranteed monthly pass. Chapter 157. 155, ambiguous, thanks to the leader of the book. Friend Uka Liang. In the cave, Jiang Xinyan was concentrating on healing Lu Chaoga. His sudden tiger body shook and his whole body trembled so much that Jiang Xinyan misunderstood whether something happened in the middle. But she saw that Lu Chaoga's chest was rising and falling steadily, his breathing was long, and the spiritual power in his body was not disordered. After careful investigation, she felt relieved and continued to guide the efficacy of the spirit pill. At this moment, Lu Chaoga is in a very excited state. An upgrade ticket worth 8 million experience points. For ordinary sand sculpture players, it's worth up to 1 million. It's a pity that this Sword Intent upgrade ticket can only be used at the current level, that is to say, it can only be used at the current level. Use it to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, otherwise, Lu Chaoga will probably grit his teeth and find a way to level up Jenny first. Of course, the main premise is that he has to obtain one more kendo qualification. His current kendo aptitude is only 3 points, which means that whether it is Sword Intent, or Heart Sword, or all his swordsmanship skills, the upper limit can only be 3. Therefore, he still can't rise. It's terrible, blame me for being too strong. Lu Chaoga sighed in his heart. The tens of thousands of times is indeed me.jpg. The progress is so fast that it is impossible to keep up. Fortunately, when Momen is promoted to the 8th rank sect, he can get 1 point of kendo qualifications again. This made him not so anxious. As far as he is concerned, the results this time are actually only half finished. After all, to destroy the stronghold of the Purple Moon Society here, the system reward is one thing, and killing monsters and blasting things is another. It's just that the corpses of the alien beasts and the storage rings of the demon cultivators are kept at the place of Lu Dongli, the chief butler of Momin. I don't know where Xiao Lizi is now, or what he's doing. Lu Chaoge thought to himself, I think he should be very worried about me. The top-grade elixir that Jiang Xinyan took for Lu Chaoge was very effective, which nourished Lu Chaoge's severely damaged body. The dignified and half-step 6th-level great cultivator is now serving him like a little nurse, which makes him feel a little bit of enjoyment. What's more, this person is the teacher of the previous life. Thinking of this, he still made up his mind about what Jiang Xinyan would look like in a nurse's uniform. It's just that this woman has a cold temperament and lacks a sense of approachability. Even if she is an angel in white, she will still have a sense of distance. However, with her tall figure, wearing white silk must be very fragrant. After the drug effect was completely stimulated, Jiang Xinyan opened his beautiful eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu Chaoge moved his body and bowed to Jiang Xinyan. He felt that he was in good shape, and his health bar had returned to 2/3. Although he is not as fierce as usual, but at least he is no longer the empty son. He looked at Jiang Xinyan, smiled and said, this time I really owe a great debt to fellow Taoists. It is a life-saving grace, and it is also a kind of healing. He also joked, if it is according to the novel, routine, if the savior is really ugly, then you can only be a bull and a horse in your next life, and like a fellow Taoist, I am afraid that you will have to promise yourself. Jiang Xinyan heard the words, and there was a slight red glow on his cold face. Fellow Taoist has started to talk nonsense again. Jiang Xinyan had long been accustomed to Lu Chaoge's astonishing words. His way of speaking was different from many others, occasionally making her feel weird, and occasionally finding it a little funny. At this time, she paid attention to the jade card on Lu Chaoge's chest. Following her line of sight, Lu Chaoge looked down at the jade plaque and said, thanks to the jade plaque gifted by the Taoist friend, otherwise I would not have been able to make the Taoist friend come. After speaking, he picked up the jade plaque, gently rubbing his fingers on the jade surface. He said, unfortunately, after the formation was triggered, the jade card was completely ineffective. Not only did the effect of meditation disappear, but cracks appeared. The back of the jade plaque is engraved with the word N, and now there are cracks in the middle of the word. Jiang Xinyan looked at the word N and felt his body froze, not daring to look directly at Lu Chaoge. At the beginning, she left after leaving the jade card, and she didn't need to face Lu Chaoge, who received the jade card. Now that the two of them are face to face, discussing this jade card, it still makes her a bit reserved and shy of her daughter's family. The word N is somewhat ambiguous. Since it's useless, you might as well return it to me, fellow Taoist. Jiang Xinyan whispered. That won't work. How can there be a reason to return something that was given away? Lu Chaoge smiled and said, what's more, I'm showing affection. He said, not only did he not return it, but he also made a point of it. Pulling his own neckline, he put the jade card into the neckline, and stored it close to the body, so that the anzi was close to his skin. This action of his made the atmosphere more and more inexplicable. Wonderful. This made Jiang Xinyan's delicate face show a slight blush again, as if he drank a whole pot of spring sleep in one breath. Loving someone has a voice. The world is emotional, but in the midsummer white porcelain plum soup, the broken ice hits the wall with a clanging sound. In the silence, Jiang Xinyan seemed to hear his own thunderous heartbeat. It is dawn. This restless night just passed. And the sensation caused, but still continues. The entire form of Tiangshuanji, which is related to the popularity of Lu Chaoge and Yaoxiao, has never dropped. The video of him drawing the sword has been watched repeatedly by countless people. After watching the video, the Momin players felt as though they had taken a reassurance pill. What about the 9-rank Sect? Didn't you see that our boss was so dick? 30 years of Hedong, 30 years of Heshi, don't bully the poor. Of course, more people are paying attention to the current situation of Lu Chaoga. Did he kill Qi Xiao? Where is he now? No one thinks that Lu Chaoga will die, because everyone has already determined that he is the son of heaven and the protagonist in Tianxuanji. If he dies, wouldn't the game crash? I'm really thankful for your trust in me. Lu Chaoga swiped the forum only to find it a little funny. But in any case, his popularity has risen again, and at the same time, more players have realized the potential of Momin. This is of great benefit for future development. As soon as it was dawn, Jiang Xinyan got up and left. It's not that she left Lu Chaoga here alone, but she went to a nearby shop that sold elixir to buy some elixir for Lu Chaoga. She looks like a little daughter-in-law at home. Early in the morning, Lu Chaoga gave Lu Dongli a flying sword biography. This little flying sword is used for communication between brother and sister. It has the imprint of the two people's consciousness on it, which can be used to report safety. However, he also plans to return to Momin, although it is interesting to be alone with a man and a widow. In fact, when he played Tianxuanji in his previous life, the reason why Lu Chaoga worshipped Jiang Xinyan as his teacher was because she was strong enough, and because her appearance really fit Lu Chaoga's aesthetic. It's just that after almost full of her favorability, he crossed over not long after. And for Lu Chaoga at that time, Tianxuanji was just a game. As it is now, this is his life. Jiang Xinyan soon returned to the cave with the medicinal pill he just bought. She took out the elixir from the storage ring and let Lu Chaoga take it immediately. This woman, who is indifferent by nature and has no waves in the ancient well, seems to be in a hurry because of Lu Chaoga's injury. The iceberg is no longer iced. After Lu Chaoga thanked him, he took the medicine pill without too much shirk or politeness. Anyway, 80% of them will be a family in the future, so why is it so clear? What is there to say? A teacher for one day, a wife for life. It's just that the two of them are still in an ambiguous state for the time being. This feeling is actually very high, and it's interesting to last a little longer. On the other hand, for Lu Chaoga, the time has not come. Fellow Daoist, why don't you come back to the sect with me first? Lu Chaoga suggested. That would be annoying. Jiang Xinyan did not refuse. The two got on the dark crow together, and then flew towards the direction of the Momin. Along the way, the two chatted as usual. Lu Chaoga asked a question that he was very curious about. Dao you made a breakthrough in the battle with Qi Xiao? Jiang Xinyan nodded and said, I'm stuck at the bottleneck of the 5th realm. Great perfection. It has been many years, and I have not been able to find an opportunity to break through. I did not expect that the bottleneck has been loosened, and it has reached half a step and 6 realms. After saying that, she glanced at Lu Chaoga and was embarrassed to tell her what she had learned. The reason is actually him. I really want to congratulate fellow Daoist. Lu Chaoga naturally hoped that Jiang Xinyan would be as strong as possible. He took advantage of the situation and said, why isn't that fellow Taoist retreating in my Momin retreat? At the realm of Jiang Xinyan, although the bottleneck has been loosened, it will definitely not be able to completely break through for a while. It appears to be just a thin film, but it is indestructible. It is as difficult as the current Lu Chaoga cannot break Jiang Xinyan's defense. Okay. Jiang Xinyan agreed. She misses the days when she lived in Momin. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is also a little greedy for the meals made by Lu Chaoga. How could Lu Chaoga not know what she was thinking, and said, "When I return to the sect, I will personally cook and reward the fellow Taoist and thank the fellow Taoist for saving his life." After Jiang Xinyan heard this sentence, his heart jumped out. The first thought that came to her was, "I said last night that I would like to show myself, how could it become a cooking reward at dawn?" She quickly shook her head, surprised that she would be so cranky. The heart is really restless. The handsome man in front of him seems to be able to tug at his heartstrings at will. Huh? What are fellow Taoists thinking? Lu Chaoga asked. No, nothing. Jiang Xinyan said softly. Do you have any dishes that fellow Taoist would like to eat? He asked again. It's okay. Jiang Xinyan replied, which was equivalent to saying casual. However, at this time, Jiang Xinyan thought of the mandarin fish in the Zuixinlu that he had only tasted, and no more. So, he opened his mouth and said, it could also be mandarin fish. Lu Chaoga couldn't help laughing when he heard the words. In front of herself, she is different from in front of others, with a little more fireworks. P.S. In the new January, please guarantee the monthly pass at the end of the list. Thanks to the leader of the book friend Uka Liang for the reward. Chapter 158. 156, Jianzuan's surprise, thanks to the poor leader. The flight speed of the dark crow is extremely fast, which is faster than the flight of an ordinary great cultivator. Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan sat on the dark crow, and they would fly back to Momen in a short time. When the dark crow flew to the vicinity of Momen, Jiang Xinyan looked down with a little surprise on his face. Because at the foot of Momen Mountain, there are still densely packed players. Although the level of Momen is notoriously difficult to pass, 100 people may not be able to pass the level. But for the players in Qingzhou, there are only two sects that they most want to join, that is, Jianzong and Momen. Who would have thought that a small sect with a system rating of the 9th grade sect would be able to keep pace with the Sword Sect, one of the 4 major sects, known as the first sect in Qingzhou. It can be seen how influential Lu Chaoga is among players today. Jiang Xinyan's beautiful eyes looked down at the crowd below, and couldn't help but glance back at Lu Chaoga. Fellow Taoist, all these people came to Momen to seek Taoism? She asked. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly and said, well, they are all people who want to worship Momen. This situation has been going on for a while. Jiang Xinyan was shocked, even if she came from Chuanqiu Mountain, one of the 4 major sects, she felt that the current situation was worthy of the word grand occasion. Both she and Ning Ying believed that the future of Momen should not be underestimated, but she did not expect it to develop so rapidly. Jiang Xinyan's consciousness spread downward, and his consciousness soon detected the checkpoints set up by Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli. With her eyesight, she can naturally see how difficult these seemingly uncomplicated levels are for those who have not yet formally cultivated. As a small school, Momen standards for accepting apprentices are a bit too strict. And when she learned that those who passed the test were just apprentices, she was even more shocked. But there was one thing that made her feel a little puzzled. Under normal circumstances, although the cultivation sects will also test other aspects when accepting apprentices, the root bones, understanding, and the like are definitely the largest. After all, this thing has a profound impact on the future path of cultivation. And it determines the upper limit of a person. Although strictly speaking, most people are unable to exert their talents to the limit, and those who can really touch their ceiling are a minority among the few. But if it reaches half of it, it must be a person with higher talent, the higher level he has reached. Those who have really worked hard to cultivate know that perseverance, hard work, and diligence are indeed important, but talent is really not impossible. When the Momen screened their disciples, it seemed that they did not consider these factors at all. These levels test, but those things that the big sects are not so focused on. It's just that these matters are related to Momen's internal considerations. She is just an outsider for the time being, and she doesn't ask or talk much. In this regard, she just silently buried this doubt in her heart. Perhaps fellow Lu Daoist has his own ideas. Jiang Xinyan thought to himself. She didn't know that most of the people in the queue below were not normal people in the true sense. Players who have templates are all cheating, and they are all open. Therefore, the regular set is not suitable for players at all. Like Jiang Xinyan, who has her own bias towards Lu Chaoga, she will filter all his actions in her mind, and then automatically rationalize them. And if other outsiders see this kind of scene, maybe they will think Momen is very funny. Regardless of aptitude, what is the use of testing things like combat awareness and reflexes? Even if it is the most capable of fighting among the scraps. Isn't that still a piece of junk? They didn't laugh at Momen or Lu Chaoga in their hearts. They will only feel that this head is still too young. And time will naturally prove everything. Since Lu Chaoga was carrying the token, the Dark Crow passed through the various restrictions outside the Momen and landed in front of the Danking Fang main hall. After Lu Dongli and others sensed all this, they immediately came out to greet them with a hurried look. Looking at the anxious crowd, Lu Chaoga waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Fellow Daoist Jiang arrived immediately and helped me kill that Qi Shao. I'm fine." Lu Dongli bowed solemnly to Jiang Xinyan and said, "Thank you, Sister Jiang, for helping." Seeing this, Luo Bing and the others hurriedly saluted. This made Jiang Xinyan somewhat at a loss. Okay, let's go to the main hall." Lu Chaoga waved his hand. In fact, the unsheathing of "Not Too Late" has only just begun to ferment in the entire Qingzhou. After the winter solstice night, countless sword cultivators in Qingzhou had the same confusion. That's why in just one night, the fact that Lu Chaoga's sword was unsheathed seemed to spread throughout Qingzhou. The speed of information dissemination in the cultivation world is actually not slow, much faster than in the mortal world. But to achieve this effect overnight is a bit outrageous. Could it be that there are countless hitters? It doesn't make sense. However, all this is no longer the point. The point is, this young sword cultivator, who is only in the second realm, has actually done such a heaven-defying thing. Many sword cultivators are even skeptical of rumors. Is it really that exaggerated? This is completely beyond everyone's imagination. How could a sword cultivator in the second realm burst out with such a powerful force? Unless many young sword cultivators may be confused and doubtful, while those senior sword cultivators and those great cultivators have thought of one person. Among the four great swords, it ranks third, the old senior, before Li Suifeng, the sect master of the sword sect. This feat of Lu Chaoga is somewhat similar to the deeds in this old senior's life. At this moment, Yu Yu and Chen Xiaoben were dining in a restaurant. After hearing the rumors outside, the two couldn't help but look at each other. Yu Yu stood up suddenly and said, "Junior brother Chen, let's go to Mountain Ghost Valley." Chen Xiao glanced at senior brother Yu Yu, who looked calm, and noticed that Yu Yu's right hand was shaking. The excitement in his heart surpassed everyone else's. Finally unsheathed? 10 years, senior brother Chaoga has been Feng Jian for 10 years. He knew very well that this sword energy was prepared by Lu Chaoga for the enemy who killed his parents, so come on, senior brother Chaoga has avenged his revenge, right? He didn't want to stay here for a moment, he wanted to go to Mountain Ghost Valley immediately, and immediately go to the place where he came out, not to late, to see what the situation was like. With a sword for 10 years, he believes that he can't do it. Along the way, Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Yu, Lu. Sect's life sword is really as strong as it is rumored to be?" "I don't know, but when I get to the place, I will meet you." Yu looked ahead and replied, "But I believe that this sword must be extraordinary." In fact, there were indeed many people in Qingzhou who went to Mountain Ghost Valley after hearing the rumors. At this moment, someone has already arrived in Mountain Ghost Valley. It was a man with an elegant temperament, as gentle as jade, with meticulously combed hair, and looked like a middle-aged scholar. He was wearing a black long gown, and the whole person suddenly appeared in the middle of the Mountain Ghost Valley, silently. He seemed to be wandering here, walking slowly and watching slowly. Every now and then he would pick up his pace, and every now and then he would stop again. The middle-aged scholar quickly walked to the place where Lu Chaoga's sword was unsheathed and killed the beast. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "This sword is sharp," he said softly. In the mouth of a middle-aged scholar, the sword that killed the flooded beast in 1 second was only taken by the word sharp. He continued to move forward and came to the place where the original backwater of a lake was located. I don't know how this middle-aged scholar did it. After taking a few steps forward, he stood at the position where Lu Chaoga had previously used his sword. In other words, he was standing in front of the door of the original demon cultivator's secret room that had been destroyed. The middle-aged scholar closed his eyes again, and then suddenly opened them. This time even he couldn't help but wonder, what a strong killing intent. The meaning, raised by a sword in the past 10 years, carries an endless chill. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years. This killing intent was completely sensed by this middle-aged scholar. Junior brother said that this young man realized the sword intent in the first realm, and in the second realm, under his guidance, he even reached the second level of the sword intent. The middle-aged scholar muttered to himself, said, "If this is the case, the sword intent contained in this sword has indeed reached the second level. And his sword intent has some meaning." This person made another comment. Then, he raised his head and glanced at the crack in the distance. It was the Mountain Ghost Valley that was split open by Lu Chaoga's sword at the peak. For ordinary great practitioners, this sword is extremely powerful, and many great practitioners will also be directly killed by this sword. For a middle-aged scholar, this sword can only be regarded as not bad. However, with the cultivation level of the second realm, even he felt shocked when he cut out this sword. No wonder the younger brother is so happy to see Hunting Xian, and thought about accepting him as his apprentice. The middle-aged scholar nodded. Frequently, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com said, "This son is extraordinary." After reading this sword, the middle-aged scholar wanted to leave the valley. But for some reason, he suddenly stopped and walked towards the left front. After walking hundreds of steps, he stopped. This is the place where Lu Chaoga swung his sword towards Qishao when he faced Qishao alone. The power of this sword is undoubtedly different from that of the sword of the past 10 years. But this sword is even more valuable in the eyes of middle-aged scholars. He could feel the indomitable advance of this sword, the decisiveness of this sword, and the recklessness of this sword. If the sword in front was an explosion after 10 years of depression, then this sword was played on the spot. But extremely beautiful. Beautiful, but also with a piece of madness. Good-natured. There was undisguised admiration in his tone. The most important thing is that he also sensed something different here, which made the middle-aged scholar with special status couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this young man a demon? He thought to himself. In his ears, the words of the younger brother echoed, "Senior brother, you are not only wrong, you are also very wrong." The middle-aged scholar looked up at the sky, and there were some waves hidden in his calm tone. "This sword is the sword intent of the third layer. Second updated PS, it's a bit late, I'm asking for a monthly pass at the beginning of the month to rush to the list, currently the 8th overall monthly pass list, but it is in jeopardy. In addition, I would like to thank the book friends The Poor and the Poor for a reward of 100,000 starting coins, and an additional leader." Chapter 159. 157, named Qingzhou. There was a cold winter wind blowing around. The middle-aged Confucian scholar, wearing a black gown, a hair crown, and meticulously combed hair, looked at the clouds in the sky, and his mood could not be calm for a long time. With his realm, he not only sensed the sword intent contained in this sword, but also reached the 3rd level, and he also found out Lu Chaoga's cultivation. The 2nd realm is great perfection, and there is still a thin line between the 3rd realm. The middle-aged scholar muttered to himself, "If the junior brother knows about this, I'm afraid that he will come to Wumingfang to find me for tea again." He shook his head and laughed. After all, this young man is now not just comprehending sword intent before the 3rd realm, but has directly reached the 3rd level of sword intent, a sword cultivator who has directly reached the 5th realm. With Ji Chongkong's temperament, if he learns of this, he will definitely run to Wuming Peak immediately. Seeing that the middle-aged scholar was not on Wuming Peak, he would definitely have to go down the mountain to look for it. If he really couldn't find it, he would probably go to the Black Bamboo Forest on Wuming Peak to sit for a long time and just wait for the rabbit. Senior brother is wrong again. Senior brother is very wrong. Senior brother is so wrong, wrong to the extreme. Ha 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 ha. I am afraid that similar words and refreshing laughter will be heard from time to time in the Black Bamboo Forest. And his favorability degree for Lu Chaoga is afraid that it will soar again because of this. Of course, the sentence is also indispensable. This sun is not weak. I was in the past. The middle-aged scholar has always been gentle in dealing with people and things. He seems to be a person who does not lose his temper. Therefore, even if he knew that because of the existence of this young man, he might continue to be ridiculed by his junior and younger brothers, but he would not feel that he would lose face or feel unhappy because of him. On the contrary, his regret was heavier. He admired this young man whom he had never seen before. It would be great if he was born 100 years earlier. The middle-aged scholar gave a wry smile. Kendo is the avenue to the sky. Since it is the avenue, the road is naturally wide and long. And on such a road, he was the only one walking at the forefront. It was indeed a bit lonely. You are lucky. The middle-aged scholar was a little envious of his sword attendant. In his opinion, Yu has a mysterious senior brother who has always been regarded as an opponent and a lifelong enemy, and now there is a Lu Chaoga who was born out of nowhere. The road of Kendo is smooth and easy. Fighting with people is a lot of fun. At this time, the middle-aged scholar suddenly thought of something. Junior brother once said that the reason why Lu Chaoga did not want to worship him as a teacher is because he already has a master. And his 10-year sword that has killed all the demon cultivators really has the taste of Senior Luo. It's been a long time since I went to visit Senior Luo, so let's go and disturb his old man today. As soon as he thought of this, the figure of the middle-aged scholar disappeared in the mountain ghost valley. After half an hour, Yu and Chen Shaokai arrived late. Naturally, the two of them did not know that Lord Jianzuan had also been here half an hour ago. Since the strength of the two is not high enough, they can't perceive much of the intent, chi, potential, and so on left here. What caused the greatest visual impact to them was naturally the deep ravine on the ground and the crack in the mountain ghost valley, slashed by the sword. Energy. This, Qin Shao looked at Jianhen, his mouth wide open. It's outrageous too. The cultivation of the second realm can actually wield a sword that this ordinary great cultivator cannot do. Yu Yu's eyes widened, her fists clenched. So strong, he said in his heart. This brought him endless excitement, as well as endless pressure. The senior brother, who beat his head crookedly again and again in his childhood, has finally shown his true brilliance in front of the world. This sword alone is enough to make him famous in Qingzhou. No, with the cultivation of the second realm, this sword is worthy of the name. Zhenqiangshuan. A sword in 10 years is so terrifying. When will I be able to take this sword? Yu Yu couldn't help but say. But for a while, he had no answer in his mind. And just as he was distracted, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Little Yu Yue, you're still a long way off. The speaker was an old man with narrowed eyes and a hunched back. Ji Chongkong also came here at some unknown time. Uncle Ji. Yu Yu hurriedly saluted. Qin Shao also immediately saluted. Disciple Qin Shao, I have seen the vice Sect master. Ji Chongkong waved his hand casually, and said, Shao Yuyue, this sword, even if you are new to the fifth realm, you will definitely not be able to catch it. As soon as these words came out, Yu Yu's body was shocked. Even if you enter the fifth realm, isn't it worthy? He became more and more absent-minded. Ji Chongkong ignored the turbulent sword attendant in his heart. But just like the sword master, he probed here. Soon, he stopped at the position where Jian Zun stood before. The next moment, the old urchin was instantly excited. The third level of sword intent. The third level of sword intent. Ha 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 ha. This kid broke through on the spot and entered the third level of sword intent. The old urchin Ji Chongkong was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The next moment, he didn't even say hello, and disappeared from here in an instant. Can't wait, I can't wait. The old man can't wait for a moment. Yu Yu and Qin Shao only heard the shouting as he left. Where is senior brother? Where is senior brother? In this situation, Yu Yu and Qin Shao looked at each other. After a long time, Qin Shao said with difficulty, Senior brother Yu Yu, the meaning of the deputy sect master, could it be that the head of the road has already understood the third level of sword intent? Yu Yu also felt unacceptable about this matter, but he knew that Uncle Ji would not be wrong. It should be like this, Yu Yu said blankly. He had just touched the threshold of the second floor of sword intent, and there was still some time before he reached the second floor. But Lu Chaoga had already left him far away in this regard, and went straight to the third floor. Ming Dynasty Gu was only a few days earlier than me, the sword intent was formed. Now, I am with Janny, and I can't even see his back. Yu Yu's heart was full of mixed feelings, and there was a sense of loss, and the whole person was broken. He realized that only by continuing to work hard can he be worthy to walk with Brother Chaoga on the road of Kendo. Practice the sword. Practice the sword. Practice the sword. Yu Yu shouted in her heart as if stimulated, like a madman. Qin Shao looked at senior brother Yu Yu, whose face was changing, and asked tentatively, this matter, do you want to hide it? As a person who shares a secret with senior brother Yu Yu, this is what Qin Shao cares about most. I can't hide it. Yu Yu shook her head. He imagined that the moment when Uncle Ji returned to the sect, the fact that senior brother Chaoga reached the third level of sword intent would spread. throughout the entire sword sect. Yu even suspected that Uncle Ji, an old urchin, might be even more exaggerated. The fact was exactly as he expected. Just as Ji Chongkong moved to the vicinity of Jianzhong, he used his spiritual power to transmit his voice, and the voice spread throughout the entire Jianzhong, arrogant to the extreme. It doesn't matter whether Jianzuan is on the mountain or not, let's taunt him. First, senior brother, let this junior brother come out and admit his mistake. These words shocked the sect master Li Suifeng and a group of high-level officials to surround Ji Chongkong. Standing in the crowd, Ningning puffed up her chest before she knew it, proud of Lu Chaoga. The person above Lu Chaoga's head, his charming peach blossom pupils, twitched. Chaoga, you really have to scare Aunt Ning once in a while. At the same time, she could probably guess that since Lu Chaoga had already unsheathed his sword, it was likely that his revenge had already been avenged. If you have spirits in the sky, you will be very happy, right? Ningning lowered her head, thinking in her heart. These two children have suffered for these years. Ningning couldn't help but feel a little distressed. On the other hand, the middle-aged Confucian scholar naturally did not know that his junior and junior brothers were so efficient, and he had already returned to the sect to stir up the situation. At this moment, he was crossing the mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, and came to a small village far away from the mountain Ghost Valley. The villagers in the small village looked at the middle-aged Confucian scholar, who came from the door of the village. Naturally, they didn't know that this elegant man was the most powerful person in Qingzhou in the true sense. The true Lord Sword Master. The middle-aged Confucian scholar looked like an ordinary scholar, with a heavy bookish air on his body. For such a remote small village, scholars are also very rare. Therefore, his appearance still caused the villagers to look sideways. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. A few courageous village women, their eyes lit up when they saw him. Although a middle-aged scholar can't be described as handsome, his temperament is completely different from his own rough man, and there is a world of difference. In their eyes, this is already a very white face. Therefore, the more open village women will deliberately and boldly twist their waists, as well as their round buttocks, to tease this scholar who is obviously from a foreign country, intentionally or unintentionally. The middle-aged Confucian scholars also had gentle smiles on their faces, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. He was not at all displeased with the bold provocation of the ignorant village women. Even in terms of identity, the two sides were indeed very different. It's just that I don't know if these village women will be frightened and fainted on the spot after they really know the true identity of the visitor. OMG. The old lady actually twisted her butt in front of Jianzuan. The middle-aged scholar walked slowly in the small village like this, and soon came to a small broken courtyard, and knocked on the door respectfully, and sorted out his black gown outside the door, raised his hand, corrected his hair crown. Come in. An old voice came from inside the house. The other party no doubt knew who was coming. But even in the face of Jianzun, the other party didn't seem to want to stand up to meet him. Because this person is very senior, and at the same time, he has no legs. In the first update of PS, the operation officer Xiao Jiuer helped to organize 2 activities, with fan titles and starting coins. In the book review area, if you are interested, you can participate. Ask for a monthly pass at the beginning of the month, and hope to stay in the top 10 of the total list. Days. Chapter 160. 158, Fate, Wonderful, thanks to the leader of Buku. After getting the approval of the people in the house, the middle-aged scholar slowly pushed open the old wooden door. He moved very gently, so that the creaking wooden door did not make many harsh sounds. After entering the small courtyard, the middle-aged scholar saw an old man with a broken leg sitting on a large rattan chair. The old man was weaving straw sandals, and without raising his head, he simply said, "Find a place to sit, I don't have tea here, you can do it yourself." The middle-aged scholar bowed to the old man first, and then found a rattan chair to sit on. Down. The old man knitting straw sandals was so peacefully bowed by Jianzun and continued with the work at hand, without any intention of welcoming him warmly. At this moment, the wooden door was pushed open again, and a young man with fair skin, long eyelashes, red lips and white teeth walked into the small courtyard with difficulty, with a bucket of well water just drawn from the well. The boy's body and female appearance are more beautiful and delicate than most little girls. His facial features have a unique softness, and his eyes are large and bright, but he does not have much heroic spirit. On the contrary, he is like a deer in the forest. The young man was afraid of life, and when he saw a stranger in the courtyard today, he felt a little at a loss for a while, but he still saluted respectfully and greeted the guests. The middle-aged scholar raised his head and glanced at the boy, and saw that the boy's cheeks were flushed. He didn't know whether it was because he was too tiring to carry a bucket, or he was teased and molested by the village women when he was fetching water from the well. Most likely both. In fact, after the young man came to the small village, he would be teased by words every time he went out. The most terrible thing was that there were men and women who teased him, who told him that he was born beautiful, and he was not amused at first glance. And the less you tease, the more people will tease you. Even the widow in the village saw that he went to the well to fetch water every day, and would say to him, "Auntie has a well here too, and there is a lot of water. Can you fetch it? The water will come out by itself, you don't need to work hard," giggling. Although the boy didn't understand it, he instinctively found it scary. "Señor Luo, who is this?" The middle-aged scholar looked at the young man and asked. The old man is still weaving straw sandals, and his movements are skilled. This disabled old man with no legs has made shoes for a lifetime. Without raising his head, he said, "I'm a crippled man, and I always need someone to help me with some rough work." The middle-aged scholar shook his head and laughed, and said in his heart, "Senior Luo is really old, as always, keen on Huafan. I don't like to use spiritual power." The disabled old man has a quirky temperament, although he has a high level of cultivation, but he likes to live like a mortal. If he can't use spiritual power, he will definitely not use it. This has something to do with the exercises and swordsmanship he practiced, as well as his unique character. It's just, how did you seal the youth's spiritual power? The middle-aged scholar saw at a glance that this boy with the appearance of a man and a woman was actually a cultivator. It's just that the cultivation base is not high, but the first realm is great perfection. He simply glanced at the young man and knew his cultivation well. In fact, the young man has long been able to break through to the first realm. But his cultivation base is sealed, so naturally he has no way to break through, and now he has to live like an ordinary person. If nothing else, this young man's spiritual power should have been blocked for a year. What are you doing standing stupidly and wanting to be lazy? Go and pour the water into the water tank, and then go to the well to make a bucket. The old man with the broken leg said displeased. The boy nodded hurriedly, lifted the bucket with difficulty, and poured all the water into the tank with difficulty. Then, carrying the empty bucket, he trotted out, for fear that he would be slow, and the old man would scold him again. The middle-aged scholar watched the boy run out of the room out of breath, and said, "Senior Luo, this child's physique is a bit special. I was rescued by chance. This child has a lack of innate chi and still has in his body. The cold air is all over." The old man finally knitted the straw sandals, and threw them on the wooden table, and then started to knit the next one. At this time, he looked up at the middle-aged scholar and said, "Why did you come to see me?" The middle-aged scholar said, "Recently, a very interesting young man appeared in Qingzhou. On the night of the winter solstice, after I took out a sword, it was somewhat similar to Senior Luo's sword, so I thought of coming over to visit Senior." "Oh? Let's hear it." The old man became a little interested. The middle-aged scholar told the old man everything he knew. "One sword in 10 years is a good character." The old man commented, "However, his sword is different from mine. According to your words, the killing intent of this sword is too heavy. But it does have the same effect." The old man added road. The middle-aged scholar nodded and said, "The junior just thinks it's a bit miraculous, and I don't know where he learned the swordsmanship from. It's not from me anyway." The old man said, "You can also tell Ji Chong Kong. I'm not that kid's mysterious master." At this time, the boy came in panting with a second bucket of water. His footsteps were vain, as if he had lost his strength, and when he stepped over the wooden door, he almost stumbled and fell, making the well water in the bucket spilled a lot. "Clumsy, useless thing," the old man reprimanded. The young man shrank his neck embarrassedly, obviously afraid of the old man. The middle-aged scholar looked at the young man, and then at Luo Hashan, who was also one of the 4 great swords. After middle school, he spontaneously ran over and squatted down, arranging the materials for weaving straw sandals for the old man. The old man glanced at him, continued his work, and said, "Actually, according to what you said, that kid named Lu Chaoga can reach the 3rd level of sword intent in the 2nd realm, and he can also hide his sword. 10 years is indeed very suitable for the inheritance of my lineage. If I met him in the early years, before he broke the 1st realm, I would accept him as a disciple." The young man who was sorting out the materials suddenly shook his body and looked up. Glancing at the old man, his face showed endless surprise, and there was some hesitation in his expression. "What are you looking at? Continue to work, it's not your turn to interrupt when the elders speak." The old man glared at him, his temper still grumpy. The middle-aged scholar gave the young man a gentle smile to comfort him. He guessed that this young man, who had not yet broken through the 1st realm, might be the disciple chosen by Senior Luo Hashan. Middle-aged Confucian scholars know how special the inheritance of Luoha Mountain is. The 4 great swords are all strong in the 8th realm, and Luo Hashan, which is ranked 3rd, is not actually the 8th realm in the true sense. He is a fake. The true cultivation of Luoha Mountain is the 6th realm of great perfection. That is to say, under normal circumstances, Luo Hashan's combat power is even inferior to the 7th realm. However, such a person is still ranked 3rd in the 4 great swords before the Sect Masterly Suifeng of the Sword Sect. Moreover, if there is another sword in this world that can make middle-aged scholars feel jealous, it is the sword of Luo Hashan. From the perspective of seniority, Luo Hashan and the middle-aged scholars master are the same generation. He has lived a long time and is very old. Based on his cultivation, he might actually have a very short lifespan. Luoha Mountain does not belong to any sect in Qingzhou, but a loose cultivator. The swordsmanship and exercises he cultivated are extremely special, and the sword of life can only be unsheathed 10 times in a lifetime. This is also the reason why Ji Chongkong and the middle-aged scholar both feel that Lu Chaoge's sword is somewhat similar to Luo Hashan. The reason why Luo Hashan can be regarded as the pseudo-eighth realm is because as long as his sword is unsheathed, he is no longer a sword cultivator of the sixth realm. The combat power he can show will reach the terrifying eighth realm great perfection. Under normal circumstances, everyone knows that Jian Zun is the number one sword cultivator in the world. When Luo Hashan's original sword is unsheathed, whether or not the sword master can be the enemy has always been a topic that Qingzhou sword cultivators love to debate after dinner. As for the answer to this question, perhaps only middle-aged Confucian scholars and disabled elderly people know it in their hearts. For the sword cultivators in the entire profound sky realm, they were all eager to see Lord Jianzun and Luo Hashan questioning the sword. It's a pity that due to the particularity of Luoha Mountain swordsmanship and exercises, it is destined to be impossible to waste this precious sword in the daily sparring. Every one of his swords was made to save the common people, and was used where it was most needed and where it was most worthwhile. His sword is the guardian sword of Qingzhou and the sword of Yongzhen rivers and mountains. The most important thing is that so far, this old man with disabled legs has used his sword 9 times. In other words, in his life, he can only use the sword once again. Everyone felt that this last sword would far surpass every previous sword. Many people firmly believe that Luo Hashan's 10th sword may reach the legendary 9th realm. Reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship that all swordsmen, including middle-aged scholars, dream of, a sword in the 9th realm. The old man, who was still weaving straw sandals, put down the unfinished straw sandals in his hand and said, "There are actually many techniques of sealing swords in the world, but in the final analysis, they all come from the inheritance of my lineage, and the rest of the sword techniques are made by it. Evolved. You said just now that this Lu Chaoge is not a disciple of your sword sect. But he became the head of a sect at a young age. Which sect does he come from? I think about it, is it related to my lineage?" Luo Hashan said. The middle-aged scholar replied, "It's located in the Qinglong River area. Called Momin." "What? Momin?" he asked again. "Exactly." The middle-aged scholar was slightly surprised, wondering why Senior Luo reacted like this. Could it be that the Momin, where Chaoge is located, really has a deep connection with the lineage of the Luohishan predecessors? But he soon understood that he wanted to fork. I also understood why this boy with red lips and white teeth just now, when he heard the 3 words Lu Chaoge, suddenly shook his body, and his expression was hesitant to say anything. The Momin of King Longquan is the Momin you are in? The young man's face was almost sprayed with saliva. This looked like a deer in the forest. The young man, who looked very timid, was obviously frightened. He nodded quickly. "Didn't you tell me earlier?" The old man showed a strange look when he saw the young man nodding his head, and said, "So, he is the sect master that your kid always talks about in my ear. P.S. For the second update, ask for a monthly pass. Thanks to the book Friends for the reward of 10,000 starting points, and an additional leader." Chapter 161. 159, Real Man. Momin, a certain opportunity, is the head of 3.1415926, and sneezed several times in a row. Round, wonderful. Who is thinking about me? Lu Chaoge felt puzzled. In the small village, whether it is a middle-aged scholar or an old man with broken legs, all look strange. After hearing Luo Hashan's words, the young man with clear eyes and red lips and white teeth nodded quickly and said, "Yes. Yes. His name is Yang Shu, and he is the 7th oldest disciple of Momin. Before Xiaoqiu entered the school, he was the younger brother of Momin and the youngest disciple of Lu Dongli. If King Longqun does not have a second Momin, and there is no second Momin Lu Chaoga, the Momin Lu Chaoga in the mouth of the two seniors must be the master. Sect master is indeed called Lu Chaoga. The voice of the young poplar was not strong and low, as if he had been forgotten during the voice change period. The old man with the broken leg looked at the boy with his head down, and then at the middle-aged scholar beside him only to feel a little headache. You just said that Ji Chongkong wanted to accept Lu Chaoga as his apprentice. But he rejected him on the grounds that he already had a master. He just forged the friendship of a sword master, and then turned around and accepted Lu Chaoga's apprenticeship. Sister Lu Dongli is a disciple? Luo Hashan asked. The middle-aged scholar nodded with a gentle smile. That's right. The grumpy old man with the broken leg glanced at the young man again and said, Is Lu Dongli your master? The young man nodded quickly. In an instant, a coercion spread from the old man, and the middle-aged scholar hurriedly flicked his fingers, and a clear stream wrapped the young man to prevent him from being uncomfortable due to the coercion. Luo Hashan's throat was hoarse, and he said indignantly, It's messy, it's so messy. When he said chaos, he naturally referred to the messy generation. Luoha Mountain was originally a loose cultivator, so he didn't have any insight. The young man was the most satisfied disciple of all the people he had seen so far. And the boy was rescued by him in a coincidence. For him, this is an opportunity. Therefore, although he and the young man were never called master and apprentice, they were actually master and apprentice. The old man didn't mind that his only disciple had two masters. In his opinion, there was a first-come-last-arrival apprentice in everything, and the apprentice was accepted first. What's more, with his seniority, his prestige, and his realm, he is naturally respected by the world. If you really meet the young master, they must have their own opinions. Even Jianzuan had to call him senior. The female elder, named Lu Dongli, from Momin wouldn't really put on a master-father attitude in front of him, right? Basic etiquette is still required. But, the old urchin Ji Chongkong is an exception. Since Lu Dongli is Ji Chongkong's disciple, then, if Ji Chongkong knows about this, if the two meet next time, maybe they will show it to him. No, not indefinitely, absolutely. He would definitely hunched his back, squinted his eyes, and laughed unabashedly while taking advantage of his seniority. Thinking of this, the old man with the broken leg felt unable to control his temper. Is the world so small? At this moment, the old man even thought that the last sword that has not been unsheathed so far, should we just use it on Ji Chongkong? The middle-aged scholar could probably guess what Luo Hashan was thinking, but he didn't know how to get out of the siege for a while. After all, his junior and junior brothers did not listen to his discipline. On the contrary, in most cases, he was listening to the instructions of his junior brother. The temperament of this old urchin, Ji Chongkong. In fact, at least half of the reasons lie in him. The old man with the broken leg glanced at the young poplar who was still cleaning up the materials for the straw sandals on the ground, and said angrily, Don't clean up, go and carry 2 buckets of water. The tiger's mouth was already red, and Yang Shu, whose hands were numb and powerless, raised his head in surprise, but since he was very afraid of the old man, he did not dare to go against his wishes. Therefore, he had to obey orders obediently, got up and said, Yes. Then, dragging his tired body, he went to get the empty bucket. The middle-aged scholar looked at him and flicked his fingers again. A warm current poured into his body, making Yang Shu's tired body recover a little. Just as he was about to salute and thank him, he saw the middle-aged scholar wave his hand. The smile on his face was still gentle and elegant, and said, I'll chat with Senior Luo, you can come back slower. This is to indicate that he does not need to be so desperate and anxious, and can take water slowly. Yangshu nodded, and before going out, he looked back. This senior is a good person just like the headmaster. Yangshu thought to himself. When Yangshu's figure disappeared around the courtyard, the middle-aged scholar said, this young man was born too beautiful, and he should have carried a lot of unnecessary things along the way. He and the old man have both lived for so long, and he naturally knows that a man who is too beautiful is not necessarily a good thing. It is easy to receive malice from the same sex. Especially a boy like Poplar, who not only has red lips and white teeth, but also has eyes like a deer in the forest, and his voice has not changed. Like on Earth, many people at most refer to such people as mother and scold them as sissy, but in the profound sky realm with an ancient background, there may be more insulting words. For teenagers with immature minds, sometimes language is also a sharp sword. Like a knife. The old man with the broken leg glanced outside the door, then glanced at his crippled legs, and said, there are so many ignorant people in the world, who only know how to judge people by their appearance. In this regard, he actually has a right to speak. The old man lowered his head and continued to weave the straw sandals in his hands. Although he always had a bad face when the Poplar was around, he said, with a faint smile, this child has a good temperament. His sword, his heritage, is too special and too heavy. It's not just swordsmanship, it's responsibility. If your shinshing is not good, you will not be able to handle it. On the other side, Poplar carrying a bucket, disobedient to the rush of the past, walked at a normal speed on the small village trail. Is the headmaster already so powerful now? Yangshu thought in his heart. He missed Mo Sect a little bit, and thought about everyone in Mo Sect. When he went down the mountain, Luchaoga's cultivation was still stuck in the initial stage of great perfection, but now Luchaoga has become famous in Qingzhou and has become a well-deserved leader among the younger generation of swordsmen. In this regard, Yangshu, like the other disciples of Mo Min, was not surprised. In their hearts, the headmaster Bobbin is like a scorching sun in the sky. The disciples of Mo Min have an inexplicable admiration and trust in Luchaoga. In the small village, the rare poplar tree walks and watches, and from time to time, people can still see something secretly talking about after seeing him. In this regard, Yangshu has not cared about it. His body, his voice, are all innate, other people's pointing, the gossip around him, can't change all of this. On the contrary, since many years ago, he didn't care about it. When he came to the well, Poplar tied a rope to the bucket and threw it into the well. After he pulled up the bucket with difficulty, he looked at his own reflection in the bucket and was a little lost. To be honest, he asked himself, and felt that he was born more like a girl. Now recalling the past 10 years of his life, he feels like a dream. He never thought that he would still become a cultivator one day, and he never thought that the headmaster would keep him instead of his two cousins. His first encounter with the headmaster and the master was in a small courtyard in Zoli County. As I said before, under normal circumstances, around the winter solstice every year, it is the day of the transformation of the two brothers and sisters. They would live in a small courtyard in Zoli County for a few days and live like uncultivated mortals. This was instructed by their father, Lu Qingfeng. This habit has continued since they were young children. As for weekdays, the two brothers and sisters must all live in the bamboo house in Momandangkingfang, and the small courtyard in Zoli County is naturally empty. In this case, maintenance and regular cleaning of the yard is occasionally required. After all, after the two brothers and sisters went down the mountain, they couldn't use showay, and they cleaned it once a year. Originally, someone was in charge of this matter, almost like the old housekeeper of the Lu family's small house. But the old housekeeper was already very old, so he brought his 3 nephews. And nephews for the brothers and sisters to choose, which was regarded as his class. Xiao Yangshu is among them, and the other 2 are his cousins. Lu Chaoge looked at the 3 of them and ordered them to clean the courtyard. After the 3 took orders, they began to work. Lu Chaoge and Lu Dongli went out to hang out. Xiao Yangshu has been frail and sick since he was a child, and there is a strange cold in his body, which disturbs him every night, making him unable to sleep well. Compared with him, his 2 cousins were more like standard peasants, with dark skin, strong bodies, great strength and stamina for work. Yangshu was so tired that he was panting, while his 2 cousins watched, and even seeing the cute look of his panting, he joked a few times from time to time and imitated him, saying that he was out of breath. She is more shy than the girls in the city. Yangshu's face was flushed, and he continued to work without saying a word. At this time, the 3 discovered that there was actually a rotting corpse of a wild cat in the courtyard. The 2 cousins felt both disgusted and a little scared. Although the corpse was discovered by the 2 of them first, they just refused to clean up. In the end, Yangshu gritted his teeth, endured nausea and fear, and disposed of the corpse. The 2 cousins watched from the side, imitating the raised orchid fingers, the tightly wrinkled eyes, and the daughter's homely demeanor when he picked up the corpse. As everyone knows, everything that happens in the yard is within the range of Lu Chaoge and Lu Dongli's consciousness. Lu Chaoge frowned slightly. He remembered his school days. There would always be a few so-called sissies in the school, and there would always be many classmates who laughed at them. In this regard, Lu Chaoge has always had his own set of evaluation criteria. Not picking it up, not cleaning up, it was clearly something the 3 of them should work together to deal with, and they did their due diligence, and they mocked him for being too masculine, without the slightest bit of masculinity. Many men like to show that they are very man and like to show their man side. But where is the so-called man of a man? Is it his appearance, his movements, his demeanor? Or his heart, his sense of responsibility, and other qualities? Maybe everyone has different ideas. At this moment, Yangshu looked at his beautiful face reflected in the bucket, and muttered something that Lu Chaoge said to him when he returned to the courtyard. A word that no one has ever told him since he was a child. The work in this yard will be handed over to you later, little man. The first update of PS, every time a new disciple of Momin comes on stage, I will write a story about the first time they met Brother Lai, and now I look back at the previous paragraphs, and I have to say, it's really written by him, damn it. Chapter 162. 160, Promotion, 8 rank Sect. On the other side, Qingzhou, Momin. What happened to the disciples who were still in the mountains? Lu Chaoge did not know for the time being. He can only see what color their names are through the system interface. Once it turns gray, it means they are hung up, but fortunately, this does not happen. At this moment, it is night. After returning to Momin, Lu Chaoge took a little training, and his physical condition recovered a lot. His injury was already in good condition, so he personally cooked a big meal. Of course, there must be mandarin fish that Jiang Xinyan wanted to eat. After she took a sip, those beautiful eyes of the ancient well had a different look. Obviously, the mandarin fish made by Lu Chaoge is more in line with her taste than the signature dish of Zuixinlu. After the meal, Jiang Xinyan returned to the bamboo house for meditation. She is now half step 6, and needs to spend more time on cultivation. Therefore, except for 3 meals a day with Lu Chaoge, she spends the rest of her time in retreat. For practitioners of the body refinement stream, the path of cultivation is inherently difficult, and when they finally have the opportunity to make a breakthrough, they should naturally cherish them. While Jiang Xinyan was in retreat, Lu Chaoge plunged into his sister's bamboo house, and the two secretly closed the door with eagerness in their eyes. Going down the mountain here, Lu Chaoge gained not only experience points, fame, but also many treasures after the sword of life was unsheathed. Demon cultivators are people who burn, kill, and loot. They don't create resources, but they rob resources, which is really bad. Therefore, the bad demon cultivator is very poor. If you want medicinal pills, there are no medicinal herbs. If you want magic weapons, there are no treasures, and if you want spirit stones, there are no spirit stones. A good demon cultivator who can be mixed, because they kill a lot and grab a lot, they are all rich. As for the corpses of alien beasts that were cut in half by Lu Chaoge's sword, there were actually quite a few resources available to them. The two brothers and sisters haven't sorted out these things properly. After Lu Chaoge and Lu Dongli looked at each other, they both rubbed their hands together and said, "Let's start." The two kept a high degree of excitement in this way, and it took a full hour to sort out these things. Those that are not used will be sold and exchanged for spirit stones. As for those that are useful, they will be filled into the Momin's inner treasury and kept by the little housekeeper, Po Lu Dongli. At this moment, Lu Dongli was sitting cross-legged with her slender legs, and her face was filled with joy visible to the naked eye. After all, after Lu Chaoge gave an order, Momin began to collect handymen, disciples on a large scale. Xiao Momin has only one sect master, one elder, and less than 10 true disciples. The number of handyman disciples has already exceeded 1,000. In this way, Lu Chaoge insisted on continuing to collect. Judging from the current momentum, there will be at least dozens of people entering the program every day. As for how many people he wants to accept in the end, Lu Dongli doesn't know. She only knows that Momin's finances are tight. Although he had won a large amount of spirit stones by asking Jianrui before, but there were too many people, the cost would inevitably increase. The new disciples can't contribute much to the sect. In the early stage, the sect posted resources. When they grow up, they will become disciples and feed back to the sect. Fortunately, this problem can now be solved perfectly. In the process of sorting out resources, Lu Chaoge found something that he was most interested in right now. In a storage ring, he actually found a piece of soul jade. This piece of soul jade is a bit big. Lu Chaoge looked at it carefully and found that this piece was a whole circle larger than the piece he had obtained earlier. I don't know where this demon cultivator got the pieces from. But for Lu Chaoge, it was definitely a good thing to get the soul jade fragment by chance. Such a big piece, it must be enough for hiding to break through to the second realm. Lu Chaoge said. My brother has been very concerned about the cultivation situation of his disciples recently. Lu Dongli looked at him and said. In Lu Dongli's eyes, this was abnormal. Because Lu Chaoge is basically a shopkeeper on weekdays, including hidings practice, he is also guided by Lu Dongli. He, the sect master, paid little attention to the progress of his disciples. Cultivation. With Lu Chaoge's temperament, he must feel that he can take the entire sect flying by himself. When they grow up, it is like a tiger with wings. Tiger is done. It should be. Lu Chaoge snorted. As long as hiding can break through to the second realm, the Momin will meet all the conditions of the 8th rank sect. At that time, Lu Chaoge will be able to get 200,000 experience points and 1 point of kendo qualification. 200,000 is not much for him, who is now rich and rich in experience. However, Kendo qualification is definitely urgently needed. With this Kendo aptitude, his various attributes related to the sword can be increased by 10%, and he can use the Sword Intent upgrade coupon immediately. The fourth layer of Sword Intent, just thinking about it makes me feel fierce. So far, his every step has been very solid, which means that the later stage, his overall strength will be more terrifying. I'll go first. Lu Chaoga got up and was about to leave Lu Dongli's house. Brother won't sit for a while? Lu Dongli raised her head and asked. No. Lu Chaoga directly rejected his sister's retention and walked out excitedly. After leaving the house, he was stunned. By the way, where is this kid hiding now? Hiding is like a ghost, like a transparent person, with a very low sense of existence, and it is extremely difficult for even divine consciousness to perceive him. Lu Chaoga used a lot of energy to find his only disciple, and then threw the soul jade fragment in his hand to him. Go to retreat, hurry up, Lu Chaoga said to Hiding. Hei Ting lowered his head and glanced at the soul jade fragment, thinking that Master had found it for him when he went down the mountain this time, and he was still a little moved. He nodded, his eyes were firm, and he resolutely threw himself into the breach. As for Lu Chaoga, he did not leave, but protected the law for Hiding. After all, the soul jade is too evil. Although Hiding seems to have a special physique, he can perfectly absorb the power in the soul jade and strengthen his body. But Lu Chaoga was still worried about letting him absorb it alone, and he always felt that it was easy to get into trouble. Especially when he absorbed the soul jade fragments last time. Hiding saw a black ocean covered with ice, and there were countless voices under the ocean. That seemed to say the word wake up, and it felt strange to think about it. But it can also be seen that the Black Pavilion may really be a very critical part of the Qingzhou mainline plot mission, the Sword of Hades. It is precisely because of this that the system will give a prompt and acquiesce in allowing Black Pavilion to absorb the soul jade fragments. Lu Chaoga looked at Hiding, only to feel that his sense of existence was getting lower and lower. In fact, he had been using his divine sense all the time. He found that with the continuous absorption of soul jade, Hiding could escape the detection of divine sense better than before. For a few moments, when Lu Chaoga was not fully focused, his consciousness could hardly notice him. You must know that Lu Chaoga still has 1 point of divine sense. His spiritual sense is actually considered strong among practitioners of the same realm. In addition, his natal supernatural power, Heart Sword, has also strengthened his consciousness. It is already very scary to have such a situation. This kid is born to be an assassin. Lu Chaoga sighed in his heart. Of course, he thought so too. Anyway, as long as all the people were killed, it would be considered a perfect sneak. As a master, he decided to let Hiding try to develop in this regard. This ghostly person may one day really become a ghost in the dark night. Hiding's absorption of soul jade is very efficient. It made this thing seem to be a part of his body, and once it was used, it was directly integrated into his body. It didn't take long for Lu Chaoga to see that he absorbed it, and his cultivation began to rise continuously, and in a blink of an eye he reached the first realm, Juzongshan. It's a bit like the legendary escalation of drug addiction. Lu Chaoga thought. At this moment, what he cares most about is that if Hiding breaks through by absorbing soul jade, will there be a bottleneck? Like Lu Chaoga using experience points to upgrade, there is also a bottleneck. That is, the promotion task. For many players, the promotion mission is a very annoying thing. Because many players will tiptoe to receive promotion tasks that are slightly beyond their ability. People are always greedy. That way, it will be a little trickier. Not everyone can directly receive the most difficult orange level like Lu Chaoga, and they can complete it efficiently. Half an hour passed like this, and He Ting's cultivation has finally reached the first realm of great perfection. Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows, and he clearly felt that the soul jade that was being absorbed by hiding had instantly shrunk by a large circle. This is about making a miracle. Lu Chaoga was slightly surprised. Judging from the current momentum, it is to forcibly break through. Relying on the mighty power brought by Soul Jade, he pushed forward and pushed the bottleneck abruptly. And just like the last time, the shadow of the black pavilion continued to elongate under the candlelight, and the shadow was ferocious and terrifying. As if there were countless ghost faces trying to break through the shackles of the shadow, spreading and struggling around, but they could not escape. In the shadows, these ghost faces seemed to be burned by the black ghost fire. And the black pavilion had a normal expression and a long breath, as if it had just fallen into a deep sleep again. But at this moment, he suddenly frowned and let out a muffled groan, as if the whole person was hit hard. Obviously, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com forcibly breaking the boundary may have brought him pain and torture. But fortunately, the shadow did not appear strange, and those ghost faces were still imprisoned and then burned. From this point of view, it should only be an inevitable price to pay when breaking the bottleneck. Lu Chaoga looked at hiding, just like when hiding was brought back to the mountain by him. He had nightmares at night, dreaming of a half-blind old man. And then woke up and said, "I'm here." I don't know whether he became more at ease after hearing the master's voice, or whether the process of breaking through the bottleneck has passed quietly, and the state of He Ting has returned to the previous calm, and his whole person's breath has officially climbed to the second realm. Mentoring and apprentice function, the experience value reward brought by him immediately arrived in the account. The most important thing was that Lu Chaoga finally heard a pleasant system prompt sound in his ear. Ding! Your sect main quest, Strengthen Momin, the second stage has been completed. Momin has met the promotion conditions. Do you want to be promoted? Lu Chaoga took a deep breath, and without thinking about it, he chose promotion. The next moment, at the same time, all Momin players received a prompt message. The sect you are in, Momin, has been successfully promoted. P.S. For the second update, ask for a monthly pass. In addition, let me tell you something, this book may be renamed in the past 2 days, because the current title is not particularly suitable for promotion. The new title was chosen by my female editor. I thought of a very interesting title for this book. Please look forward to. Finally, today is the beginning of spring. I am coding in the sound of firecrackers. I wish everyone good health. Chapter 163. 161, Sword Intent Layer 4. The prompt message that Momin was promoted to the 8th rank sect appeared suddenly. The Momin players may have been busy 1 second before, and then they were all stunned the next. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of joyous mourning. Finally, his mother's promotion. It's dawn. It's dawn. Mom, is this the light? During this period of time, Momin players have suffered. In the eyes of outsiders, they are glorious Momin disciples. They wore Momin skins, the uniforms of Momin handyman disciples, and on their hands were storage rings made by Lu Chaoga, the son of heaven, and even had the opportunity to have real contact with Lu Chaoga. All of this is worthy of the envy of all players. However, there is a good saying, every family has a scripture that is difficult to read. Although the Momin disciples all believed that their own sect had infinite potential, and the future would surely return to infinite glory. but the current hard days, I don't know when it will end. Since the sect level is only a 9th rank sect, the amount of experience points for the daily division quest is too low. Even if the upper limit per person is low, the total amount is also low. The player base is surprisingly large. The most terrible thing is that among these players, the proportion of high-level players and professional players is very large. These people are extremely eager for experience points. They have an enterprising heart and are not satisfied with the present. More, I want more. And moment's promotion to the 8th rank sect, at least in the current novice stage, the situation will improve. Of course, it's just a matter of urgency. Judging from the development of Momen, it is necessary to quickly raise the level of the sect. The news of Momen's promotion soon spread on the forum. Although it was only promoted from rank 9 to rank 8, it also set off a wave of enthusiasm on the forum. It's only been a long time since the public beta, and I've been promoted. It's worthy of being the sect of the Son of Heaven, and the potential is obvious. Although I was admitted to the second, but the school worked hard to upgrade it to 985. Woo-woo, when will my sect be promoted? Ji Chao, isn't our sect just promoted to the 8th rank sect? It's not worth mentioning. The successful promotion of Zongmen made the slightly decadent atmosphere of Momen Weifeng suddenly change the atmosphere. The players are full of energy again, and there is a kind of stupid cow state that I have settled in this field. Where is the master's mission? I'm going to make 10. The most important thing is that the videos and animations of Xiaoqiu punching zombie monsters and then smiling crookedly have long been popular on the forum. This has caused many Momen disciples to learn the round-faced chicks and follow the trend and laugh crookedly. Of course, most of them think little Lolita is cute, and imitating her is to be funny. A few days ago, after Lu Chaoga came out, not too late, the upward smile on the corner of his mouth instantly made Momen mortally ill. So, can you be so handsome with a crooked smile? In an instant, the door wind took a crooked path. Seriously laughing players are getting fewer and fewer. Now, the Momen players are all full of spring breeze, crooked mouth and laughing wildly. Let's laugh like this alone, it's actually okay, a group of people standing together and smiling, the picture should not be too beautiful. Each one is like a passive skill with its own taunt. Confident players still don't understand, it's not the action of grinning. It's the person who is handsome. This has caused Lu Dongli to feel more and more insecure in the mountains. These days, he always feels that with the current door style, Momen is really becoming more and more insecure. She began to devote more energy to the study of the formation method. On the other hand, the heartless Lu Chaoga happily received 200,000 experience points and a reward of 1 point of Kendo qualification. If hiding is still digesting the soul jade fragments, he needs to protect the law for hiding. He may immediately use the sword intent upgrade coupon to upgrade the sword intent to the 4th floor first. Anyway, he was idle, so he simply focused on 2 things, and began to look at the 3rd stage of the main task of Momen, strengthen Momen. If Momen wants to be promoted to the 7th rank sect, the following conditions must be met. Condition 1, 1 practitioner in the 4th realm, or 2 practitioners in the 3rd realm Dzogchen. Condition 2, 5 ordinary 3rd level and above practitioners. Note, practitioners within Condition 1 can also be counted. Condition 3, the number of disciples under the sect has reached 300. Condition 4, the prestige value of the sect reaches 5,000. When Lu Chaoga checked this series of conditions, he showed such an expression. As expected, Condition 3 and Condition 4 have already been satisfied by Momen. Recently, because Lu Chaoga became famous in Qingzhou, and because of his Special status, he is the head of Momin, which made Momin's prestige value skyrocket again. Originally, his prestige value was more than 7,000, and yesterday he directly broke through 1 mark. Under such circumstances, the growth rate has not stopped, and it is still skyrocketing every day. And the reason why Lu Chaoge showed such an expression as he expected was because, as he expected, condition 1 was already satisfied. Momin naturally does not have 2/3 level great perfection, which can only prove that Lu Dongli's cultivation base is at least the 4th level first level. He wasn't surprised by it, he even thought again, my sister is awesome. Lu Chaoge once suspected that Momin has been promoted all the way, and Lu Dongli can always meet the promotion conditions. Just like now, the progress of the 3rd realm and above is 1/5. He feels that no matter how the conditions are raised, this may first continue to exist. As for Lu Chaoge himself, he is currently in the 2nd realm of great perfection, but he has a solid foundation and can be promoted at any time. Therefore, as long as the cultivation of the rest of the Momin disciples keeps up with the progress, then the Momin can smoothly advance to the 7th rank. As for the quest reward for promotion to the 7th rank, the 1-point unstoppable kendo qualification still exists, and the experience value has also been directly raised from 200,000 to 1 million. In general, for tasks like this, experience points are all gifts, and the most precious ones are special attribute points. At this moment, Hiding's realm has been raised to the 2nd realm, the 3rd heaven, and until now, his speed of breaking through the realm has begun to slow down. It's really people sitting at home, hanging from the sky. Lu Chaoge looked at his only disciple, and only felt that this kid was better than himself. Of course, because of the existence of the master-apprentice function, as a master, after his disciple is upgraded, he will also have a certain amount of experience points rewarded. All are happy. Lu Chaoge himself could not have imagined that the soul jade fragment, the most evil thing, not only improved the strength of his disciple, but also allowed him to gain experience points. Such an evil thing, let us master and apprentice bear it in the future. Lu Chaoge made a big wish in his heart. When the realm was firmly at the peak of the triple heaven, Hiding opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, his shadow, which had been continuously stretched under the candlelight, instantly returned to its normal state. There was no longer the ferocious burning ghost face struggling, and the shadow no longer looked like a living creature. It was as if nothing had happened just now. This senior brother, who has a very low presence in Momin, has become more transparent. Assuming that one day, Lu Chaoge is about to abdicate, he probably won't pass the throne to Hiding. It's not because he is dumb, but mainly because he is afraid that if something happens to Momin, there will be a big show. Where is the head? How is it? Lu Chaoge asked, is there any discomfort? Although he passed detection, and observed that there was nothing unusual about Hiding, he couldn't help but ask one more question. Hiding shook his head, indicating that he did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, except for the pain when breaking through the bottleneck, most of the time, he even felt a little comfortable. Have you heard the voice under the ice last time? Lu Chaoge asked. Black Pavilion shook his head. This time, it seemed that he was simply absorbing the power in the soul jade. And he did not stand on the frozen Black Sea again, nor did he hear the endless wake up. That's good. Lu Chaoge nodded. Then, he got up and prepared to leave, saying, rest early, I still have something to do for the teacher. Hei Ting looked at Lu Chaoge suspiciously, as if asking what was going on and whether he could help. The master and the apprentice have been together for many years, and they can understand the meaning with just one look. Lu Chaoge waved his hand casually and said, "You, a disciple, have already broken through to the second realm, and naturally you have to break through the realm as a teacher." With that said, he started to walk out. After taking a step, his breath suddenly changed, and it was already the third realm. Lu Chaoge, who broke through to level 31, successfully changed the promotion conditions of Zongmen from January 5th to February 5th. Just to squeeze with my sister. Under the moonlight, Lu Chaoge walked briskly towards his bamboo house. Along the way, he used the power of water recklessly, and the water flow appeared and dissipated in his palm from time to time. The power of heaven and earth grows with the growth of his cultivation. After reaching the third realm, he clearly felt that the power of water had made a leap. A man's ability to control water has been strengthened again, which is a very scary thing. This made Lu Chaoge more confident and more drawn. He even felt that even if his body would be hollowed out once a month, reading www.sonicmtl.com, but you can also sit on 3,000 beauties in the harem, and make them all satisfied. After returning to the bamboo house, Lu Chaoge sat cross-legged on the soft futon. Then, he started to use the sword intent upgrade ticket, worth 8 million experience points. I don't know why, I obviously didn't advertise that I have the third level of sword intent, but from the forum everyone knows it. Lu Chaoge doesn't know the root cause for the time being. But gold always shines, this kind of thing can't be stopped, it's normal. It's time to refresh everyone's perception of me again. The corners of Lu Chaoge's mouth rose, and then he selected use. The next moment, he felt that he had entered a very mysterious state. At the same time, the astonishing vision of heaven and earth began to spread outward with Momin as the center. If it is said that when he was promoted to the third layer of sword intent, the power of the sword that penetrated the sky only covered a radius of 10 miles, then the scale of this vision of heaven and earth at this moment directly covered a radius of 100 miles. This caused the practitioners who were meditating at night within 100 miles to open their eyes one after another. What a terrifying vision of heaven and earth. What exactly happened? The first update of PS asked for a monthly pass. The title of the book was changed to be low-key, because the previous title was inconvenient to promote. This name was taken by my editor Miao Yuan. I love my editor very much. She will be I'm very good and have been covering me all the time. So, even if everyone thinks this name is not as good as before, please call her the name giver. You can scold me for editing, scold me? No. Chapter 164. 162, A Sword Divides Yin and Yang. Today, the sky is slightly bright, the east is white, and the sun is rising. These practitioners who were awakened from the meditation had the same thought. In an instant, go check it out. It is human nature to join in the fun, and practitioners are no exception. On the contrary, because practitioners have a long lifespan, they prefer to have nothing to do. Such a large-scale vision of heaven and earth is rare in my life, and it is a pity not to see it. Everyone speculated, could it be that some senior with a high level of cultivation retreated nearby, and then broke through, causing the world to change? Streams of light appeared in the sky, and a large number of cultivators flew flying, looking for the place where the vision of heaven and earth came into being. Soon, a large number of practitioners gathered outside the mountain gate of Momin. Momin? Everyone was surprised. Momin again? During this period of time, if it is said that in the entire King Longquan area, which sect is in the limelight, it is definitely not those 100 gates, but the Momin that is still in the Shabai gate. The head of the Momin, Lu Chaoga, has done his best to make this little known sect that was previously unknown to Qingzhou in the near future. Now, this grand vision of heaven and earth, could it be because of him? At this moment, around Momin, there is a sword against the sky. The phantom of the entire giant sword, with a faint ink color, rises from the Danqing peak and goes straight into the sky. The scale of this chi sword was several times larger than when Lu Chaoga broke through the third layer of sword intent. After it was produced, the clouds in the sky above within a radius of 100 miles converged into a vortex. The vortex generated by the clouds is intertwined with the ink-colored airflow around the giant sword. From a distance, it looks like the ink vortex is constantly circulating. Whether it is artistic conception or momentum, people can't take their eyes off in an instant. The overall feeling is like a huge brush, rendered in a water tank, causing the ink to spread out around. Well, it's huge, not toothpicks. There are more and more practitioners gathered around here, and there are even several great practitioners passing by. Once a cultivator reaches the 5th realm, he is considered a big man in the profound sky realm. Therefore, many cultivators have sought advice from these seniors. The 3 great cultivators were also at a loss for words. It's strange, when I broke through to the realm of the great cultivator, the scale of the vision that I triggered was less than 1% of what it was at this time. Everyone's understanding of Momin is still limited to Lu Chaoga for the time being. Therefore, some people soon said, could it be that the person who triggered the vision was the head of the road? They couldn't think of the other people in Momin either. However, according to the latest rumors, although Lu Chaoga once slashed a terrifying sword in the mountain Ghost Valley and directly slashed the valley, he was still only a practitioner in the 2nd realm after all. Practitioners in the 2nd realm can trigger such an exaggerated vision of heaven and earth? This makes absolutely no sense. When the 5th realm is broken, the resonance of the world is less than 1% of this scale. Why can he be in the 2nd realm? However, everyone thought about it, isn't the feat he accomplished enough? The most important thing is that most of the people present have never seen Lu Chaoga, but they all know that this person's sword intent is ink-like, which is extraordinarily freehand and unrestrained. It seems to be very artistic, but in fact, the dark tide is surging, and Ling Lai is sharp. His sword intent, heavy killing. Now, isn't this chi sword that runs through the heavens and the earth in the shape of ink? Just wait and see, said one of the great practitioners. The rest of the sword cultivators nodded, and even felt the aura of the vision of heaven and earth with their hearts. In fact, their thinking was not wrong. Even Lu Chaoga himself was wondering why the movement was so big. This doubt had already arisen when he broke through to the 3rd layer of sword intent. He is very clear that whether it is a cultivator or a player, when the sword intent reaches the 3rd level, it will indeed trigger a small-scale vision. But beware, it's on a small scale. This directly shocked the power of the world's resonance, which is outrageous. As I said before, under normal circumstances, if Lu Chaoga can't figure out such a problem, he will always deal with it as expected of me. In fact, he had a very superficial guess in his heart, and that was, could it be because of Charm 10? As the self of Charm 10, when you break through, the special effects are a little bit fierce, dazzling, and a little pompous, right? Anything, to the extreme, is insinuating with the way of heaven. It stands to reason that, Charm 10, doesn't make sense, just let his body tend to be perfect. Of course, this is just his superficial conjecture, and there may be deeper reasons. At this moment, everyone outside Momin is directly frying. How can Momin, who is in the center of the vision, be calm? The sand sculpture players on the outer peak were stunned. What's the matter? Damn, am I watching a special effects blockbuster? Fuck. The uncultured started again. This must be because of our family's head? Ink giant sword, that's right. Isn't this fucking nonsense? If it wasn't for the vision of heaven and earth caused by our head, I would have cut off both heads now, to cheer everyone up. A large number of Momin players began to post on the forum and then recorded videos. The names of many posts seem to be very strange. For example, do you know what it's like to be surrounded by visions of heaven and earth? Do not. You do not know. Another example, Momin is actually not good, I don't recommend everyone to come, this world's giant sword is so heavy that people can't breathe, and their chests are shriveled. Anyway, the name must be long. The sense of belonging and honor of the sect is a very wonderful thing. Undoubtedly, this amazing vision of heaven and earth can bring benefits to both of them. First, the sect was promoted to the 8th rank, and now players have another chance to pretend. With the urination of sand sculpture players, I simply love it here. As for Danqing Peak, everyone's reactions were different. Hiding, who had just broken through to the 2nd realm, walked out of the room and stared blankly at the sky. This is the breakthrough that master said, he thought to himself. At first, he thought that when the master took a step outside and then entered the 3rd realm in an instant, the breakthrough was over. But I didn't expect that it was just a signal. This made him understand that although he successfully broke through the situation, he was still far from his master. He is an honest person, he will not become complacent because of his rapid strength, and now he feels that he must work harder. He is the only disciple of the master is the arrogance of the world, and he is bound to be famous in the future. For this mute, he just didn't want to embarrass the master. On the other side, Lu Dongli also walked out of his bamboo house. She only wore a thin shirt, and the early morning wind blew the thin shirt backwards, so that the hem of the thin shirt was close to her legs, outlining the contours of these perfect long legs incisively and vividly. Her waist is full and her waist is deeply sunken. At this moment, she looks up at the sky, whether it is the jawline or the snow-white pink neck, it is clearly visible. And, of course, that deep collarbone, that's a little sexy. Brother, is this another breakthrough? Lu Dongli was taken aback. Her realm of consciousness is unfathomable, but it is so, she can't find out for a while which aspect is further. This sword that penetrated the world not only made her feel that Momin was about to attract the attention of the quartet, but also gave her a sense of security that contradicted it. The stronger her brother is, the more at ease she will naturally be. Being under the protection of my brother is still very reassuring after all. In the bamboo house where Jiang Xinyan was, this indifferent and cold woman had already stood outside the house, looking up at the sky. In her beautiful eyes, which were usually without waves, there was a look of shock in her eyes. His strength is getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Xinyan felt that Lu Chaoga was progressing extremely fast and was getting closer and closer to him. With such a powerful and large-scale vision of heaven and earth, she believes that even if she breaks through to the 6th realm in the near future, she will definitely not be able to arouse such a terrible resonance of heaven and earth. It stands to reason that it is extremely difficult to cultivate the body flow, and the resonance of heaven and earth caused by breaking through the realm will be stronger than that of other practitioners. But she believes that compared with the current weather, it is absolutely nothing. Senior Gushu once said that in the future, I may not be worthy of him in terms of cultivation. Jiang Xinyan didn't know how many times he thought of This sentence recently. She had already recognized this in her heart. This man will one day be on par with him. Then, go beyond yourself and be on top of yourself. And judging from the speed of his cultivation and diligence, this day must not be far away. Jiang Xinyan took off the jade gourd from his waist and bowed towards the giant sword, as if congratulating him. The one located at the very center of the vision of heaven and earth is naturally Lu Chaoge himself. He only felt that everything was mysterious at the moment, and this feeling was indescribable. Not too late, when he placed it on his knees, he could feel it. With the improvement of his sword intent, the sword spirit that communicated with his own mind is now in a state of high-spirited excitement. When the sword intent upgrade coupon completely dissipated, UU reading www.sonicmtl.com, Lu Chaoge's strength was officially stabilized. And the surrounding visions of heaven and earth also disappeared in an instant, as if everything that appeared just now was nothing but a mirage, all illusory. However, if you look up, you can see a huge cloud over the Momin. After all, when the ink-colored chi sword was produced, a cloud vortex appeared in the sky, which caused the clouds within a radius of 100 miles to gather here, resulting in the entire Momin's Chaoyang being blocked by this cumulus cloud. Lu Chaoge, who opened his eyes, looked down at not too late above his knees, and said, "You seem very excited?" Not too late, she trembled slightly, wanting to unsheath. The 10-year sword seal has been lifted, and Lu Chaoge has no intention of continuing to seal the sword for the time being, which has led to the suffocated, not too late, who was actually very active recently. At this moment, it felt the master's unprecedented power, so it had such a high emotion. Satisfy you. The corner of Lu Chaoge's mouth rose, and then he stood up. Instantly, walked forward, and suddenly pulled out the sword of life in his hand, and waved the sword directly toward the sky. Jianqiu swings his sword, the ultimate joy. Sword chi and sword intent go straight into the sky. The next moment, a slender golden line appeared in the ink gate under the shadow, and then it continued to spread forward. It was the warm sun that shone down on the world through the cumulus clouds, slashed by the sword energy. From a distance, I only feel that the peaks of Momin are intertwined with light and shadow, sacred and majestic. Fortunate Zhongshanqiu, Yin and Yang divide the dawn. Second update of PS, ask for a monthly pass and keep the top 10. Chapter 165. 163, Mysterious Vellum. The Momin peaks were originally beautiful and outstanding, but now the interweaving of light and shadow adds a touch of beauty. The golden lines gathered by the sunlight continued to spread forward until the golden sunlight covered all the peaks of Momin. Under a sword, the cumulus clouds dissipated, and the sky was clear. And Lu Chaoge's hardy sword made the cultivators outside Momin Mountain terrified. Many swordsmen looked at this sword and asked themselves, "Can I catch this sword?" Most people's answer is no. Although they were unable to perceive Lu Chaoge's current cultivation level, due to the isolation of the Momin protecting mountain array, they could clearly feel the power contained in this sword energy rising into the sky. Most of the practitioners gathered here are in the second and third realms. And these people are completely unsure to block this sword. If this sword is not aimed at the sky, but them. Hey everyone took a deep breath, feeling that they would definitely die. And the few practitioners in the fourth realm, as well as the three great practitioners who passed by, were also surprised by this sword. According to rumors, Lu Chaoge's combat power was blown into the sky, most of them acquiesced in their hearts, and there was an element of exaggeration. After all, these people are also well-known and famous people in the Qinglongquan area. To put it bluntly, there are also legends about brother in the rivers and lakes. Therefore, brother himself knows his old bottom and knows that this kind of legend must have its own moisture. Yes, there is a lot of water. However, it is said that seeing 100 things is better than seeing them. Today, they floated outside the Momen, watching Jean Unijian, and only thought, the rumors are not accurate. This is not only waterless and dry to death, but why is it still boasting? Lu Chaoga's sword far surpassed the outside world's judgment on him. No way, they naturally didn't know that Lu Chaoga had reached the third realm. At the same time, he used to have his sword unsheathed in the past. Now, after he was unsheathed, not too late, the increase in combat power was not a little bit. A sword cultivator whose natal sword is unsheathed and an unsheathed sword cultivator are completely different concepts. The three great cultivators looked at each other, and one of them couldn't help but said, two fellow Taoists, can you come to a conclusion about the sword intent of the head of the road? The other two great practitioners responded together, friend, I have the same doubts as you. These three great cultivators are all at the third level of sword intent, but the ink and wash sword intent contained in the cloud slashing sword is completely beyond their personal level. Could it be that he has entered the fourth level of sword intent, said a thin great cultivator. As soon as this statement came out, all the practitioners who came here to watch the fun were shocked. Sword intent, the fourth floor? For this group of sword cultivators who have not even formed their sword intent, this realm is really too far away. And judging from the current situation, these three great cultivators are a bit uncertain. What does this represent? It means that in silence, this little-known head of a small sect has reached a level that ordinary great cultivators cannot see through. Obviously only a young sword cultivator, but these veterans dare not easily judge and make conclusions easily. This made many young sword cultivators here have a feeling of reverence and infinite longing in their hearts. My swordsman should be like this. And this great vision of heaven and earth, as well as the sword that slashed clouds just now, will surely add a touch of legend to the head of the road. The practitioners gathered outside the gate of Mount Momin. Already left. After all, it wasn't lively to watch, and it was rude to be around like this. And on the forum it's frying again. The effect of this cloud-slashing sword is excellent, especially in the moment when the ink door is covered with clouds, no sunlight, and then suddenly clear. The sun suddenly shone down on the world, very dazzling, and it was also very swaying. Fortune Zhongshenxiu, yin and yang, cut the dawn. First is the vision of heaven and earth, and then it is the sword of slashing clouds. There is no more apt description than this poem. Some players couldn't help but said on the forum. In the same 9 years, Ru Hashou? What is the next sentence of this poem? It's a swaying chest and a stratum of clouds, and it's a bird. Do you think it's meaningful, and the wheel ran over your face? This fucking can be opened? Obviously this artistic conception perfectly fits the last sentence of this poem, I will be Lingju Ding, and I will see all the mountains and small mountains. Because the level of Momin players is too low, their detection, authority cannot see the sword of Lu Chaoga, with the cultivation of the third realm and the sword intent of the fourth layer. They'll just lie, nothing else. But this does not affect the fermentation of heat. On the contrary, the more incomprehensible the power is, the more crazy the player will be. At this time, they couldn't help but feel more and more regret that they didn't see the sword that Lu Chaoga slashed at Qi Xiao. Yes, most players still believe that Qi Xiao was killed by Lu Chaoga. It's all my fault for not having enough money, I can't even jump in a boat. He should die in the Valley of Ghosts. You should quietly record and amaze everyone. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. At not enough money, come out and get beaten. Even if the money is not enough, I appear on the forum and say, I am guilty. Did he himself want to see that sword on the scene more than anyone else? This sword that does not exist at all has become a great regret for players. Now. On the other side, Lu Dongli and Jiang Xinyan flew outside Lu Chaoga's bamboo house. Coincidentally, the two arrived together. Every time the two women meet recently, the atmosphere is slightly awkward. For Jiang Xinyan, it was because she already understood her feelings for Lu Chaoga. And Lu Dongli, as Lu Chaoga's younger sister, is Lu Chaoga's only living blood relative, and someone Lu Chaoga attaches great importance to, which makes her feel a little nervous when she gets along with Lu Dongli. As for Lu Dongli, it was because she always felt that her brother and sister Jiang were somewhat ambiguous, but sister Jiang helped her brother to kill Qi Xiao. She was a benefactor, and her emotions were complicated for a while. As for Lu Chaoga, the source of all evil, he was holding his sword in front of his chest at the moment, letting the early morning wind blow the corners of his clothes. While playing cool, he felt so handsome. Here? He looked at the two daughters and smiled slightly. Brother has reached the 4th level of sword intent? Lu Dongli said. Straight to the point. With their brother and sister relationship, naturally, there is no need to go around. Lu Chaoga glanced at the two girls. One was his sister, and the other was the master who wanted to pay his younger brother's price in the previous life. They were all his own, and there was no reason to hide it, so he nodded generously and admitted it. Yes, I did feel a little bit, and I reached the 4th floor. He said calmly. At the same time, he did not deliberately restrain his breath. The 3rd realm? Jiang Xinyan said. Well, by the way, the realm has also been broken through. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly, as if he had only accomplished a trivial matter. This made Lu Dongli and Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. But no matter what, hiding, the eldest disciple of Mo Min, succeeded in breaking through the realm, and the leader Lu Chaoga also leaped in strength. This is a great event. Therefore, it can be said that everyone on the Danqing Peak today is full of joy, and the round-faced chick uses this as a reason to eat an extra bowl of rice, and eat 4 bowls in total. Although no one wanted her to congratulate her by eating an extra bowl of rice. At most, others are toasting and saying, I did it. How can anyone hold rice and then frantically dry it? After 4 bowls of rice, the chick slumped on the chair like a dead chicken. And the 2 little feet were placed on the back of the spacious chair, relying on hiccups from time to prove that he was alive. Lu Chaoga walked over and patted his round belly lightly, seriously doubting whether this little lowly was reincarnated as a glutton. Seeing that Lu Chaoga was touching her belly, she also raised her head to look at the uncle in charge. She felt that her round belly was a masterpiece, so she gave Lu Chaoga a crooked smile. Seeing that she could still laugh, Lu Chaoga followed with a heartless smirk and said, there is progress, try to eat 5 bowls next time. Anyway, I haven't heard of any cultivator who died, and there is spiritual protection in the body, so it doesn't matter. When Xiao Qiu heard the words, she nodded seriously, and the big one and the young one laughed together. The happy time of the day passed quietly, and when night fell again, Lu Chaoga stepped on the mottled moonlight through the forest and walked to the lonely grave on Danqing Peak. As usual, he raised his hand and knocked on the tombstone. Soon, a wisp of blue smoke came out, and she also heard the tender voice of Aowu, are you here? Yeah. Lu Chaoga nodded. After returning to the sect, he first healed his wounds, and then he was busy protecting hiding and breaking the realm himself, so he didn't have time to come here. Here, I brought you the Ziyue chapter. He touched his ink ring, and a large number of Zua chapters were suspended in the air. He did not leave these things with Lu Dongli, but took them all. Oh. It's a lot. Ouyu's tone rose slightly, obviously after seeing so many Zua chapters, she was in a good mood. Lu Chaoga thought to himself, if she is a demon with a furry tail, she should have been shaking it now, right? For some reason, he had the feeling of an old father who brought gifts back to his lowly daughter after a business trip. He quickly shook his head and thought, this is a legitimate, lowly, aged 10,000, and a well-deserved living fossil in the profound sky realm. What's more, he didn't come to give gifts, but to exchange them for equal value. 1, 2, 3, 4, Ouyu clearly knew the exact number with a scan of her consciousness, but she just had to count them one by one. After counting, he said happily, how many swordsmanship and exercises do you want? Huh? You can give as much as I want? Lu Chaoga smiled and said. What? What did you just say? Ouyu replied. For a while, Lu Chaoga didn't know whether she really didn't hear clearly, or if she didn't hear clearly. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Look at it yourself. I need some basic swordsmanship as well as defense and movement techniques. All are fine. Now that there are so many sand sculpture players in Momin, there is a huge demand for these low-level skill books. Even professional players and high-level gamers will not think about learning some advanced skills as soon as they come up. In the novice stage, they still have to learn some cheap ones to transition. Well, all right. Awu responded, and then a large amount of jade was suspended in front of Lu Chaoga. A full 200 skill books. Aren't you going to take out all the basic spells for me? Lu Chaoga said. Oh, no, I have a lot more. Ouyu responded briskly. Lu Chaoga. An old house where a treasure. From tonight, you are my old baby. Okay, let's make a deal. The next moment, 200 skill books were collected by Lu Chaoga into the ink ring, while those floating purple moon chapters disappeared and were put away by Ouyu. It was one of Lu Chaoga's goals to bring Ziyue Zhang over to exchange, and he had one more thing to ask Ouyu thereof there to see if she could give an answer. Although her memory is severely lacking, what if she knew about it? Lu Chaoga touched his ink ring and took out another thing from the ink ring. It was a piece of vellum made of unknown skin, and on the vellum there was a lifelike ancient beast, Qi Xiao. P.S. First update, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 166. 164, Another World Protagonist. Under the moonlight, Lu Chaoga spread out this piece of paper. Not to mention, although I don't know what kind of leather this vellum is made of, it feels really good, silky, and delicate, like stroking a woman's pink back. This made him wonder for a while, did this piece of paper come from the skin of Yao Xiaoyaoi? But it shouldn't be. Because he has tried it, although this skin feels very good, it gives people a powdery skin that can be broken by blowing bullets, but it is actually extremely difficult to damage. Yaoi's skin, Lu Chaoga knew, after all, he had cut with a sword, it was not one level. On the vellum, the ancient alien beast Qi Xiao was lifelike. Its wings are close together, indeed like a blooming other-side flower. But when the wings are separated, there is no such feeling. Ow, do you know what this is? Lu Chaoga said loudly at the lonely grave. The blue smoke on the solitary grave looked forward, and then wrapped the vellum. Lu Chaoga's side quickly remembered the tender voice of his own worship. It's dead. Oh said. This is not a fucking waste. Cough, I know. Thinking that the other parties Mind was still like a child. Lu Chaoga felt that he had to be more patient. Qin Yan no longer continued to wrap the vellum, it stepped back. Ao Wu continued, well, I don't know what it is, but the things on it seem to be drawn with the blood essence of alien beasts, but the blood essence has expired, and there is still a very faint breath of spirit on it. To be honest, she continued, there is only a little bit of the spirit left. And it will dissipate automatically in a few days. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows. Blood and spirit? He glanced at the vellum. Perhaps, the spirit on the vellum dissipated and the blood essence failed. Because Qi Xiao had already been killed by Jiang Xinyan. Lu Chaoga pondered for a moment, thinking carefully. This thing was originally on You's back, giving people the feeling of being parasitic on her body. What is this, artificial beast? Or, to bring the ancient alien beast back to life? Lu Chaoga felt that the general direction of his thinking should be right. Do the demon cultivators of the Purple Moon Society still possess such heaven-defying means? Lu Chaoga felt that this matter was still a bit serious. This hidden story is worth digging into. Originally, according to the system mechanism, if there are a lot of purple moon chapters in hand, there is a chance to trigger hidden information. Lu Chaoga had a lot of purple moon chapters before, and the system did not trigger the prompt to hide the plot again. The feeling this gave him was, I know too much. There are so many that according to the current plot trend, the system can no longer go deeper and give prompts. This feeling is that he rushed too fast, not only all the way to the end for the time being, but even pierced through the end. Fortunately, after destroying the stronghold of the Purple Moon Society, the system gave the coordinates of the Purple Moon altar. The altar, could it have something to do with this vellum? Lu Chaoga felt that it was very possible. However, the system has remarked before that it is recommended that players who are over level 50 go there in a group, which proves that this place is extremely dangerous and requires dozens or even more players of the fifth realm to go together. This allowed Lu Chaoga to keep an eye out, thinking that it would be safer to go alone after he reached the fifth realm. From this point of view, this vellum seems to be useless for the time being. But Lu Chaoga still put it in the ink ring and stored it carefully. After doing this, Lu Chaoga took out the blood needle from the ink ring. Today, it is the day of paying the public food once a month. When he took out the blood needle, he felt a faint sucking sound of drooling in his ears. Is my blood essence so delicious to her? Lu Chaoga couldn't understand. He stabbed the blood needle into his fingertips, saying that his fingers were connected to his heart, but he was not afraid of pain, so he didn't feel anything. After a drop of blood was extracted, it was immediately sucked into the coffin, and then swallowed it with an open mouth. Lu Chaoga felt that he also heard the sound of smacking his lips, and the sound of his little tongue sticking out, licking the corner of his mouth, and then quickly withdrawing it. Facts have proved that. What about the fourth layer of your sword intent? What about the peerless genius? When the body was hollowed out, his eyes were still in a trance, and his steps were vain. The men in the world are all the same at this time. Then I'll go back first. Lu Chaoga, who entered the saint mode, was not even interested in chatting. Well, okay. Ao Wu didn't mind this, and there was a little guilt in his tone. She also seemed to know that by extracting blood essence once a month, Lu Chaoga's body still had a lot of burden. After all, the frequency is too fast. Too many times. If it is 3 or 4 times a year, it doesn't really matter, but once a month is a little more. The weak Lu Chaoga returned to the bamboo house and fell asleep. He had a long dream, dreaming of many past lives that he was about to forget. And slept very deeply. Tianji Tower, top floor. There was only a half-blind old man with one eye left, holding the information. handed over by Xianji in his hand. According to Tianji Sanren's instructions, every once in a while, she would hand in the information related to Momin and Lu Chaoga, and it was necessary to detail everything. The woman would go through it herself before handing it in. Every time she looks at this information, she secretly regrets it. When I went to Momin to give it, I should have been more shameless. Such a peerless arrogance. If something can really happen to him, it must be a beautiful thing worth remembering for a lifetime. What's more, his Qiling is still the power of water. Xianji's buttocks, as round as a full moon, rubbed gently on the chair, thinking in her heart. She secretly glanced at Tianji Sanren, who was concentrating on reading the information, and found that the pavilion master's expression was very complicated. In her opinion, this is also normal. Because she looks at the information every once in a while, she will feel a kind of earth-shaking feeling. Obviously, the time interval is not long, but this Lu Chaoga can always accomplish some staggering feats. Well, a man with a high frequency of feats is charismatic. At the same time, his strength and cultivation base are improving too fast. As one of the 12 tower owners of the Tianji Tower, although the Tianji Tower is not a violent organization, her personal strength is also in the fourth realm. She always felt that it might not be long before she would no longer be Lu Chaoga's opponent. He might be able to overtake her on the road of cultivation in a very short period of time, and then rub herself against the ground. The most terrifying thing is that Momin's development is also very rapid. Not even swift, but weird. The expansion of the members of the sect is ridiculously fast. There used to be only a few small sects, but now there are more than 1,000 people. If you follow the instructions of the Tower Master, if you want to track the information of each disciple of Momin, it will be completely overwhelmed. Time passed, and after about another stick of incense, Tianji scattered talents put down the information in their hands. He only felt a little headache. Tianji Sanren has always considered himself to be the hand of heaven, and this player, who he thought did not match his identity, has progressed too fast during this time. Among these information, what he is most concerned about is the vision of heaven and earth inspired by Lu Chaoga. The breakthrough caused the resonance of heaven and earth, and the coverage of the vision of heaven and earth is as high as 100 miles. Tianji Sanren muttered to himself, this is too unreasonable. This gave him a feeling that heavenly Tao favored him far more than he felt. Isn't that what heaven and earth are building for it? Tianji Sanren's single eye glanced out the window. He felt that if he had a chance, he had better learn this Lu Chaoga himself. Although he was blinded in one eye in the last meeting, and also caused half of his power of heaven to be abolished, he still felt that this matter should not be too late. But before that, he still has work to do. The old man wants to go out. Tianji Sanren said to Xianji. Huh? The pavilion master has something important to deal with. Do you need Xianji to follow him? Xianji immediately got up and asked. No need, you only need to do one thing now, collect the information on Lu Chaoga and Momin for me. Tianji Sanren got up, and those indifferent blind eyes glanced at Xianji. He recently received a reminder from Tiandao. As the hand of Tiandao, he has recently returned to a relatively excited state. Although the chess pieces he played were frequently destroyed by this sudden appearance of Lu Chaoga, he couldn't stop playing there, right? He was already looking forward to new pieces. The next day, Lu Chaoga woke up leisurely when the sun was shining for 3 poles. He slept very deeply this time, but it was also very fragrant. After getting up, Lu Chaoga took a shower and took out the mysterious wooden sign from his arms. This wooden plaque, which was copied from Li Nanwei and closely related to Channy could not be put into the storage ring, so Lu Chaoga kept it close to his body on weekdays. I haven't peeped at the screen for a few days. Lu Chaoga was so busy these days that he didn't put his consciousness into the pure white space to read the chat records of the 4 world protagonists. From the time he got this mysterious wooden sign until now, he hasn't said a few words in the group and has always maintained a mystery. But he didn't say a word of the chat content of these 4 people. He browsed all of them. The bullshit they blew, the nonsense they said, the drama they acted, and Lu Chaoga all remembered them in their hearts. And today he took out the wooden sign and saw, oh, good guy, he's actually talking about me. Today, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com players are all over the profound sky realm, which is conducive to the dissemination of some important news. And Lu Chaoga's deeds were spread throughout the entire profound sky realm under these countless loudspeakers. Therefore, the 3 world protagonists of the other 3 states have heard of Qingzhou Road Chaoga. Among them, the protagonist of the world codenamed Xian revealed in the group chat that he was on his way to Qingzhou, and he had something to do as explained by the teacher, and said that if time permits, he would like to go to Momin. Find Lu Chaoga to discuss. Xian also said that his uncle is also in Qingzhou, and he has not returned to the sect for a long time, and he does not know what he is doing by staying in Qingzhou for a long time. Lu Chaoga looked at the group and said in his heart, why is there any home delivery business again? Let's learn from each other. Lu Chaoga didn't care. In his opinion, sooner or later, he will have a deeper intersection with the other 3 world protagonists besides Yu, in addition to group chats. Therefore, if someone does come to the door, he is also happy to see this kind of thing happen. I always feel bad for catching a world protagonist like Yu and bullying him to death. This teenager is always beaten on the head, and his body will have a conditioned reflex. Ask the next world protagonist to come on stage and tilt his head. Lu Chaoga muttered to himself, glancing at his right hand. Itchy. P.S. The second update, ask for a monthly pass, recommend a book by my good brother, one of the most popular entertainment works at the moment, my whitest full-time artist. I think at the beginning, I was also writing about entertainment. Chapter 167. 165, Saint Qingzhou, Mountain Ghost Valley. To be precise, the current Mountain Ghost Valley should be called the Mountain Ghost Valley Scenic Area. Under Lu Chaoga's shocking sword, the poisonous miasma surrounding the Mountain Ghost Valley was emptied by a sword. After all, his sword had the terrifying power to destroy everything, as well as the power of water, which had an obvious effect on the poisonous fog. Therefore, the current Mountain Ghost Valley has become an ordinary valley. It has also become a large number of players who are not too far from Mountain Ghost Valley come here to take pictures, record videos, and then post them on the forum. The crack that was slashed by Lu Chaoga's sword was also called by the players a line of heaven. There are also sand sculpture players who joked that when overlooking the Mountain Ghost Valley from a high place, they felt that it was bulging, round, and plump, and then there was a gap in the middle, giving people a sense of a famous instrument. Below this sentence, players left messages one after another, saying that they could not understand what this evil barrier was talking about. As for the practitioners in Qingzhou, they occasionally come here to have a look out of curiosity, but the number is definitely not as many as the sand sculpture players. At this moment, above the clouds, there is a young girl flying. The girl is petite, her facial features are exquisite, and she is also very particular about her clothes. From the inside to the outside, she exudes an air of a eldest lady and a little goddess. On the earth, it is the kind of rich lady who has a driver to pick up and drop off from school. And the kind that is in a period of rebellion. It is worth mentioning that her hands are very beautiful, her jade fingers are fair and slender, but the joints are not clearly defined, which is an absolute benefit for hand control. This is a pair of hands holding a gun. Beautiful hands should be used to hold guns. She is a gun repairman. It is worth mentioning that the girl's flying magic weapon is very unique and is a huge copper coin. Originally, the center of the copper coin was empty, but the girl installed a large cushion in the place that was originally empty, which made her flying magic weapon quite comfortable. However, most of the flying magic weapons are in the style of cool, handsome, unrestrained, and cute. For example, the one-leaf light boat refined by Ning Ying for Lu Chaoga is a very elegant flying magic weapon. And the shape of copper coins, which is used as a magic weapon for flying, is really unique. Of course, with the arrival of sand sculpture players, more weird flying magic weapons will naturally appear in the future. Practitioners in the profound sky realm can't understand the shapes of many magic weapons, such as toilet seats, toilets, urinals. Yes, this sword is fierce. The girl looked down at the mountain ghost valley below and couldn't help but marvel at Lu Chaoga's terrifying sword. In the case of killing the demon cultivator, the aftermath of the sword chi can still be vertical and horizontal, directly severing the valley. This sword, in the sect, I am afraid that the 5th level practitioners except Jiangshi Shu can't catch it, and they will all die. The girl chatted eloquently, with a pair of smart and beautiful eyes, full of energy. Yes, the Uncle Jiang in the mouth of the girl is Jiang Xinyan. The girl comes from Chuanqiao Mountain in Beizhou, and Jiang Xinyan is her uncle. And the relationship between the two is not bad. She is Jiang Xinyan's most familiar junior in Spring and Autumn Mountain. As I said earlier, Chuanqiao Mountain's exercises are very special. They will magnify a certain desire of a person, and then suppress the rest of a person's desire. This will make the cultivators of Spring and Autumn Mountain very hot in one respect, but in other respects, they will be a little colder and colder than ordinary people. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Xinyan's feelings for Lu Chaoga are invaluable. I see that all beings are like grass and trees, but you are the Green Mountain. It's just that there are people who are more detached in this world, and this girl is one of them. Therefore, although affected by the side effects of the exercises, many aspects of her have been suppressed a little, and this only made her escape from being more detached than ordinary people, to being similar to ordinary people. And a certain desire of her that was magnified seemed to be a bit extreme. This is evident from her flying magic weapon. Take wealth as your life. The girl sat on the copper coin, holding her cheeks in her hands, and said, Is my plan to go to Momin to learn from it? Will it be a little bad? After hesitating for only 3 seconds, the girl lost her integrity. Oh, I've been really tight lately, and there's not enough spirit stones to spend. She kicked her feet angrily. She regards money as her life, but she spends money like water. Some people love money, and they are in the Iron Rooster model. Some people love money because they love spending money and enjoy the process of spending money. This girl is obviously the latter. Having said that, it may be that the girl's desire to be magnified is actually the desire to buy, and the love of money is only a side effect. I'm sorry, Sect Leader Lu, this time I want you to cooperate with my plan A. Little bit, just treat it as if I owe you Mo Sect a favor, and I will keep it in my heart. The girl stuck out her tongue, and then moved towards Mo Sect. Fly in the direction. And along the way, under her operation, a piece of news spread like wildfire. And quickly spread throughout Qingzhou. Momin, Dan Qingfeng. Lu Chaoge was sitting outside the bamboo house drinking with Jiang Xinyan, but saw Luo Bing, a capable little secretary, coming to the bamboo house, looking in a hurry, as if he had something urgent to say. Sect Master, Senior Jiang. Luo Bing saluted first. When there are others around, she usually doesn't call Lu Chaoge a son. The second senior sister of Momin, who is pure and lustful, has been massaging her breasts every day recently, but the results are mediocre. However, it's all about perseverance. What I want is to follow the massage, gather sand into a tower. Moreover, this unique massage technique, after all, is a special technique that is not known in the brothel, and it is useless for no reason. In the end, with her unremitting efforts, Xiao He finally showed her sharp corners and became quite large. Although Ning Ying and Ning Ying are definitely one day and one place, but killing Master Lu Dongli in seconds is a breeze. Luo Bing was in a good mood, so he raised his head and went down the mountain to buy some intimate clothes at the expensive store. After all, he was one size bigger. But after going down the mountain, she heard a very exciting news, and hurriedly returned to the sect. What's the matter? Lu Chaoge couldn't help asking when she saw her panting appearance. Although he knew clearly in his heart, how could a practitioner run so many steps and pant like this, not to mention that her panting was too distracting. Breathing is also a skill. Luo Bing looked at the head of his family and the deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, and said, Sect Master, there are rumors out there now that the saintess of Spring and Autumn Mountain will come to my Momin to find Master to discuss. Lu Chaoge hadn't reacted yet, but someone took the lead. Huh? Jiang Xinyan frowned, slowly putting down the jade gourd in his hand. Nonsense. She couldn't help but say, her tone unpleasant. From her point of view, this dead girl is making a fool of herself again. Also, can this be called sparring? Fellow Taoist, Lu is your elder, this is called asking elders for advice. However, Jiang Xinyan quickly realized that although she was in love with Lu Chaoge, and the two were also called fellow Taoists, in fact, Lu Chaoge was indeed a younger generation. In terms of age, he is only a few years older than his nephew. However, Jiang Xinyan was still not happy. After all, the thing of seniority can be determined by man. In the profound sky realm, he was originally a senior brother from the same sect. Later, with his personal efforts, the junior brother directly became the stepfather of the senior brother. This kind of thing is not unheard of. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, if Pei Qianqian really dares to come to Momin to be presumptuous, I will never forgive him lightly. Jiang Xinyan took out the majesty of his uncle. The body-refining female god of war is no joke. Jiang Xinyan is very ruthless. And Pei Qianqian was the name of the holy maiden of spring and autumn mountain. At the same time, she is also one of the four world protagonists. In Tiangshuanji, the four world protagonists, 2 males and 2 females, are balanced in proportion, striving for equality between men and women. Pei Qianqian, like Jiang Xinyan, is a gun repairer, and Jiang Xinyan has pointed her many times. Although Beizhou is not as special as Qingzhou, the streets are full of sword repairers, but the proportion of gun repairers is not low, 30 to 40%, so this is not surprising. At the same time, just as there is a sword master with a special status in Jianzhong, there are also people with special status in spring and autumn mountain who are called Saint Master. The contemporary Saint Master of Spring and Autumn Mountain should be at the same level of cultivation as Sword Sovereign. As for whether the two are stronger or weaker, it is estimated that only they know clearly in their own hearts. The disciples of the Holy Master are generally honored by outsiders as the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter, but in fact there is no such identity, and position in Spring and Autumn Mountain, it is just a title that everyone calls them. It turns out that she is Xian. Lu Chaoge showed a clear expression, which was consistent with his guess. Although these four guys were hiding their identities in the group chat, Lu Chaoge, a diving party, had already guessed something. In other words, in fact, the four of them have roughly guessed each other's identities as the conversation deepened. After all, they are all well-known figures in the younger generation, and their characteristics are also very obvious. Young people, bragging and farting when chatting, always show a little bit of shit. They are not some 1,000-year-old monsters, or people with scheming. This is a very normal thing. As for the guesses about their mutual identities, they all have a tacit understanding. This is why Pei Qianqian dared to expose herself in the group. She had just finished speaking in the pure white space. It is possible that she will go to Lu Chaoge to discuss it in the past few days. Now she is publicizing this matter outside, making everyone in Qingzhou know that the saint is going to Momin to challenge La Shang. What is that not self exposure? Listening to Jiang Xinyan's words, Lu Chaoge smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. To be honest, based on a very strange psychology, he didn't seem to put himself and Pei Qianqian on the same level. Therefore, he just looked at Jiang Xinyan and said, if she really comes, this seat will give her some pointers. In just a few words, he revealed his strong confidence in his own strength. Little girl, my head is slapped on your head. After Jiang Xinyan thought about it, he just nodded slightly and said nothing more. But after she wants to meet, she will definitely teach Pei Qianqian a lesson. First, because she knew very well what was the purpose of Pei Qianqian's publicity. Outside that she was going to challenge herself. Is it famous? Naturally not. This dead girl's integrity can be dismissed at any time. Will she need fame? Do you really want to learn from each other, and then practice hard? There may be a part of this reason, because her master did instruct her to let her go down the mountain this time and learn more from others, but this is only part of it. There is another reason, it is, want to make money. This girl is really looking at money. Jiang Xinyan said helplessly in his heart. As I said before the sword questioning day, Lu Chaoge sent Mo Dongfang down the mountain, went to the ordinary casino, and bet on the casino in the practice world, betting on himself to win. And Pei Qianqian's purpose is actually the same as Lu Chaoge's original goal. Qingzhou's kendo leader, fighting against the holy maiden of spring and autumn mountain in Beizhou, naturally attracts the attention of countless people. This is a grand event. This kind of event, can the casino not open? Lu Chaoge has become too famous recently, and his reputation is too high. During this period of time, he has steadily overwhelmed Jiyu. Therefore, to fight with him, most of the casinos in the Qingzhou cultivation world will definitely join in the fun. And who would have thought that the dignified Chuanqiu mountain saint would be wholeheartedly thinking of making money behind the scenes? Fortunately, she still has a bottom line, at least she won't play fake games for money. She just wanted to learn more from the leaders of the states and earn some extra spirit stones, by the way, after completing her teacher's order. After all, once the girl saw what she wanted to buy, she couldn't move. To be honest, the Saint Master of Spring and Autumn Mountain is naturally not bad for money. But most of the things that Pei Qianqian buys are bells and whistles. Reading www.sonicmtl.com doesn't have any precious gadgets, so the Holy Master felt that he couldn't spoil his disciples too much, so he began to limit her consumption. Lu Chaoge also has a certain understanding of Pei Qianqian's character. After all, he is one of the four protagonists of the world, and one of the NPCs that players paid the most attention to in his previous life. It's just that he doesn't know everything she will do behind his back. After all, this girl has a special status, and she is always sneaky when she goes to the casino. If he knew about Pei Chanchan's actions, he would probably sigh, "Hero C." The same thing. Lu Chaoga's current thinking is that when Mo Dongfang goes down the mountain to run errands, go to the major casinos to have a look. It's a good thing for someone to kick the gym. Mo Men has a lot of spirit stones on hand recently. After all, after the battle with Yao Xiao, they have harvested a lot of loot, and some of them have been sold and replaced with spirit stones. These cash can just be taken to the casino for a big gamble. When the drinking session with Jiang Xinyan was over, he was going to ask Mo Men's little housekeeper Lu Dongli for money. Yes, as the head of the dignified family, the financial power is not in his hands. Of course, man, he always has his own set of tricks to hide money from private houses. Lu Chaoga is not short of money anyway. So, just like this, Lu Chaoga and Pei Chanchan, two people who have great confidence in their own strength, sighed the same in the air. It's going to be posted. P.S. It's almost New Year's Eve, there are a lot of things to deal with before. Today I'll start with a chapter 2 in one chapter, and I'll add more tomorrow. Chapter 168. 166, World Protagonist and World Protagonist, thanks to the leader of Yan Bao. A certain head surnamed Liu, who was dreaming of making a fortune in casinos. Didn't know that, before Pei Chanchan deliberately hyped it up, a man had already taken the lead. His name is Yu Yu, and in the group chat, the code name is Tian. When Yu Yu left a message in Pei Chanchan's pure white space, saying that if there was a chance, she would go to Mo Men in Qingzhou to challenge a wave of Lu Chaoga, and she frowned secretly. No. 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 Yu Yu began to have a series of words in her heart. In his heart, senior brother Chaoga is his partner on the road of Kendo, and he is also a lifelong enemy. He didn't want too many outsiders stepping in. In his opinion, it is enough that the two act as opponents and confidants to each other. Doing so many messes, and suddenly intervening with a few extra people, what's the matter? Therefore, Yu Yu, who has always been obsessed with Kendo, has recently watched Liu and listened to all directions, and wondered whether this guy, codenamed Xian, will really go to Mo Men to find Lu Chaoga to discuss. As Yu Yu's number one younger brother, Qin Shao has been inquiring a lot these days. Oh, the result is really here. Come on, and make things bigger. So Xian is Pei Chanchan, Yu Yu said in her heart. He must have heard about the Holy Maiden of Spring and Autumn Mountain. There have also been speculations in this regard during the group chat before. But now it's a real hammer. According to legend, Pei Chanchan is extremely talented in spear art. He is a rare spear training genius that has never been seen in 1,000 years. His roots and understanding are not under mine. Yu Yu knew very well that among the younger generation in Beizhou, Pei Chanchan is very prestigious, no weaker than Qingzhou himself. Therefore, Yu Yu quickly made a decision, no longer tangled and struggled in her heart, and carried out a wave of self-defense perfectly. I don't want to make a fuss about it, I just want to meet Xian, who has been talking for so long, what the real person looks like. Well, everything is just out of curiosity about the Holy Maiden of Spring and Autumn Mountain. He felt that there was reason, and the reason was very good, and the self-brainwashing was very successful. At this time, Qin Shao looked at Yu Yu and asked curiously, "Senior brother Yu Yu, do you think this saint from Spring and Autumn Mountain is the opponent of the head of Lu?" Yu Yu shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter." Huh? Chen Xiao didn't understand for a while. He knew very well how much senior brother Yu paid attention to sect leader Lu, so why would he say it was not important at this time? Junior brother Chen, let's go to Qinglong River. Yu got up and said to Chen Xiao. Ah? Chen Xiao was stunned. Senior brother Yu, but we haven't completed the task of this division. Chen Xiao said. Yu waved her hand, looked in the direction of the Qinglongquan area, and said, let's go back quickly, don't worry, it won't take much time. But, Chen Xiao knew that he was unable to persuade him, he could only say, that's fine. Halfway through the mission of the teacher's school, he ran away without authorization, which was similar to the nature of truancy and going out to surf the internet. If you let the teacher know about it, you will definitely be punished. Rules are rules, even you can't avoid punishment. Chen Xiao went with him, and naturally he would sit together. However, he is not a fool. He is very clear now that if Yu wants to go to Qinglongquan, he must go to Momin. There are many sects in the huge Qinglong River, but in Yu's eyes, there is only one black sect. Then, sit down. This kind of excitement, Chen Xiao couldn't do anything but watch it. Every time he sees the head of the road killing the quartet, seeing his posture, expression, and tone, Chen Xiao will have a sentence in his heart, I have learned. So, the two immediately flew with their swords, and did not have a moment. Stay. Along the way, Chen Xiao asked, Senior brother Yu, are we going to watch the battle openly this time, or are we going to hide in a corner? He knew that Yu and Lu Chaoga had an extraordinary relationship. If he wanted to watch the fun in an open and honest way, he might be able to get a good position. Tiangxunji version VIP special seat. Who said I was going to watch the battle? Yu didn't look back, and flew faster. Chen Xiao looked at Yu, who was speeding up, looked at his back, and became more and more confused. I've already gone to Qinglongquan, but I haven't been to watch the battle. So what are you going to do? Chen Xiao always felt that something was wrong. And he had a bad premonition. Good guy, this time, Momin is afraid that it will be more lively than imagined. The news that the Holy Maiden of Spring and Autumn Mountain passed through Qingzhou and wanted to kick the pavilion's ink door has long been rumored in Qingzhou. In the player forum, it also caused a series of sensations. For Beizhou players, Pei Qianqian is the most popular young NPC in Beizhou. Nothing else, because this girl is very strong, and she is also lively and lovely, with a detached temperament, which is obviously different from the ordinary Spring and Autumn Mountain practitioners. Most of the cultivators in Spring and Autumn Mountain suffer from the sequelae of the exercises, which cause them to wear a paralyzed face every day, which is cold and icy. It comes alive only when it comes to their magnified desires. But Pei Qianqian is different. If she is not suppressed by the sequelae of the exercises, she will definitely be able to dance even more. This girl can do things very well. However, who is the sand sculpture player? How could they possibly like that quiet time? They love to do things. This is fun. Moreover, although Pei Qianqian is eccentric by nature, he does things with principles and bottom lines, so he won't do anything excessive. In addition, she is really smart and cute, so in the eyes of Yano, even if she gets into trouble, they will think, how can Qianqian have bad intentions? She is too innocent. As for Pei Qianqian, she wants to find Lu Chao. Comparing songs and learning from each other is something that players like to hear about. The younger generation of Beizhou is recognized as the strongest and the peerless monster sword cultivator who has suddenly emerged in Qingzhou these days. It is exciting to think about it. Therefore, there are endless posts about this matter on the forum, and many players have begun to gamble through various secret methods. From a geographical point of view, it stands to reason that Beizhou players should prefer Pei Qianqian. But unfortunately, Lu Chaoga's popularity is really not covered. Therefore, many Beizhou players resolutely surrendered to the enemy. There are actually a large number of players in Beizhou who support Lu Chaoga. And they are also cheering for Lu Chaoga on the forum. As for Momin players, it is more direct. Heh. Courting death. And then followed by a round-faced chick with a crooked smile. The Momin players are gearing up for it, and have already begun to look forward to it. What they are most concerned about now is, will there be a chance to watch it live? Because there are restrictions on the inner and outer doors of Momin, they simply cannot go to Danqing Peak. And Momin's martial arts field is on Danqing Peak. Unless Lu Chaoga and Pei Qianqian are not fighting on the martial arts field, they will only know one result. Thousands of photographers are already in place, and now they are not allowed to enter because of the tightly locked doors. Tomorrow is the day when Pei Qianqian comes to challenge, and what is Lu Chaoga, the party involved, doing? He was guarding Jiang Xinyan's house. Just now, he felt an obvious aura fluctuation, which spread out from Jiang Xinyan's bamboo house. Obviously, Jiang Xinyan finally found the opportunity to make a breakthrough, and is trying to officially enter the sixth realm in the house. On the day when Qi Xiao was beheaded, Jiang Xinyan was already half a step into the six realms. But it's still tough to get to the door. A few days passed quietly, and she still failed to take the remaining half step. For the retreat tonight, maybe she felt something, or maybe the time had come. She decided to break through the bottleneck that had plagued her for many years. Lu Chaoga was standing outside the house with his hands behind his back at the moment, which could be regarded as protecting the law for her. Xiao Lizi should have already felt that the spiritual energy is not right. He must be observing this side silently in his own room. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Master, in your previous life, you were sleepy for so long in the fifth realm great perfection, but you never thought that now you will be able to fulfill your long-cherished wish. Lu Chaoga felt that his passing butterfly might have played a role in it. Effect. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. I couldn't break her defense in the first place, but now it's even more distant. He shook his head and laughed. For body refinement flow, the fifth realm, great perfection, and the sixth realm are simply two concepts. With Jiang Xinyan's solid foundation, when she succeeds in breaking through, I am afraid that with the strength of the early stage of the sixth realm, she will be able to chase after the ordinary practitioners of the sixth realm. Great perfection. Suddenly I was eager for experience points, and I couldn't hold back the urge to level up. Lu Chaoga smiled. Now, the bright moon is hanging high, and time has passed for half an hour. Finally, the slightly disordered spiritual energy around it began to riot. The surrounding aura rushed frantically into Jiang Xinyan's bamboo house, forming a huge aura vortex. This aura vortex covered the entire Momin area and began to spread outward. From the perspective of movement, it is much smaller than the vision of heaven and earth when Lu Chaoga broke through the fourth layer of sword intent. In terms of special effects, it is not as good as Lu Chaoga. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com. But so much spiritual energy is not revolving around Jiang Xinyan. Lu Chaoga is a real special effect. The power of heaven and earth is like spreading flowers for him, applauding him, and building momentum for him. But the spiritual power around Jiang Xinyan was actually absorbed by her and tempered her body. This process can be risky as well. Lu Chaoga was pacing outside the bamboo house, very worried. What's going on? Why is this scene so like a movie and TV drama? The lady is giving birth to a baby in the house, and the husband is anxious outside? Lu Chaoga felt that something was wrong. Boom! In an instant, there was a roar, quite a feeling of thunder on the ground. A tyrannical pressure spread from the bamboo house to the outside, making Lu Chaoga, who was far from the bamboo house, feel depressed, and it was difficult to breathe. A translucent ripple spread out from the inside of the house, and Lu Chaoga hurriedly used his spiritual power to resist, otherwise, if he was so close, the whole person would probably be shaken out. Rising. Lu Chaoga's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. P.S. For the first update, I would like to thank the young woman Yan Bao for her 100,000 starting point coins. Chapter 169. 167, Jiang Xinyan, Confession. In Momenten Qing Feng, Lu Chaoga has great joy in his heart, just like an old father who has harvested a baby under his own hard work. However, from the perspective of movement, Neza was not so explosive when he was born. Neza is just a meatball, with the huge roar just now. I am afraid it is a thunderball. Of course, a man who can't even break his defenses would think all this for nothing. He felt the steady vortex of spiritual energy in the surrounding area, and the powerful pressure that gradually subsided. He knew in his heart that Jiang Xinyan should be safe from danger, and he is probably in a good state now. As for the sand sculpture players in the outer peak who couldn't figure out the situation, they looked at each other in dismay. Fuck, where did the gun battle come from? The sound is so loud. What gun battle? It's obviously thunder. Thunder? Dan Qingfeng was struck by thunder? Where is the scumbag swearing here? Ah bah. Yes, where is Daoist fellow? Daoist here. Jiang Xinyan lives in Momen, and sand sculpture players don't know it. I just thought that it was our head of the road who made a big move again. Basic operation, after all, the son of heaven. As for Lu Chaoga, who was standing outside the bamboo house, he did not enter the bamboo house at this moment. The aura vortex just now must have tempered Jiang Xinyan's body. Such an extremely terrifying energy can be carried by her body, but whether the long gown can be carried, he does not know. It's not that he is a righteous gentleman. He is mainly afraid that Jiang Xinyan will punch himself in the embarrassing situation in that embarrassing situation. Since he has just broken through, he must not be able to control his strength, and 80% of them will be directly beaten to death. Resurrection coin -1. In this way, this beautiful picture becomes real coin-operated viewing. Time passed by minute, and after about half a column of incense, Jiang Xinyan slowly walked out of the bamboo house. She really changed her clothes, and changed everything from her bottom shirt to her outer robe and even her shoes. Lu Chaoga stared at Jiang Xinyan, who had become several times stronger than before. For some reason, she just felt that she was more beautiful and fragrant. This kind of feeling that the person on the head will still develop independently. Don't be too comfortable. Unexpectedly, I not only have backers, but my backers will grow taller. But to be honest, Jiang Xinyan, who has undergone spiritual qi quenching, seems to have really become more beautiful. She has delicate facial features and a tall stature. At this time, she only felt that her skin was as delicate and smooth as a newborn baby. Presumably this skin must be blowable. This body is simply ice muscle jade bone. But again, invulnerable. Invulnerable to a gun, it's too insulting to a man. Lu Chaoga thought to himself, let's level up, you still have some experience points, let's use it to level up. After thinking about this, he suddenly felt that the logic was so smooth. Bring it all to upgrade is a bit unbearable to look at. I saw Jiang Xinyan smiled slightly at Lu Chaoga, and said, thank you, Dao Yu, for protecting the Dharma for me. She had a cold temperament, and she belonged to an icy girl who didn't know the fireworks in the world, and her smile was relatively rare. Obviously, it was a breakthrough, and he was protecting the law for himself. Throughout the whole process, which made Jiang Xinyan in a good mood. Lu Chaoga looked at the melting snow-like smile, and for a while, he only felt that the moonlight tonight was a little brighter than in the past, and the night wind was so cool and soft. Congratulations to fellow Taoists for successfully breaking through the realm and experiencing the wonders of the sixth realm. Lu Chaoga congratulated and made a funny gesture of congratulations. In the entire profound sky realm, there have been very few practitioners of the body refinement flow who have entered the sixth realm in history, like a rookie of the Phoenix. Moreover, according to legend, if a practitioner of body refinement flow breaks through to the seventh realm, their strength will reach an extremely terrifying level. It is possible to kill the enemy in a larger realm. Jiang Xinyan looked at him, took off the jade gourd hanging from his waist, shook Chuanmian inside the jade gourd, and made a rattling sound when the drink was shaking, saying, why don't you accompany me for a drink? Don't you get drunk? Lu Chaoga looked up at the sky and said with a stinky face, then, with my alcohol capacity, fellow Daoist is afraid to spend money. Jiang Xinyan smiled and took out a pot of unopened chuanmian from the storage ring. It was thrown to Lu Chaoga from a distance. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Chaoga was slightly drunk. He didn't expect that Jiang Xinyan's words were not drunk, but he was serious. In the past, he and Jiang Xinyan drank, most of which were small drinks, but today they are completely drinking. If it is ordinary wine, it will naturally not get drunk on the Taoist body of the practitioner. But Chuanmian is a spirit wine, and it is a top-quality spirit wine. Not only is it alcoholic, but it's also very nourishing. Of course, it's like when Duanyu and Xiaofeng were drinking in Tianlongba. Boo, they cheated to force out the drinks. Lu Chaoga's water power can do the same. But wouldn't that make sense? And what puzzled him was that he didn't understand why Jiang Xinyan was so drunk today. In the past, although she was very addicted to alcohol, she was only good at it, not like getting drunk. He didn't know that Jiang Xinyan took out a small copper coin from the storage ring after putting on new clothes in the house after successfully breaking through. In the past, when she was chatting with Lu Chaoga often said something she didn't understand, but found it very interesting. In the process of chatting with him, she also understood the meaning of some new words such as cool and pull. Also learned some of the simplest table games such as tossing coins. On the front, drink Lu Chaoga, and on the reverse side, drink Jiang Xinyan. Lu Chaoga also told her that in fact, when people are hesitant, they can also choose to throw copper coins. The positive and negative sides represent 2 choices, and then throw the copper coins and listen to the destiny. The reason why Jiang Xinyan took out the copper coins was because she was tangled and hesitant in her heart. This very cool woman on weekdays, this very free and easy woman on weekdays, has become timid and reserved after she understands her own mind. Even cowardly. Yes, this decisive woman is cowardly. She didn't know whether she should tell him, or when she should tell him her heart. The side with scratches is up, then tonight. The side without scratches is up, then wait. The copper coin was bounced by her slender white fingers, and then snapped, fell on the table. The non-scratch side is facing up. Jiang Xinyan's beautiful eyes stared at the copper coin for a long time and then stretched out his sleeve, flicked it on the table, and turned it over. God's will, she muttered to herself. Dizzy. At this moment, Lu Chaoga, who was sitting outside the bamboo house, felt that he had overestimated his drinking capacity. Fortunately, he found that Jiang Xinyan, who was drinking almost every day, was not much better, and he also had a feeling of drunkenness and hazy eyes. But to be honest, she drank at least twice as much as Lu Chaoga. It's just for the sake of drinking to make people brave. Yes, the reason why he drank Chuanmian like an ox drinking water was just because this little coward who was decisive in killing on weekdays, but today he threw away his armor and was just emboldening himself. This woman, who has always been going straight, has even figured out a way out for herself. If it really doesn't work after a while, then pretend to be drunk. Lu Chaoga glanced at Jiang Xinyan, who was lying on the table. Her fair face was now stained with blush, and her eyes seemed to be covered with a misty fog, adding a hazy feeling. That cold breath dissipated cleanly at this moment, and she became more alive than usual. Many women, after drinking too much alcohol, will pout their mouths slightly. This is a natural reaction of the body, because the alcohol will come up from time to time. This woman, who is usually a very royal sister, also adds a touch of cuteness. Her lips were red, tender, and presumably soft. And this is the second time that Jiang Xinyan and Lu Chaoga have seen him. In the previous life, Jiang Xinyan was also very drunk, and he looked like this, and then said the words that Lu Chaoga has never forgotten. Jiang Xinyan held the jade gourd, half squatted on the table, tilted his head, and frowned at Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga was amused by her, and asked, "Fellow Daoist has doubts in his heart, and his brows are almost knit together." Jiang Xinyan gently tapped the table with his right hand holding the jade gourd, and said, "There are indeed doubts." As she said that, she continued to stare at Lu Chaoga, and said, "Can fellow Daoist explain my confusion, what is love?" Lu Chaoga was stunned for a moment, and an electric current suddenly spread throughout his body. He looked at Jiang Xinyan with a softer look. Intoxicated and intoxicated. The scenes of the past life and the present life are subtly overlapped. He smiled and said, "I don't know what it is. I only know that when a person doesn't have someone he likes, that's when she is the coolest." Lu Chaoga actually said this to Jiang Xinyan in his life. Once, after they left the trial grounds of Jianzhong and obtained the peach blossoms presented by the 10,000 years peach tree in their hands. At that time, Jiang Xinyan could not understand this sentence, and he could not understand this sentence. But she understands now. Just like when he tossed the coin just now, turning the coin over in a self-deceiving way is very ridiculous, and naturally it is not cool at all. So it is. Jiang Xinyan muttered. She changed from half lying on the table to half lying directly on the table. Her eyes became more hazy, and her delicate face became more rosy. Alcoholism is one aspect, UU reading www.sonicmtl.com has another aspect. Not to mention her cheeks, even her delicate ears have turned red. The moonlight tonight is very beautiful. The bright moonlight shines on Jiang Xinyan's body through the leaves. With Shafei's cheeks, she rested her cheek on her arm and then looked at Lu Chaoga sideways in this posture. Lu Chaoga was also looking down at her. When his eyes crossed, Jiang Xinyan avoided it. She didn't look directly at him, but looked at Lu Chaoga hanging the jade card. This is the second time that Lu Chaoga has seen her with a little daughter's attitude, and the second time that she can hear a trace of grievance in her cold and calm voice. Jiang Xinyan's voice at this time overlapped with the voice in Lu Chaoga's mind. She spoke softly, her tone aggrieved. "But, fellow Daoist, I'm not cool anymore. P.S. Second update, ask for a monthly ticket." Chapter 170. 168, topping. Momin, dancing peak, in front of bamboo house. The moonlight is beautiful, the breeze is cool, and after 3 rounds of wine, my mind is dizzy. After the drunk Jiang Xinyan said these words, Lu Chaoge instantly sobered up. Sounds in memory, and sounds in reality, create a clever and interesting overlap. What appeared in his mind was, but Chaoge, being a teacher is not cool at all now. At this time, what my ears heard was, but fellow Daoist, I'm not cool at all now. The way Lu Chaoge looked at her became softer and softer. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan no longer looks like a goddess who is on the altar and does not eat the fireworks of the world. He could see that there was nervousness, anxiety, shyness, and restraint in her drunken, hazy eyes. Obviously because of the sequelae of the spring and autumn mountain exercises. Her lust should be colder than ordinary people. But why does this fiery love still breed endlessly? Lu Chaoge was a disciple of Chuanqiu Mountain in his previous life, although because he was a player, his mind would not be shaken by the sequelae of the practice. However, he stayed in Chuanqiu Mountain for so long and had contact with too many spring and autumn mountain practitioners. How could he not understand this? For the cultivators in spring and autumn mountain, if the amplified desire is lust, then maybe they only like 1 point in their hearts, and they can say 10 points in their mouths. But what about Jiang Xinyan? If she has 12 points of love in her heart, she may only say 1 point in her mouth. Just in response to the sentence living is a series of punchlines, and liking is hesitating. Lu Chaoge followed Jiang Xinyan's gaze. This woman who was decisive and extremely cool on weekdays had already thrown away her armor and was so cowardly that she dared not look him in the eyes. Her eyes need to focus somewhere, and she is looking at the jade plaque hanging on her chest. This jade card always has a warm feeling, and it is precisely it, the word safe on the jade card, which brings the first throbbing in the heart to Lu Chaoge in this world. He always insisted on saying good night to Jiang Xinyan, but she, who was not good at expressing herself, never gave any response until this jade card. Good night is different from person to person. Some people can say hello to every fish in the pond, others are unique. The night is the night of the whole world, and the good is only for you. In fact, when she engraved the word on the jade plaque, she had already fallen, but she didn't know it yet. It is precisely because she is so special from Chuanqiu Mountain that this love is very heavy, and this love is very heavy. Lu Chaoge opened his mouth several times, but was speechless. This style is also a bit different from him. Dao. Fellow Daoist, can actually. You don't need to give me an answer. Jiang Xinyan changed from resting his head on his arm to resting his head on his arm. It's better for fellow Daoist to treat it as I didn't say it. Drinking too much spirit wine is nonsense. Let fellow Daoists watch. It's a joke. She spoke softer and softer, burying her face deeper and deeper in her arms. It's like an ostrich burying its head in the sand and deceiving itself. As she kept groaning, gradually she didn't know if she was really escaping, or if the fierce stamina of Lingjiu Chuanmian came up completely. Jiang Xinyan. Completely drunk. Drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Lu Chaoge put down the jade gourd in his hand and looked at Jiang Xinyan, who was breathing steadily and had fallen asleep. For some reason, she felt that she was somewhat special and cute at the moment. She is really beautiful. And it's the kind of beauty that fits Lu Chaoge's aesthetic. Otherwise, with so many bigwigs in the spring and autumn mountains, Lu Chaoge wouldn't have stared at her all at once in his previous life. In order to worship her as a teacher, it took a lot of effort. Since Jiang Xinyan's face was buried deep in her arms at this moment, Lu Chaoga could only see a small part of her profile and her red ears. He stretched out his right hand and pinched her left ear curiously. It was soft but hot. Since she was lying on the table, Jiang Xinyan was tall, which made her delicate body naturally curved. She was originally cold and slender, with a tall figure, but now, looking from the side, she could see her slender waist that was outlined by the belt. The undulating arcs and curves are just right. Due to excessive drinking, the ice muscles on the neck have been dyed with a light blush. The high ponytail that was tied up fell to one side with the action of burying his head, and a lot of blue silk covered his profile in a messy way. Incredible beauty. When the goddess above the 9 heavens fall into the mortal world, it is easy to inspire the blasphemy in the hearts of men. Especially in this moonlight, in this atmosphere. Lu Chaoga just picked her up and put her on the couch. After doing this, he quickly left the room, fearing that if he stayed for a long time, he would become distracted and find it difficult to control himself. At this moment, he was standing outside the house, his eyes fixed on the experience points on his character panel. Millions of embezzled experience points are enough for him to leap from the current level of 31 to over level 40. However, it may not be enough to break the defense. The 5th realm is almost the same. Lu Chaoga muttered to himself. After thinking about this, he smiled again and said, "What are you thinking about?" Of course, he didn't despise himself because of this, it was human nature. Outside the bamboo house, Lu Chaoga stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the bright moon in the sky. I got drunk very fast. I was just thinking about the words in my mind. Why don't you give people a little time to organize the language? He smiled helplessly. Lu Chaoga's concept of love has always been very simple and straight. He is not a person who will fall into self-entanglement. He is always very clear about his intentions, so there will be no bloody twists and turns. He sat back on the table alone, took a sip of spirit wine, Chuanmian, and hummed a Cantonese song out of tune. Fengwix Suiyu refuses to wait for anyone, and if you want to offer it, offer a kiss. Man, you should live in the moment. Before tonight, he and Jiang Xinyan were called fellow Taoists, and the two had a pure friendship. After tonight, he felt he could be properly impure. The east is white, and the sun is rising. Jiang Xinyan woke up drowsy on the bed, raised his jade hand and gently rubbed his head. The scenes from last night flashed through her mind, causing her body to become stiff and tense in an instant. She raised her palms and patted her cheek lightly, thinking for a while whether to escape, leave Momin, and run back to Spring and Autumn Mountain. First, she couldn't imagine how embarrassing she would be when facing Lu Chaoga again. Today. Yes, she has indeed understood her own mind. But she hadn't figured out Lu Chaoga's intentions. The copper coin that she turned over was still placed on the table. Jiang Xinyan looked at the copper coins and was a little lost. She now understands why on the Spring and Autumn Mountains, the magnified desires are cultivators of lust, either vigorous or silent. Emotions are really difficult things. At this time, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but think, how did he get back to the house? Naturally, there is no need to guess the answer, and it will definitely not float back after being drunk. Thinking of this, her face flushed slightly again. After taking a deep breath, she stood up and walked outside the house. Pushing open the door, the morning sun shone on her body, and she only felt a faint fragrance around her. Jiang Xinyan moved the tip of his nose slightly, then looked forward. She saw a fruit hanging on the tree by the door. It is winter now, and the small tree planted in front of the bamboo house is bare, not even a leaf. This makes the fruit hanging on the ropes on the branches stand out. What's more, this fruit is so fragrant, and the color is so red. This is a vermilion bird fruit, a spirit fruit grade vermilion bird fruit. At that time, Lu Chaoga went outside the bird city to meet the players who had just arrived for a while, and rescued a Suzaku tree, the fruit tree that had just blossomed, and gave this special Suzaku fruit to him as a gift. And his improved version of Chuanmian for Jiangxinyan needs the juice of Suzakuguo. Therefore, when he got the fruit, he thought of finding an opportunity to give it to her. Don't look at this as just a spiritual fruit, but in fact, in the entire profound sky realm, there may not be a few vermilion bird trees with spiritual wisdom, let alone a special spiritual fruit that can only be produced by a single spiritual tree in a lifetime. Jiang Xinyan took a few steps forward, stood under the tree, and looked up at the vermilion bird fruit hanging on the tree. She is not a fool, she naturally knows that this is what Lu Chaoga specially left to her. This warmed her heart, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Presumably, the spring sleep with the spirit juice liquid is added, and the taste must be better. At the same time, she also has a deeper regret that Lu Chaoga did not respond to her yesterday. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan suddenly looked back. Lu Chaoga did not know when he had come outside the house. To be precise, he stayed outside the house all night. It was just a temporary event and he left for a while. He held 2 bowls of hot porridge in his hand, which he had just cooked. Hey, I drank so much wine last night, let's drink some porridge in the morning, he said to Jiang Xinyan. Lu Chaoga's tone was very calm, and there was no difference from the past. It was as if nothing happened last night. This made Jiang Xinyan not feel too embarrassed and ashamed, but he could not help feeling unwilling and regretful in his heart. Lu Chaoga took 2 bowls of hot porridge and placed them on the stone table. Then, he glanced at Jiang Xinyan standing under the tree, and the vermilion bird fruit he hung on the tree. He took the seat first, with a smile on his face. Lu Chaoga said, I wanted to talk several times last night, but there was someone who always interrupted me, and after I finished saying everything I wanted to say, I got drunk. As soon as this statement came out, Jiang Xinyan looked down at his toes, just about to find a seam to drill in. Shi Xiaofei's cheeks were stiff, her body was stiff, and she was a little embarrassed and angry. She thought that Lu Chaoga would pretend that nothing happened to save her some face, but she didn't expect that he would point it out directly, and use such a playful tone to make people want to hit him. After teasing Jiang Xinyan, Lu Chaoga pointed to the vermilion bird fruit hanging on the tree, and said, by chance, I harvested this vermilion bird spirit fruit, and the first reaction in my mind at that time was that I thought of it. You. It's not a good sign, it's really dangerous. After he finished speaking, he had a serious expression on his face, and his handsome face was full of seriousness. With his burning eyes, he looked directly at Jiang Xinyan, pointed at the vermilion bird spirit fruit, and gave the answer he didn't give last night. He said word by word. My heart is on the tree, you just pick it. The first update of PS, the foreshadowing of Suzakuguo, has been buried until now. Ask for a monthly pass. Keep the top 10. Chapter 171. 169, Yu, pass me first. The early morning wind blew, and Jiang Xinyan picked the vermilion bird fruit from the tree and carefully put it into the storage ring. Since then, the relationship between the two has changed substantially. Lu Chaoga called her to come over to drink porridge quickly. A man and a woman sat together to drink porridge like this, quite a sense of peace and quiet in the years. But today is destined to be an uneasy day. Don't forget, Pei Chanqian, the saint of Chuanqiu Mountain, will come to Momin today to challenge Lu Chaoga. After establishing a relationship with Jiang Xinyan, Lu Chaoga's mentality became more and more casual. Originally, this guy didn't take the protagonist of the world seriously. The protagonist of the world is amazing, right? Yu Yu has not been beaten up by me since she was a child. As for now, he treats Pei Qianqian as a junior. Lu Chaoga glanced at Jiang Xinyan and said with a smile, I don't know when your nephew will come to ask for advice today. Jiang Xinyan looked at him and said, you don't need to pay attention to her. I will drive her away. Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows and pretended to be displeased. Why are you still called Dao Yu? Jiang Xinyan's pretty face was slightly red, and the chopsticks in his hand unconsciously stirred the porridge in the bowl, saying, but no longer. Lu Chaoga stopped teasing her and said, it's okay, just do whatever you like. Tease you. In his opinion, the name is a very indifferent thing, and many young couples or couples will also have the unique title, can actually add a little fun. Anyway, the names of people in the world are always changeable. It may be a normal name in front of people, but when they are really lying together, it is different. It doesn't matter. One side is flirting, the other is gearing up. The holy maiden of spring and autumn mountain, Pei Qianqian, sat high on her copper coin-shaped flying magic weapon, and was flying in the direction of the Momin. Why didn't Master Jiang come to me? Pei Qian thought to herself. It stands to reason that the news that he is going to challenge the Momin should have spread all over Qingzhou. If Jiang Shishu is still in Qingzhou, he should come to the Momin to find him. She didn't know that it was also copper coins. She was relying on copper coins to fly, and Jiang Xinyan was relying on a copper coin to successfully sublimate a wave of revolutionary friendship. At this moment, Pei Qianqian was still calculating in his heart how many spirit stones he could earn if he could win the competition this time. I've squeezed my entire net worth into it. Pei Qianqian stumbled directly. Perhaps it is also guessed that today's fight, there may be a large number of spectators watching. Pei Qianqian, the saint of spring and autumn mountain, also dressed up specially. I saw that she was covered in lingerie, the upper body was a splendid gauze of rain silk, and the lower body was a plain silk skirt. She has a small face, delicate facial features, and an exquisite figure. There is a jade pendant on his waist, a jade bracelet in his sleeve, and a jade pendant around his neck. Each piece is very valuable, just like a little rich woman. In fact, these are magic weapons, but they are all illusory. The shape is beautiful and luxurious, but the effect is very poor. But the price is definitely not cheap. It's because she loves to buy these that some don't have, and she can't control her desire to buy, so how many spirit stones are not enough to spend? No, she still took out the exquisite pastries from the storage ring. When she flew to Momin, she discovered that there was already a sea of people outside Momin Mountain. Why are there so many people? Pei Qianqian was startled. Outside the gate of Momin Mountain, a large number of sand sculpture players gathered. In fact, there are indeed many practitioners who come to watch the fun, but in terms of number, there are undoubtedly more players. With such a lively event, how could the players hold back and not come to watch? With the current popularity of Lu Chaoga, who doesn't want to see the scene when he is out of the sword? You know, since the Battle of the Mountain Ghost Valley, it's not too late. Can already be unsheathed. But since then, the players have never seen Lu Chaoga make a move. Looking forward to saying it. The number 1 photographer is in place. Many players have begun to spontaneously search for a suitable perspective. The number 2 photographer is in place. Take a photo. If the family goes to Danqing Peak to fight, we will all wait. In vain. A more rational player said. As for those Momin players, they feel even more embarrassed. Obviously we are from the Momin, but it seems that we do not have any privileges. If they really went to the martial arts field on Danqing Peak to fight, they also did not have the qualifications to watch the battle. The inner and outer doors of the Momin are blocked off by the ban. No matter how hard the players try, they cannot break through. Lin Huagan, Mo Buxiu, and the others were also in the crowd, surrounded by many players, like stars holding the moon. They were originally well-known figures in the game industry, and they were also the first batch of Momin handyman disciples, and their identities were still different. No, there are players who act as reporters asking questions. Do you think Lu Chaoge will win? Lin Huagan, the rich second generation, looked at him with an unhappy expression, and said, "You're new here? How could the head of Lu possibly lose? The key is how long it takes to resolve the battle." Lin Huagan is Lu Chaoge's #1 fanboy and has boundless confidence in Lu Chaoge. No way, who told him to do some self-substitution? I am a person with 5 points, favorability degree, of the road leader. But to be honest, so far, there is indeed only one player like Lin Huagan who has Lu Chaoge's favorability. This mere 5 points of favorability has become his biggest asset in pretending to be forceful on weekdays. Make him feel that he is Lu Chaoge's #1 spokesman. Not to mention, Lin Ali and the others are still envious of these 5 points of favorability. Who would have thought that an NPC's mere 5 points of favorability would become a sweet treat? The players are currently weak, and their spiritual perception is weak, so naturally they don't have much perception of the surrounding situation. The practitioners waiting here are different, and some of them have good cultivation. Immediately, someone said, "Come. The saintess of spring and autumn mountains is here." I saw a copper coin with a unique shape flying through the air, neither fast nor slow, towards the mountain gate of Momin. Hey, this flying magic weapon, I don't know how to evaluate it for a while. The players couldn't help expressing emotion. I've only heard of small money, and it's the first time I've seen such a big money. I think it's pretty, and I want it a bit. Sand sculpture players are still the same thing. For mounts, flying magic, weapons, etc., there is a deep obsession, eager to have it. In front of the bamboo house, both Lu Chaoge and Jiang Xinyan sensed Pei Qianqian's arrival. "Fellow Daoist, don't you really need me to drive her away?" Jiang Xinyan asked. She felt that Pei Qianqian was too rambunctious, and even felt that this girl was rude. Pei Qianqian came from Chuanqiu Mountain just like her, and she was also worried that it would affect the impression of Chuanqiu Mountain in Lu Chaoge's mind. What's more, the two had just confirmed their relationship, and they should have had a romantic relationship, but there was no progress yet. Lu Chaoge had to end up fighting with another woman. This woman is still his nephew. How could Jiang Xinyan be emotional? None? Lu Chaoge waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter." After speaking, he raised his right hand and pulled the blue silk in front of Jiang Xinyan's eyes, which was a little messy with the breeze, and said, "It won't take much time. In the field of competition, he will definitely have to fight." After all, Mo Dong easily obeyed Lu Chaoge's instructions yesterday, and took almost all the spiritual stones of Momin to the major casinos in the practice world, all betting on Lu Chaoge to win. But soon, Lu Chaoge raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xinyan asked. "Why is he here?" Lu Chaoge was speechless for a while. His consciousness sensed a very familiar air. He looked at Jiang Xinyan and said, "It's you. You? Is that the sword attendant of Lord Swordmaster?" Jiang Xinyan also Knew about Yu Yu, a young genius who was as famous as Pei Chanqian. Lu Chaoga nodded and said in his heart, what is he here to join in the fun? Are netizens running to show up? But there is indeed no love between the four protagonists. As I said before, according to the normal Tianxuanji plot trend, Yu Yu's official partner is Li Nanwei, the daughter of Jianzuan, that is, his senior sister. This kid may have some sister control attributes, and he may have a crush on Li Nanwei for a long time. The other three world protagonists did not show obvious love when Lu Chaoga passed through. Therefore, Lu Chaoga does not know whether they have a partner in the end. However, although there are 2 men and 2 women among the 4, there is no internal match. They are just friends of justice. But thinking about it carefully, it's been a long time since I saw Yu Yu. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. During this period of time, he had many contacts with Aunt Ning, but Yu Yu never saw each other again. I kinda miss the feel of his head. The thief fights vigorously, and the thief relaxes. Are you going with me? Lu Chaoga asked Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan nodded. Lu Chaoga took out a light boat from the storage ring, and then stretched out his right hand towards Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan's pretty face blushed slightly, but she still put her little hand into Lu Chaoga's palm. The skin is smooth, the little hands are soft, and the feel is excellent. After the two got on a light boat, Lu Chaoga was about to take off, but found that Yu Yu moved. This kid stepped on the flying sword and blocked Pei Chanqian directly. The appearance of Yu Yu immediately caused a burst of exclamations. His popularity in the hearts of Qingzhou players, although Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is not as good as Lu Chaoga, it is still very high. After all, he is also a charm 9. As long as he doesn't stand with Lu Chaoga. He is also very handsome. In addition, he is Kendo qualification 10, flawless sword body, and he is also a disciple of Jianzong, the most qualified person in the younger generation of Jianzong, and it is difficult to think of not being famous. How come Yu Yu is here? Good guy, I'm a good guy. It's lively. There's a good show to watch. I saw Yu Yu stepped on the flying sword, stopped Pei Chanqian, and left. Alone. Blocked between Pei Chanqian and Momin Mountain Gate. Lu Chaoga, who had invested all of his net worth in the casino, looked up at the sky and felt itchy for a while. Fuck, don't do anything for me, kid. P.S. Second update, ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 172. 170, from 1 onwards. The appearance of Yu Yu gave Lu Chaoga a bad premonition, especially when he flew with his sword and stopped in front of Pei Chanqian. Are you itchy? Lu Chaoga felt unhappy. And the development of the situation was exactly as he expected. I saw Yu Yu looked at Pei Chanqian and said, Yu Yu in the lower sword sect. Presumably the girl is Pei Chanqian, the holy maiden of spring and autumn. Mountain, right? For displeasure. But after seeing that the visitor had a beautiful face and a beautiful birth, the displeasure in his heart was reduced a bit. Humans are visual animals. Yu Yu is a charm 9, after all, and in the entire profound sky realm, from the perspective of appearance, she is also the number 1 in the ranking. If there was 100 most handsome faces in the profound sky region, he would definitely be among the best. And when Pei Chanqian heard that he was Yu Yu, her eyes lit up. Because she guessed once, the Tian in the group chat is Qingzhou Yu Yue. She cupped her hands towards Yu Yu and said, it's here, it's the first time we met, please give me more advice. After speaking, she also secretly made a mouth shape towards Yu Yu without making a sound, but from the point of view of the mouth shape, she was in the said, Tian. Yu Yu bowed her hands in return, and said, it's the first time we meet. Please give me more advice. Then, he also made a mouth shape, Xian. A wonderful feeling of meeting netizens, and at the same time, secretly looking at each other. Originally, the first meeting of the two world protagonists should be a historic scene. It's a pity that this scene happened in Momen and in front of Lu Chaoga, so the limelight could not cover him. Pei Qianqian looked at Yu Yu, thinking that he was just here to talk to him. So he said, "Senior brother Yu Yu, Qian came here to ask for advice from the head of Momen Road, and come back after my discussion is over. Looking for you." Unexpectedly, Yu Yu shook her head and remained there, not intending to move. "It's a coincidence that I came here to seek advice from the head of the road." As soon as these words came out, there was an instant uproar. Whether it was the practitioners watching here or the players around, they were all shocked. Yu Yu actually came to find Master Lu to learn from each other. Excited. In Qingzhou, Lu Chaoga is one of the most popular among the younger generation. As for Yu Yu, before Lu Chaoga was born, Qingzhou recognized the young generation with the highest qualifications and the most special status. Flawless sword body, the disciple of sword sovereign, and the sparring with Momen Lu Chaoga. Isn't this a fucking race to be the leader of the younger generation in Qingzhou? If this fights, it will be too powerful. Players hurriedly posted on the forum, and once the post was published, it immediately caused a sensation on the forum. Big event, this is definitely a big event. Damn it. Is it so powerful? Please live online, find a better seat. The melon seat bench is ready, call me. Ah, my blood is already boiling. Huh. My generation Jianqiu should be so high-spirited, ooh. Unlike the excited players, Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. What are you doing? Your kid is really itchy? He felt that Yu Yu came to be beaten. The most outrageous thing is, what did you just call me? Master Lu. Hey, the head of the road ahead of you, the senior brother of the road behind. You, two faces. Lu Chaoga was secretly unhappy. No wonder she never gained a shred of reputation for herself. Through Yu Yu's mouth. Emotion, this guy has been pretending to be unfamiliar to me in front of people. TSK. Lu Chaoga moved the 5 fingers of his right hand slightly. Already starting to warm up. He sees all this as pure teenage rebellion. Just beat more. Hearing Yu Yu's words, Pei Qianqian was stunned on the spot. Ah. Grab business. Pei Qianqian was stunned. When she thought that her entire net worth had flowed into the casino, her scalp felt numb in an instant. If she didn't fight this match, she would return to the pre-liberation overnight and declare bankruptcy. Because before the bet, the major casinos have clearly stated that if they can't fight, it will be counted as a draw. She bet on herself to win. No, I still want to buy jadeite slender dragon jade, and warm snow rouge velvet, and I'm also interested in colored glazed shelter beads. Pei Qianqian sat on top of the copper coins, and the whole person's breath changed. Suddenly, she looked at Yu Yu and asked, okay, then senior brother Yu Yu stopped. Here, why did you want to get here? Yu Yu stepped on the flying sword and said, after all, the head of the road is the master of a sect. I think it must be it's the sect's affairs, and I shouldn't be free on weekdays. After speaking, he changed the subject. It's better that you and I decide the winner first. The winner will come to ask for advice, and the loser will not waste the time of the head of the road. How? If you want to challenge senior brother Chaoga, pass me Yu Yu first. As soon as these words came out, Pei Qianqian was so angry that she stomped wildly on top of the copper coins. You are really unsympathetic, you just do things when you first meet. Pei Qianqian cursed in his heart. However, Sword Sect Yu has her own pride. And Pei Chanshan, the saintess of Spring and Autumn Mountain, also has her own pride. They are all leaders of the younger generation, and naturally they will not feel that their skills are inferior to others. The other party has spoken directly in person, how can there be any reason to refuse? Pei Chanshan no longer sat on the copper coins, but got up directly. For a while, in the high sky in front of Danqing Peak, the atmosphere became tense. On the other hand, Lu Chaoga's mouth twitched slightly, defined as being entangled in sect affairs and unable to sneak in. Seriously, as the head of his, he really doesn't have much to deal with every day. Although hiding has a low sense of presence, he is calm and careful. As Lu Chaoga's capable little secretary, Luo Bing's business skills are not bad. What's more, Mo Men also has a little housekeeper, Lu Dongli. Lu Chaoga is only at the helm, and the rest is basically a hands-off boss. Yu knew him well, so it makes no sense not to know this. Has this kid learned to run the train with his mouth full now? It's a lot of nonsense, Lu Chaoga said. But for some unknown reason, he had an inexplicable feeling that a child had grown up. A man's mouth, a liar. Little devils will eventually become big devils. Lu Chaoga's left hand held Jiang Xinyan's small hand, and then gently patted the back of her hand with his right hand, and said, "Wait for me for a moment." Jiang Xinyan nodded without asking more. The next moment, Lu Chaoga's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he stepped on a light boat and was located in the middle of Yu and Pei Chanshan. The sudden appearance of Lu Chaoga caused the emotions of the people on the outside of the mountain to reach their peak in an instant. Lu Chaoga. It's Lu Chaoga. Damn it, what happened today? Wow. I finally saw Lu Chaoga really handsome. Lu Chaoga's sudden appearance gave Yu a moment. Akira God. He was about to speak, but he stopped. And Lu Chaoga just glanced at him lightly, ignoring him, as if the two had met for the first time. Oh, boy, don't you pretend to be unfamiliar, let's do it for you. If you didn't deliberately say you are Jianzong Yu? I heard a little, it was not bad. As for Pei Chanshan, after seeing Lu Chaoga on a light boat, he only felt a little lost. The rumor is actually true, there is no exaggeration at all. Pei Chanshan said in his heart. During this trip, she wandered around Qingzhou and heard too many rumors about Lu Chaoga. Among them, his appearance was praised to the extreme, saying that he was an immortal in a painting, and he was a banished immortal. If the previous Yu made people's eyes shine, then Lu Chaoga made people wonder, is this person real? There is a saying in Qingzhou, when you see Chaoga, you will be mistaken for life. I've seen Master Lu. Pei Chanshan took the lead. Yu's tone was complicated, and she followed suit, I have seen the head of Lu. Lu Chaoga stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. He glanced at the two of them lightly, and said, they're all here to ask for advice? Yu and Pei Chanshan nodded. Lu Chaoga threw a detection towards the two of them. The feedback was that Yu was level 45 and Pei Chanshan was level 44. Both of them are more than 10 levels higher than Lu Chaoga for the time being. But he doesn't care about it either. No matter how many levels up, it's not impossible to fight. It's just because the world's protagonist has a strong overall strength, so it's not that easy to play. Yu looked at Lu Chaoga and saw at a glance that senior brother Chaoga had reached the third realm. It's only been a long time, from the first realm to the great perfection, all the way to break through to the third realm. Yu only felt that the pressure in her heart was heavier. At this speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before they can catch up with him. Lu Chaoga looked at the two of them and asked, since the two of you have come to ask this seat for advice, what form do you want to take? Normally, there are two types of competitions. The common one is to start the fight directly, and the other is to suppress the cultivation base of both sides to the same realm. Before Yu and Lu Chaoga at Momen, it was the latter. Pei Qianshan opened her mouth, but Yu was faster than her. Yu heard that the head of the road, Jianni, has extraordinary accomplishments, and came here to ask for advice on Jianni, hoping to compete in the same realm and try to understand it through this. Yu said. This made Lu Chaoga feel a little boring in an instant. He is invincible by learning from the same environment. It's not difficult at all, he said in his heart. Then, Yu read www.sonicmtl. He put his eyes on Pei Qianshan and asked, what about you? Pei Qianshan looked at Yu, then at Lu Chaoga, and said helplessly, me. Too. The Holy Maiden of Spring and Autumn Mountain must be consistent with Jianzun and Jian attendant, otherwise it is easy to be criticized by others and lose the reputation of the sect. When Lu Chaoga heard the words, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. That's easy, he said in his heart. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the two of them and said, the Momen has been busy with business recently, and I don't have much free time here. After speaking, he paused slightly and glanced at Yu. Then, he raised his right hand and made a move towards the two of them in the void, saying, so, why don't you two go together? P.S. In the first update, the monthly ticket list really broke out of the top 10. Chapter 173. 171, The Chosen Sun vs. the World Protagonist. The mountain peaks blew past, and Lu Chaoga's voice just fell, causing the surroundings to fall into a brief silence. The people around are all cultivated, and naturally all five senses are sensitive. The content of the conversation of the three did not deliberately avoid them, so that everyone could hear it clearly. The words "let's go together" have a huge impact on everyone's mind. If it is said that Lu Chaoga is only facing two ordinary practitioners, then everyone will take it for granted. Just like when he asked Jianri, Lu Chaoga used Xingjian to overwhelm the crowd. Those practitioners who had not yet reached the realm of Jianxin Xiaocheng were stunned under his faint golden eyes. Can't even draw a sword. On that day, Lu Chaoga also had more than one enemy. However, standing in front of him now is the sword master and sword attendant Yu, and the disciple of the holy master, Pei Qianshan. Before Lu Chaoga was born, the two were recognized as the first of the younger generation in Qingzhou and Beizhou. If you can win one-on-one, you can already become a legend. Can one fight two? If the person who said this was not Lu Chaoga, many people might have been unable to resist and would think that this person was too arrogant. But it is precisely because Lu Chaoga has created so many impossible things in a short period of time that everyone can't figure out their position at once. On the contrary, everyone is looking forward to it. At the same time, they also wanted to see if Yu and Pei Qianshan would accept what Lu Chaoga said. To be honest, both Yu and Pei Qianshan were extremely resistant to this. First, they are extremely proud people. Second, both of them have ghosts. Yu Eji didn't want Pei Qianshan and Lu Chaoga to discuss at all, no matter what form it was. Pei Qianshan was thinking, if two fights won, what will the casino do? This is not right. This caused the two to be more reluctant than the other. But Lu Chaoga made up his mind and his attitude was very tough. Let's start. In an instant, his dark eyes were filled with a touch of dark gold. A powerful coercion spread from him and his temperament was slightly different at this moment. Like a god on earth. Not too late, appeared in Lu Chaoga's hands, he looked at the two of them and said lightly, don't think too much, if the two of you join forces, you can defeat me. I will take time out of my busy schedule, I'll give you a chance to ask for advice alone. But if this seat wins, then everything is meaningless, isn't it? Pei Chanshan and Yu Yu looked at each other, and she could see it in Yu Yu's eyes. 100 do not want to. But she had no choice. Anyway, as long as she wins, she will have a one-on-one chance with Lu Chaoga. And as long as she wins one more game, she will be able to win the game. Master Lu, please enlighten me. Pei Chanshan took the lead in betraying the revolution, ignoring the opinions of netizen Yu Yu. In front of all the net worth, who is Yu Yu? Lu Chaoga nodded slightly, then turned to look at Yu Yu, his eyes full of threats. Stinky boy, if you ruin this game, you will be finished. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Under the threat of Lu Chaoga's eyes, Yu Yu instinctively shrank her neck, then tilted her head slightly, and her body had a conditioned reflex of shame. He was beaten up by Lu Chaoga since he was a child, which caused him to succumb with just one look. Yu Yu had no choice but to raise her hand and say, please enlighten me, Sect Leader Lu. At this moment, Lu Chaoga was satisfied. He slashed his sword across his chest and said lightly, then, let's get started. The next moment, not too late, unsheathed. On Danqing Peak, Jiang Xinyan looked up at the three figures in the sky. She also didn't expect that Lu Chaoga was going to fight one against two. In him, she could always see the high-spirited spirit that Jianqiu should have. Jiang Xinyan had a faint smile on her face until a figure appeared here, which made her suddenly feel stiff and even a little nervous in her heart. The person who came was Lu Dongli. Sister Jiang. Lu Dongli came to Jiang Xinyan and greeted her. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly, but his eyes were a little dodgy. For a while, she was not ready to face Lu Chaoga's family in her new identity. In fact, that night Jiang Xinyan made a breakthrough in the house, and Lu Chaoga was protecting the law outside the house, all of which were under the perception of Lu Dongli's consciousness. With her steady temperament, it is impossible not to pay attention to this matter at all. Then, Lu Dongli was also clear about the drinking later and Jiang Xinyan's drunkenness. In the past, she always regarded the creatures like sister-in-law as a beast, and wondered why there was such a person as sister-in-law in the world. But today, her complexion was as usual, and she was no different from when she was with Jiang Xinyan in the past. As for what she was thinking, she was probably the only one who knew. Sister Jiang, do you think your brother can win? Lu Dongli smiled and said, in a relaxed tone. Jiang Xinyan nodded, feeling a little uncomfortable. She has been practicing Taoism for many years, and she is extremely cool on weekdays. Since she has never experienced a similar scene, at this time, from the perspective of her state, Lu Dongli has stabilized her head. Dan Qingfeng, in front of the main hall. Luo Bing and others stood here, looking up at the back of their head. Wow! The headmaster wants to fight for two. The round-faced chick raised his head, put his toes on his toes stupidly, and opened his mouth wide. She waved her little fist, and she didn't know if she was cheering Lu Chaoga up, or if she was fantasizing about the scene where she was fighting against one another. Little junior sister, do you know who the woman is? Mo Dongfeng lowered his head and rubbed Xiaoqiu's hair. Xiaoqiu covered her head, preventing Mo Dongfeng from touching her, and asked, what's your identity? The Holy Maiden of Spring and Autumn Mountain. Mo Dongfeng said. What is a saint? Xiaoqiu was puzzled. It's the disciple of the Holy Master. Mo Dongfeng explained. What is a saint teacher? Is it very powerful? Xiaoqiu still couldn't understand it. Mo Dongfeng. It's very powerful. Luo Bing gave Mo Dongfeng a relief and said, "Little junior sister, before the headmaster became famous, Yu was the first among the younger generation in Qingzhou people, and this Pei Qianqian's status in Beizhou is comparable to Yu. If the master and uncle beat them, wouldn't it be equal to the number one in the two states?" Xiaqiu said loudly. After she finished speaking, she grinned and waved her small fists and said, "I will also be the number one in the two states in the future." They chatted happily. But no one spoke to Hiding. It's not because Hiding is dumb, so everyone doesn't chat with him. It's just because his sense of existence is too low, so the junior sisters and juniors ignore him again. What about the big brother? Did you see the big brother? The atmosphere outside the Momin Peak and the mountain gate has reached its peak. Many male players were already excited and screaming like chimpanzees. As for the live broadcast room, the barrage was overwhelming in an instant. Previously, everyone's expectation was that they wanted to see who Lu Chaoga and Yu were the leaders of the younger generation in Qingzhou, and wanted to see them duel. Of course, they are also looking forward to the last battle between Lu Chaoga and Pei Qianqian, who is recognized as the first young man in Beizhou. This is about the face of Qingzhou and Beizhou. Sand sculpture players care about face. They have a very mature theory. Lu Chaoga is stronger than Pei Qianqian equals Qingzhou is stronger than Beizhou equals Qingzhou players are stronger than Beizhou players equals I am strong. But compared to one-on-one, it is naturally more explosive to have one against 2. The most refreshing thing for the players is that Lu Chaoga said a word after the sword of life, not too late, was unsheathed. Originally, seeing his life sword unsheathed, the players felt ignited. I finally saw, not too late, unsheathed again. Isn't this more burning than Boren biography? And when Lu Chaoga said those words, the players felt even more excited. Lu Chaoga put his sword in front of him and said calmly, "Since you all want to fight with this seat on the same ground, then this seat hopes that you will play your part and don't be ashamed to join forces. If you fight alone, 10. Within a short time, you will be defeated." As soon as this statement came out, how could the players hold back? Drag up. He's up again. What did he mean by that? It's just to say that in the battle of the same realm, it doesn't matter who. You are the number one in Qingzhou or the number one in Beizhou. If it is a one-on-one fight, you can be tortured to death within 10 breaths. As for the practitioners who were watching, a small group of people couldn't help frowning. Of course, most of the practitioners here are Qingzhou sword cultivators. However, Qingzhou must also have practitioners from Beizhou, which is inevitable. The Holy Maiden of Spring and Autumn Mountain challenged Lu Chaoga, the head of Momin. How could the practitioners in Beizhou nearby not come to watch? But after hearing Lu Chaoga's words, I only felt that this was an insult to Beizhou and Chuanqiu Mountain. Arrogant. A Beizhou cultivator couldn't help but said. What responded to him was a cry from the Qingzhou Aojiao sword cultivators. Humph. Of course, it was a cold snort. As for the two parties involved, they sacrificed their own natal magic weapons. At this time, Yu held the sword of life, first encounter, while Pei Qianqian took out a jade spear. Yes, this gun is green throughout, as if it was made of fine jade. After entering the fighting state, Yu has actually changed from the previous state of ignorance to excitement. It was also the first time for him to have a discussion with Lu Chaoga, whose life sword was unsheathed. He dreamed of seeing, not too late, in style. Therefore, he also forgot the rest of the distracting thoughts, and at this moment concentrated on it, stabbed forward with a sword. Sword Chi carries Yu's power of fire, as well as his sword intent. The second level of sword intent is Yu Yu's current level of sword intent. And it is definitely not the first time to enter the second layer, and it has already reached consummation. It seems that in these days when the two have not met, he has also made rapid progress. There must be some chance. Judging from the current momentum, before he becomes a great cultivator, he will definitely reach the third level of sword intent. Pei Qianqian, while holding a gun in one hand, also made a move at this moment. She already has a pair of beautiful hands that can be called hand-controlled. Welfare. At this moment, these ingenious hands are holding the jade gun tightly. I am afraid that countless people will have a thought, how good is that gun? And Pei Qianqian, the strength of Yu Yu is on par with Yu Yu. The second level of gun power. She also has the power of heaven and earth, and the inspiration is thunder. Therefore, the moment her jade spear moved forward, there was a thunderous sound, and the momentum was amazing. Good job. Lu slashed forward towards the singers, not too late. Everyone could see at a glance that he and Yu Yu had used the same sword move. This trick comes from the sword tablet, Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl. The com name is Slow Voice. It's just that Lu Chaoga's slow voice is stronger than Yu Yu's, because it also has its own crit effect. The nameless swordsmanship that he named normal attack brought him great reinforcement. The ink-colored sword intent spread forward at this moment, and the next moment, Yu Yu and Pei Qianqian took half a step back. In the first meeting, the two were repelled when they joined forces. Lu Chaoga's sword at hand made the two world protagonists almost unable to stabilize their bodies. The two world protagonists looked at each other and saw endless shock in each other's eyes. How is this possible? How is it possible that someone in the world can reach such an appalling realm in the third realm? This is the fourth layer of sword intent. Chapter 174. 172, point to date. Above the Momin, three representatives of the younger generation are fighting in the sky. It was only the first meeting that made the three of them have different thoughts. Yu Yu and Pei Qianqian were shocked after each took a half step back. Yu Yu originally thought that she was only one level away from Lu Chaoga at the level of sword intent, but unexpectedly, just a few days ago, everyone confirmed that Lu Chaoga was the third level of sword intent. A few days later, when he faced the world again, it has reached the fourth floor. Is this flawless sword body fake? Yu Yu even had such a thought in her heart. It is said that flawless sword body is the top-level qualification of swordsmanship. Since it is said that the flawless sword body is the top level, why is he only able to watch Lu Chaoga's back from a distance in terms of his perception of the sword? Yes, Yu Yu, who is currently in the fifth realm of the fourth realm, is 14 levels higher than Lu Chaoga. But so what? No one would think that Lu Chaoga's cultivation will stagnate. On the contrary, in the later stage of his own practice, the speed of breaking through the realm will slow down, but Lu Chaoga has a feeling of accumulation. And the speed of breaking through the realm will increase instead of falling. This made Yu Yu feel even more pressure in her heart, knowing that if she wanted to walk side by side with senior brother Chaoga in the way of the sword, she would have to pay more. As for Pei Qianqian, it is ridiculous to say that what she feels is not the pressure of realm, but the pressure of money. When Lu Chaoga came down with this sword, she felt that part of her assets was forcibly chopped off by the sword. Too strong? Pei Qianqian was already stunned. Why can someone in this world be so strong in the third realm? She recalled the scene when she and her master were discussing, and the pressure was not so great. Every time Pei Qianshan broke through a great realm, the Saint Master would suppress her cultivation and fight her. To be precise, for example, if Pei Qianshan breaks through to the third realm, the Saint Teacher will suppress his strength to the same level as when he was in the third realm. That is to say, in Pei Qianshan's view, today's Lu Chaoge is far stronger than the contemporary Saint Teachers of the past. As for the power of a sword, Lu Chaoge, who caused an uproar in the audience, what was he thinking about? He even thought leisurely and elegantly in his heart, she's leaking electricity from this gun. Pei Qianshan's inspiration is thunder. So when the jade spear is shot, there will be the power of thunder wrapped around it. Lu Chao, the song is quite intimidating. This reminded him of his previous life when he shot like a dragon, and the scene where he shot out of water was the youth he couldn't get back. The surrounding spectators all widened their eyes, feeling that the scene in front of them was so terrifying. Qin Zhou and Beizhou's first young generation joined forces to attack Lu Chaoge, but he was forced to retreat half a step with his sword. No wonder Lu Chaoge said just now that if he were to fight alone, he would be able to decide the winner within 10 breaths. At this moment, they were looking at Lu Chaoge's eyes with a faint golden background, and they only felt that they were very deterrent. If the sword just now was slashing at me. Many people made up their minds and felt that they were already dead when they felt immersed in it. The players craned their necks and cheered for Lu Chaoge. It's too fierce, it's too fucking fierce. I'm not targeting anyone, I mean everyone present is garbage. This is not called dragging, it is called seeking truth from facts. And some of the concerns are more biased. The player, on the side, calculated the fourth level of sword intent, how much experience is equivalent to. They went to the system interface to check the upgrade conditions, and after doing some mental calculations, they came up with a terrifying total, 15 million. Damn. If Lu Chaoge is a player, it means that at level 31, he spent 15 million just to upgrade his sword intent. More experience points. When we are still complacent about thousands of experience points, the realm of the chosen sun is already equivalent to 15 million. The gap between the rich and the poor is too big. And Lu Chaoge didn't give the two a chance to breathe after cutting out a sword. On the contrary, after having a small advantage, he began to push harder and harder. Wait, be careful, this seat has to be serious. Lu Chao made a cheerful sound of sword chirping among the singers. Since the sword has been sealed for 10 years, it has been very active recently, and it is also particularly belligerent and high-spirited. Lu Chaoge is indeed not bragging. You must know that the mysterious swordsmanship that he named, normal attack, is divided into 2 grades. Simple sword, and serious sword. It was just a simple sword just now, and now Lu Chaoge is going to do his best. The light boat under his feet moved forward, and the not too late in his hand burst out with astonishing power. Yu naturally recognized that this sword was still slow sound, but it was the third style in slow sound. But he can clearly feel that he also understands the swordsmanship from the sword tablet, but Lu Chaoge's is obviously different from him. His is sharper, more violent, and more indomitable. His sword is all about war. 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 Yu and Pei Qianshan instantly felt more intense pressure, and the two of them became more energetic and were no longer unwilling to join forces. A tacit win once is better than 2-on-1 and being beaten down. The two figures flashed and began to flank left and right. It is said that 2 fists are invincible against 4 hands, but that is a battle among mortals. For practitioners, this is not the case. Lu Chaoge raised his left hand, and the surrounding clouds swept in instantly. Under his control, the white clouds in the sky turned into a water curtain, which blocked both the two for a moment and Lu Chaoga's figure. The most important thing is that Lu Chaoga's power of water is really superb. Water can extinguish fire and conduct electricity. As long as it is used properly, it is of course infinitely useful. Yu Yu is power of fire, and Pei Qianqian is power of thunder. From the root point of view, the grades of these two are not inferior to Lu Chaoga's power of water, but Naihe's routines are really not as good as his. Most of the powers of heaven and earth are mutually reinforcing, and fire and lightning can also suppress water, but it depends on how you use it. When the water curtain separated, they only saw a sword light. The speed of this sword light was too fast, making the two of them unavoidable. BAS dash. In a flash, the two stepped back half a step away. Be careful with your back. A calm voice sounded from behind them, causing the two to stand upright. When did he get here? And in the sparring, he also opened a reminder, then naturally it is no longer a sparring. This is the pointer. Yu Yu and Pei Qianqian immediately turned to face the enemy, and the ink colored sword intent spread in the air, as if ink was rendered in the air. The most terrifying thing is that at this moment, the dark golden eyes became more intense. Heart sword, the second floor. The souls of the two were shocked for a moment, causing their spirits to be in a trance and their brains to go blank. You must know that although they suppressed the cultivation realm, the soul cannot be suppressed. That is to say, their divine soul is the divine soul of the fourth realm. But, heart sword is too terrifying, and the suppression of the soul is too obvious. Before the fifth realm, the strength of the spiritual soul will not be too strong for cultivators, and only after reaching the fifth realm will there be a qualitative leap. Therefore, under the five realms, Lu Chaoga's heart sword can be regarded as a killer move. This time, the two no longer took half a step back, but both flew out backwards. Fortunately, they responded quickly and caught themselves with their flying magic weapons, otherwise, the competition would have ended. The audience looked at it for a while, only to think that it was Lu Chaoga pressing them to fight. The rhythm is all on him, the sound sculpture player said with emotion. For high-level players, rhythm is really important. The scenes in front of them made everyone believe that Lu Chaoga was truly invincible when they were in the same situation. Pei Qianqian was about to cry. She felt that her purse had been hacked away in half under this sword. If you don't use some more cards, the match can be declared over when the next face-to-face match is made. After Pei Qianqian stabilized her body on the copper coin, she suddenly closed her eyes. She couldn't keep up with Lu Chaoga's rhythm, but after closing her eyes, the jade spear in her hand became more flexible. The jade gun made a sound of gunshots, and the gun force broke through the air, as if tearing the sky. Yu Yu no longer hesitated, and the first view in her hand came out of her hand, transforming into hundreds of phantoms. Of these hundreds of phantoms, each one is a first sight, and each one is not a first sight. Gorgeous. Lu Chaoga made a judgment in his heart. Close your eyes again, and turn a sword into 100 swords again. Lu Chaoga really doesn't know this. In the face of absolute power, it's all vain. Lu moved forward towards the singers. Not too late, the ink-colored airflow began to shrink, but his dark golden eyes became brighter and brighter. Power of water gathered around him, and the spiritual power in his body was also running wildly at this moment. This sword can tell the outcome of today's victory. Concentrate a little bit, make the best of it. This extremely restrained sword was like he lifted and waved it casually. Everything around was annihilated by the seemingly ordinary sword. The tip of the sword moves forward and keeps moving forward. It looked like they were going to be seriously injured. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Lu Chaoga spit out a suffocating breath, and forcibly retracted his sword in the middle, so that, not too late, was sheathed and included in the ink ring. Until now, he was already in front of the two of them. As for his hands, the two fingers were brought together, and the sword was pointed to the throat of Pei Chanshan and Yu. If a fingertip sword energy is released at this moment, the two of them will die. I saw Lu Chaoga's fingertips lightly touch the throats of the two of them. And then immediately retracted, turned to stand with his hands behind his back, turned his back to them, and said lightly, "Click here. P.S. Chinese New Year is coming, there will be only one update today and tomorrow. Even if the poor online writers don't have weekends, they don't even have annual leave. Fortunately, I don't plan to pay too many New Year's greetings this year, so the update should be stable during the new year." Yes. Of course, there are more red envelopes to go. I didn't expect that I, who have been famous in the internet circle for a long time, is still at the age where I can receive red envelopes, so I am really young and promising. Chapter 175. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. There are a lot of things to do on New Year's Eve, and I have to go to the old man's house. It's been a long time since I went to visit the old man. All day today, I have been taking my free time to write on my mobile phone. The writing is intermittent, and I feel that the quality is not good. Just ask for a day off. Anyway, everyone should have a lot of activities today, and don't have time to read novels? Well, the first time you stop updating, let's stay before the first month. Ha ha ha, saving it will be a bad start to the new year. Then I will report on this year's results. I read it, and the total word count is just over 500,000 words. The average subscription is in the early 10,000s. As long as the books are alive, they will be ordered in books. Thank you for your support all the time. In other words, this book is very good, and it is stable in all aspects. The progress of the plot is also handy, all under control, and the character creation is also remarkable. I believe everything will become more and more good. Drop. The Year of the Ox is all about ox. Well, in the new year, I will continue to work hard and try to write more big chapters to give back to everyone.